He's going to be late for church.
I suppose he's still dressing.
No, he went out.
Oh?
Yeah, he pushed Grandma to the park.
My, what a beautiful morning.
Darling, you aren't even dressed. You'll be late for church.
I'm not going.
You're not going? Why, John, you haven't missed church in 20 years.
Not going.
Do you mind if I ask why?
I'm going fishing.
You're what?
Well, don't look so alarmed.
But, Daddy, you'll get arrested. Don't you know they've passed a new law? No fishing on Sunday?
Who passed it?
Just last week, the League for Elderly Democracy passed it.
That's right, and now everyone has to go to church.
But Grandma doesn't go to church.
That's because she has a health certificate. If you're old enough, you can get a health certificate and you don't have to go.
That's why there's no one on the street Sunday morning.
Aha. I hadn't noticed that.
Well, of course not. You've always been in church.
It doesn't matter. It's decided. I'm going fishing.
Really, Daddy?
Now, don't all look so alarmed. You don't have to call a lawyer and have me committed. I'm going to eat a big stack of fresh, fluffy pancakes, drowned in golden, sparkling syrup. And then I'm going fishing.
Well, children, we'll go to church.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome to the show. This is the Dance of Life podcast, and I'm your host, as always, Tudor Alexander. Great to be with you on another installment of the Venerable Day of the Sun. In some sense, it's not great to be with you because I wish all of this was over already. But here we are, nevertheless. There's never a shortage of these types of stories to cover. And of course, as we move closer and closer to the things that Revelation warned us about, like with the image of the beast, the mark of the beast, and so on, there's probably going to be no shortage of these types of things to go. Especially with the election coming up, as of the time of this video. This is, September? Yeah, late September. So we have, about a little over a month, and the shenanigans will begin. Of course, the shenanigans are already going on, but it's going to be pretty crazy. Who knows how it's all going to play out? Nevertheless, we know the trajectory of history, and that is what matters. The world is getting closer and closer to what the book of Revelation warned us about, which is the image of the beast, people taking the mark, and people marveling after the beast. And of course, what is a result of that, or I should say what causes that, is that there's more and more oscillation, more and more dialectics, more and more left versus right, red versus blue, up versus down, dark versus light. There's constant narratives being incited into people and dividing people and so on and so forth. And of course, this is just by design. The coming of the man of lawlessness, according to Paul, is by all power and signs and wonders of Satan. So these deceptions that you're seeing and that we're going to be covering today are signs and wonders being worked through the false prophet, mainly because that's our focus today. But really, you'll see throughout the world also this is the case. Today, of course, our focus is America and how it is the false prophet of Revelation. We're going to be discussing some very important principles. Of course, we'll look at current events as well, but I want to really arm you with principles of Bible hermeneutics, Bible understandings, history, so that you see for yourself that this is the case and the direction of history is right the way the Bible said it in Revelation 13, that America, being the false prophet, will deceive the nations into building an image, representation of the government that the papacy enjoyed for 1260 years, which of course was a religious nationalist federation type of government with the Pope on top. America's job is to deceive the world into doing this again. Of course, the whole world this time, not just the known Western world, but the whole world. And America will be successful because God has allowed it to happen so that he can come and judge this system once and for all. But today you'll see proof beyond a shadow of a doubt. Some disagree with this interpretation, even some that are in the historicist camp. and they have different theories of who the false prophet is. And today, my goal is to show you, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that this is true, that America is the false prophet. And what does that mean? What does that mean if America is the false prophet? Of course, it means many things, and there's specifically a video by Charlie Kirk that we're going to watch. It just kind of popped up in my feed. I think God brought it to me so that I could respond to it, because he raises some very clever arguments. And if you aren't well armed against these types of arguments, it's very easy to be deceived. So I picked this video. We're going to watch it. It's not too long. I think it's like 5 minutes. We're going to watch it, and we're going to really do a deep dive in responding to it so that you can see how to respond to these issues in your own circles and in your own arguments. But I talk about these a lot, these types of issues. If you haven't watched my Christian nationalism playlist, my End Times playlist, my Dark to Light series playlist, my Sabbath series, my Great Delusion series, I have so many videos talking about this stuff, folks. In my End Times series, there's 3 videos specifically, I believe it's 18 through 20, where we spend just on America. How the image of the beast is forming, how America is the false prophet, how America is leading the charge with the counterfeit spirit and the charismatic movement and all these types of things that I've talked about in many places. So make sure you get edified and look at the evidence. Don't take my word for it. Look at the evidence. And also, watch my guide on how to be a Berean with the cute little Fennec foxes on the cover. Of course, more than just the cute foxes, you should learn how to have big ears and laser eyes, because what is coming is going to be incredibly deceptive. And you will get a taste of that in the first part of this presentation with Charlie Kirk. You will get a very robust taste of what is coming, and the argumentations that are coming, and the delusion and the clever arguments. So you have to be as wise as a serpent, gentle as a dove, but wise as a serpent. And if you're not wise as a serpent, the serpents will get you. So be smart. The time is coming when things like I talk about in my Berean video, logical fallacies, lies, deceptions, all these types of things are going to be extremely dominant in society. That's the Great Delusion. The Great Delusion, which is the world marveling after the beast, which is a delusion. It's a great delusion. But God sends them great delusion so they can be judged, because the elect will not be deceived. But those who are not elect will marvel after the beast and take its mark. There's going to come a time very shortly where if I can get my words right, where you will really need to know what you believe and why you believe it. You'll have to really know that, folks. So my encouragement to you is to study, because there's plenty of material in my library, and not just mine. I'm sure other people have good things to study, but the point is you have to eat the meat, spit out the bones, and understand what is profitable to you. Most people, in terms of the end times, are deceived. They don't understand the truth about the end times. So use discernment, but you will need to defend yourself. You'll need to defend what you believe. There's going to be emotions, rhetoric, half-truths, halfway history, which you'll see again. You'll get a great taste of it today, a great taste, so you can take that taste and memorize it and apply it to other future situations. But all these things are going to be shaping a very, very powerful narrative. And that narrative is the Great Delusion, and most people will go for it. Most people will go for what is coming, because it's going to seem great. It's going to make total sense. It's going to seem rational. And of course, it's going to be the greatest deception ever played on mankind. So go review my Berean video. Go review those playlists. Take a lot of notes. A lot of foundational skills and principles in all those videos I mentioned, especially the Berean video for how to study, how to read the Bible, how to show yourself approved. Today, there is a lot to get through, as usual. So thank you for your patience with my tech issues in the past. I'm pretty sure it's resolved. I decided to keep this Mac that I'm on just for the sake of stability. I've gotten used to all the hotkeys. I've resolved a lot of the program issues. So it was a little pricey, but you know what? It works, and it's stable, and especially with the PC industry being just a nightmare right now, if you know what I'm talking about, with Intel, with graphics cards, with all kinds of stuff. It's just a nightmare. So I'm very content with my new little Mac Cube. Even though I was never a Mac person, here I am. This is God uses the foolish things to shame the wise, right? We never can predict God's actions in our life. So here we are. It works great, and we shouldn't have any more sound interferences anymore. So thank you for your patience in those previous videos. I appreciate it. It's especially as a perfectionist, it's super, super frustrating. But either way, there's many big projects that I have planned as of the time of this video. There's many, many awesome projects I'm looking forward to delivering in the next few months, hopefully, by God's grace. We'll see. There's a lot of work to be done. So I'm very excited. It's going to take a lot of work. But as I posted on my YouTube channel, for the time being, I'm going to move to one video per week. It's just too much work to put together all these things on top of dealing with all the stuff I've had to deal in, just transferring all my technology and so on and so forth. So I'm just giving myself a little more time so that we can catch up on these big projects, which are going to be well worth it, I promise you. If you want to support me, the website is the best way to do it. That's danceoflife.com. You can stay in touch with me regardless of what happens, meaning if shenanigans happen on YouTube or whatever, I have control over all my Substack emails. Even if I decide to leave Substack and create my own website again with an email list, I have all those emails. I can stay in touch with them. I can't do that with YouTube. So that's a great way to stay in touch. There's also a search engine for my content, which you do not have on YouTube, which is handy. You also have exclusive content that I have not posted on YouTube, and it's only $5 a month or $50 a year. I don't plan on ever doing sponsorships or, gimmicky selling you gold or IRAs or whatever else people are doing these days. Definitely never going to sell you a Trump coin, that's for sure. So this will be the only way that I ever plan on making money. Obviously, there's donations and things like that. Maybe I might make some Fennec Fox t-shirts or, whatever. We might have some. I think those little foxes with the sunglasses and the laser eyes are pretty cute. So who knows? Maybe look out for something like that. Maybe a mug. Nothing too crazy. But either way, that's the only way that I plan on ever really monetizing this. So ultimately, make sure you subscribe on the website, at the very least, just to stay in touch. You don't have to be a paid member. I give out content every week, and it's free when it comes out, so there's nothing to worry about. There's plenty of free resources on the website. The only things that are paid are things that I really invested a lot of money to create, which are my courses, my books, various things like that that are costly. They were costly, and I needed to recover some of the money. So anyway, but it's the only way to support me. So make sure you subscribe and you share it with your friends as well, because again, there's going to be a time coming very soon on the horizon, and it's already here, really, where people are going to be frothing at the mouth for this delusion. And unless you're awake, it's going to be very easy to join them. So be awake. The references for this will be in the references section, in the resources section of the website, where you have references for everything I've published. So if you want to cross-reference them, if you want to use them for your own material, you can feel free to do that. So onward and forward to Part 1, let's respond to Charlie Kirk. It looks like a lamb. Okay, well, I want to hit the ground running because this will really drive home the point of today that America is the false prophet. And we're going to use a video that Charlie Kirk was responding to somebody asking him a question about America being a Christian nation. And he's responding to this person, and he's very passionate. And it's a very convincing video if you don't understand history and the Bible to the point where you would need to defend against something so clever. So I want to start with this. He is basically defending the idea that America is a Christian nation. His arguments are actually very convincing, and it takes in-depth and detail-oriented look to really refute them. If you don't have discernment, he can very easily convince you. So I want to watch it, and then we'll respond to it with a lot of great resources. Okay, here's Mr. Kirk, and it's about, like I said, about 5 minutes. We'll watch the whole thing all the way through and then comment.
I was articulated yesterday by a couple of my friends that our country was not founded on Christian principles. Our country was founded on common law, because the Declaration only refers to God 4 times in the Constitution. It doesn't refer to God at all, and it only articulates the structure of government.
Remember that we were a collection of states and colonies, and you need to read the state constitutions before anything else. 9 out of 13 of the original states required you to be a Bible-believing Christian to serve in government at the time of the founding.
Pay attention to these arguments because we're going to respond to them one by one.
You could even in actually, 13 out of 13 required a declaration of faith. 9 out of 13 required you to be a Protestant, except Maryland, which was Catholic, which still required a declaration of faith. And
by the way, where's Washington, D.C.?
Almost every single one of the original state constitutions, Pennsylvania included, they had, I profess Lord and Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior in the original state constitutions. So you remember, we're a collection of states before that. Secondly, 55 out of 56 of the original signers of the Declaration were Bible-believing, church-attending Christians. You asked about common law. So common law is inherited from Blackstone, who was Christian. Common law is an outgrowth of the Scriptures. So let's go to 3 principles of common law: presumption of innocence, due process, and jury of your peers. All 3 are biblical principles. So, and all wrapped into the ultimate biblical principle that you shall not favor justice if you are rich or poor, which is in Leviticus 19, right before the most famous part of Leviticus 19, which is that you should love your neighbor as yourself. But before that is that in the administration of justice, you shall not favor the rich or the poor, which is the idea of blind justice. We get that in the West, which is incorporated also in the New Testament ideal: neither slave nor Greek nor Jew, you're all one in Jesus Christ, which we get the idea of human equality. These are all biblical ideas. They're not Enlightenment ideas, which is they kind of get conflated at the time. But more importantly than that, they say that God was only mentioned 4 times in the Declaration of Independence. Well, that's a big deal, okay? Laws of nature and
It wasn't, but
nature's God. The last paragraph of the Declaration reads as a prayer. It says, we appeal to the supreme judge of the universe. Who's the judge of the universe? Jesus Christ, as it says in Revelation, that Jesus will judge the earth on his throne. So in the Declaration, they were praying to Christ our Lord as a prayer very specifically. Thirdly, as I said on the stage yesterday, Deuteronomy was by far the most quoted book, religious or non-religious, in the time of the founding when they were putting together the Constitution, more than John Locke, more than Montesquieu, more than Blackstone. So the book of Deuteronomy, which talked about laws, customs, traditions. It was Moses' farewell address as he's about to say goodbye, say, hey, good luck in Canaan, guys. Here's how you should set up your form of government. But finally, and most importantly, let's look at actually what the founders said. John Adams famously said the Constitution was only written for a moral and religious people. It was wholly inadequate for the people of any other. The body politic of America was so Christian and was so Protestant that our form and structure of government was built for the people that believed in Christ our Lord. One of the reasons we're living through a constitutional crisis is that we no longer have a Christian nation, but we have a Christian form of government, and they're incompatible. So you cannot have liberty if you do not have a Christian population. So that's just a surface level belief. So then they'll go to the First Amendment, which has two parts of the First Amendment which get conflated. First of all, separation of church and state is not in the U.S. Constitution. That is a single letter that Thomas Jefferson wrote in 1807 to the Danbury Baptist Convention in
that part's true.
Massachusetts, assuring them that the government would not come after the church, okay, which is the opposite of what they would say. However, that was then resurrected by the Warren Court and the Burger Court in the 60s, where they said, hey, all of a sudden we're now going to make this as if it's the Constitution. It does say in the Constitution 2 things, which is the Establishment Clause and the Free Expression Clause. The Establishment Clause is that Congress shall make no law prohibiting the free exercise thereof. What they were most worried about was a Presbyterian or a Anglican or a Quaker type religion taking over the federal government. Instead, it was that there is not going to be a state-run religion or a state-run government. Did you know that one of the first acts of Congress was taxpayer-funded Bible printing and distribution? Did you know that there were church services held in the Supreme Court building as late as the Jackson presidency in the 1820s? But going back to this idea of separation of church and state, and again, I could riff on this ad nauseum because it's just so ridiculous, right? Is that it's not biblical because, first, it's not biblical. It's not constitutional because you go a layer deeper. People that even say that, do you believe in separation of morality and state? Nobody does. So all laws are a reflection of morality, and all morality comes from somewhere. There is no such thing as neutral morality. And we believe what the founders believed because they put it in the halls of Congress, they put it in the Supreme Court, and they put it all throughout the country, which is that the Decalogue, the 10 Commandments, is the core morality of how a society and a civilization should exist, right? The 10 Commandments of every person. And finally, and this is the kicker, if the founding fathers were not Bible-believing church-attending Christians,
They weren't. You'll see that today for sure.
Why did they put Leviticus on Liberty Bell? Not John, not Psalms, not Proverbs, not Genesis. Leviticus. Most Americans can't spell Leviticus. Leviticus 25:19, proclaim liberty throughout the land which you are in. It is one of the most sinister, most unsubstantiated lies that does not come up against any sort of academic scrutiny. This idea that founding fathers were a bunch of Enlightenment common law
Oh, you're going to see exactly that it comes under great scrutiny, but anyway.
deists. The reason they hate it is because the reason they must say this is that if we actually go back to our Christian roots and we go back to where we once were, it's America's best hope for revival and for a great future. You want to add to that anything? Sorry.
Wow. Good video, huh? I have to give him props because, again, if you don't have discernment, then you look at that and you say, well, maybe I'm wrong about this trajectory of history. Maybe he's right. And of course, that's not the case because, as a great preacher once said, Charles Spurgeon, discernment is not knowing the difference between right or wrong. Discernment is knowing the difference between right and almost right. This is almost right, and boy, it's so close to right, isn't it? And yet the difference between this and actual right is the part that kills you. So today we're going to spend a lot of time to discern and understand what is the difference between right and almost right. Because Charlie Kirk is almost right. He's got a lot of things that he's saying that, man, how can these people not be Bible-believing Christians if they put Leviticus on the Liberty Bell? Of course, you should be Fennec foxing right now with big ears and saying, does religious works mean that you're a born-again believer? Does doing things make you a born-again believer? Or does God giving you a new heart makes you a born-again believer? If that's you, then 10 points. But that's basically where we're going. So what do we do with this? How do we respond to these clever arguments? Because they are indeed very, very clever. And he commits several logical fallacies. And because he's very passionate and he knows his material and he's going through it very confidently, it's very easy to lose track of a particular argument and just get swept up in the whole presentation. Charlie Kirk is very smart. He knows his history. That we have to credit him. He knows his information about the history of the United States and so on and so forth. However, just like Candace Owens, they're hiding specific things. Maybe they're ignorant of them. I don't know. My guess is that they're hiding them because I think they're both agents. But either way, they're omitting, you can decide why, particular information that is very damning to their position. You have to be as wise as serpents to deal with these people. Again, if you haven't watched my Berean video, go watch that so you understand how to look at something like this that is very well put together, very enchanting, really, and cut through it with laser eyes like that little baby fox. There's a lot of logical fallacies that Kirk is committing, and we're going to break them apart. But there's 3 big points that I'm going to make in response to this video. And my encouragement to you is to memorize these points. Not everything that I'm going to say, but memorize the 3 points. And support them in your own way. Find evidence. You can use what's presented here. But the 3 points are pretty solid. Whenever you're arguing with something like this or encountering somebody, maybe he's showing you this video, hey, look, Charlie Kirk says this, you're wrong about your crazy theory that Christian nationalism is going to take over the world. This is how you respond to these people. And the first point, which is very important, is we have to get back to the Bible. Before we argue about whether the founding fathers were Christian or not, or America was actually Christian or not, let's forget all that stuff, because that stuff is very easy to get lost in the weeds, and that's what they count on. They count on you arguing about this senseless, details about who did what and whether they were Christian or not, and forgetting the big picture. The first point that you need to be sure of is that America is the false prophet, prophesied by Revelation. Let's read Revelation 11 through 18. This is in chapter 13. The second beast. Then I saw, let's turn that view off. There we go. Now we can have a better view of it. The second beast. Then I saw another beast rising out of the earth. It had 2 horns like a lamb, and it spoke like a dragon. It exercises all the authority of the first beast in its presence, and makes the earth and its inhabitants worship the first beast whose mortal wound was healed. It performs great signs, even making fire come down from heaven to earth in front of the people. And by the signs that it is allowed to work in the presence of the beast, relationship, it deceives those who dwell on the earth, telling them to make an image for the beast that was wounded by the sword and yet lived. And it was allowed to give breath to the image of the beast, so that the image of the beast might even speak and might cause those who would not worship the image of the beast to be slain. Also, it causes all, both small and great and rich and poor, both free and slave, to be marked on the right hand or the forehead, so that no one can buy or sell unless he has the mark, that is, the name of the beast or the number of its name. This calls for wisdom. Let the one who has understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. I go into great depth on all of these things, including the mark of the beast, in my End Time series, so make sure you check it out. The thing that you need to remember is that beasts, first off, Revelation is a partner book with Daniel. Daniel and Revelation work together. That's something that anytime you discuss the book of Revelation, you need to understand. Anybody who you're talking to who's talking about the end times and the book of Revelation, you need to put them in context with the book of Daniel. Revelation is a continuation of the book of Daniel. Daniel gives you the big picture of thousands of years of history from Babylon all the way to the return of Christ. And by the way, there's a handy-dandy new end times timeline that I made that you can now print out as a poster by 33 by 36 inches, I think. So you can download the file, print it out on some nice glossy paper at your, FedEx, Kinko's, whatever, or UPS, and enjoy for yourself. So make sure you check that out. It's on the End Times Bible Studies section, End Times, on the website. So you can print that out. But either way, that End Times timeline will show you the prophecies of Daniel and Revelation all superimposed on one another. So you can see how they all fit together. But nevertheless, Daniel is the really big picture, and Revelation is the church age, basically, continuing where Daniel leaves off with the little horn and giving more color and picture to that. So they work together. And this is important to remember. And why that's important to remember is that you need a consistent hermeneutic, a consistent method of judgment. If Daniel's talking about beasts and powers and kingdoms, then Revelation, John, is also talking about powers and kingdoms. Do you understand? The beasts in Daniel 7, Daniel 8, those are kingdoms and powers. They're not individuals. This has been a major deception that a lot of people have fallen for, that the beast in Revelation is a person, when the second beast is a false prophet individual. This is not the case, folks. If you're using a consistent hermeneutic, you cannot go and believe that the beasts are kingdoms in Daniel 7 and 8. And then suddenly in Revelation 13, the beasts are individuals. When the beast in Revelation, the first beast in Revelation 13, is the little horn power in Daniel 7 and 8 and other places. The little horn power has a personal quality to it, which is interesting, the way that it's described. It does have a personal quality to it. It's an institution of men. But of course, that institution of men has its own kingdom, the Vatican, has its own power, it's its own sovereign state. So it has a special quality to it. But nevertheless, it's a power. And that power is continued. It comes out of Rome, which is the fourth beast. And of course, the beast of the sea that John sees is the papacy. It's the little horn power. So when we come to the second beast, which is the lamb-like power, it's a kingdom. It's a power. It's not an individual. So that's number one. It's a power of some kind. And of course, you also have things that are contrasted. The first beast in Revelation 13 comes out of the sea, which is important because the sea has a prophetic significance. And we can prove that today very simply. The sea is in Revelation 17, verse 15. Let's see here. Where is it at? And the angel said to me, the waters that you saw where the prostitute is seated are peoples and multitudes and nations and languages. And of course, Mystery Babylon is manifested in the Catholic Church in the church age. And that's the point. Well, where does the Catholic Church sit? She sits on 7 hills, which is Rome. And of course, the first beast in Revelation 13, which is the papacy, which comes out of Rome, comes out of the sea. And Mystery Babylon sits on many waters. So you see the same imagery being used. And Revelation tells you what the sea represents, which is multitudes, peoples, nations, and languages, meaning it's a very politically important and populated area when the sea is being used. Of course, this is consistent with Old Testament prophecies in Isaiah, Jeremiah, and so on. If we look Isaiah 8, verses 7 through 8, therefore, behold, the Lord is bringing up against them the waters of the river. What are the waters of the river? Mighty and many, the king of Assyria in all his glory. And it will rise over all its channels and over all its banks, and it will sweep into Judah. Are we talking about water now, or are we talking about something metaphorical, symbolic? An invasion. It will overflow and pass on, reaching even to the neck, and its outspread wings will fill the breadth of your land, O Emmanuel. So Judah is going to be judged by Assyria, and Assyria is representative of this chaotic army that's coming, is peoples and nations and tongues and tribes and chaos. Isaiah 57 verse 20 says, but the wicked are like the tossing sea, for it cannot be quiet, and its waters toss up mire and dirt. So the wicked are equated to the tossing sea. And of course, that's definitely applicable to a power like Rome or Mystery Babylon that comes out of a very populated area. A lot of paganism was there, and so on and so forth. Jeremiah 51 verse 13 talks about Babylon. O you who dwell on many waters, rich in treasures, your end has come, the thread of your life is cut. Many waters, again, the same imagery that John uses from the Old Testament to apply to a greater idea, which is this mystery religion coming to the forefront through a particular vehicle, which in this case is the Catholic Church in the church age. That's what the Bible warns you about. But Babylon was, the original Babylon, was on many waters. It was by several rivers and lakes in the Middle East. But waters also, again, means importance, fertility, defense, having, basically natural defenses like a moat, natural moat. Population, because you have water nearby. So water, even if it's, for example, when we're talking about Babylon being by many waters, that is an accurate statement geographically. However, even from a physical perspective, many waters also means a lot of other things. It means an increased population because you have a source to water. It means importance and trade and all these different things. So many waters has a connotation of political importance, lots of people, the wicked possibly, and so on and so forth. Later in Jeremiah 51, verse 42, it says, the sea has come up on Babylon, she is covered with its tumultuous waves. Well, in this case, now the Persians who judge Babylon are compared to the sea, who came up on Babylon and sacked it. And I believe Cyrus cut off the water supply and they snuck in and so on and so forth. But either way, the sea is equated to judgment. It's equated to this chaotic army invading Babylon, just like the Assyrians judging Judah. One more, Psalm 65, verse 5 through 8. Let's see here where we're at. By awesome deeds you answer us with righteousness, O God of our salvation, the hope of all ends of the earth and of the farthest seas. The one who by his strength established the mountains, being girded with might, who stills the roaring of the seas, the roaring of their waves, the tumult of the peoples. So you have a Hebrew parallelism here, which is at first it seems like this is talking about, okay, God is calming the storm, which of course he does, and we know that from the New Testament as well. God is sovereign over all things. However, there's a parallelism here. And of course, the prophets wrote the Psalms, David and other people, Asaph. These Psalms can be prophetic in a sense and have imagery that may apply to certain prophecies. And we see that this is a consistent thing where we look at who stills the roaring seas and the roaring of their waves, the tumult of the peoples. So the peoples, the chaos, the unruliness, maybe the wicked, these are equated to the proud waves of the sea, which are mighty. And of course, God is sovereign over these things. So this is why when we go back to Revelation 21, verse 1, at the end of time, John sees a vision of the heavens, the new heavens and the earth, and he says, and the sea was no more. And the sea was no more. And a lot of people think that this is God getting rid of the ocean. Of course not. The ocean is beautiful. The ocean is mysterious. There's so many profound things in the ocean. I don't think that God is getting rid of the ocean, folks. God created these things to be beautiful, to reveal his glory. When you look at a giant like a whale shark or a blue whale, it's like, wow, just the glory of God just radiates from these things. So I don't think he's getting rid of the ocean. because this is a vision. So what is going on here? Well, the sea being no more means no more wicked, no more evil, no more chaos. None of these things that have been described so far are going to be around anymore. They're going to be judged. The woman that sits on many waters, i.e. nations and tongues and peoples and chaos and wicked and so on, all that is going to be judged and done away with. So there's no more sea. Not that there's no more actual sea or oceans, which of course these things are beautiful. So now, with this in mind, that we have several biblical parameters to justify that the sea means a populated area of lots of people, chaos, political significance, so on and so forth. If the papacy comes out of the sea, which is a very important area, of course Rome is surrounded physically by the sea, but it's also it's been the center of the Western world with trading, with all the roads literally lead to Rome. If you look at a map, all roads literally lead to Rome in Europe. And so Rome is a very politically significant place. So when you have a second beast, which is supposed to be a power and a kingdom, and it comes out of the earth, which is contrasted to the sea, what does that mean? This is a deliberate contrast, telling you that this power that comes out of the earth comes out of a place that's not politically significant. There's not a lot of people there that are, it's very, not abandoned, but it's not significant. It's not significant politically. It comes out of nowhere, literally. So we have to look for a power, because this is a kingdom, that comes out of nowhere specifically. It just comes out of nowhere. Also, we are given very specific identifiers of this political power, which are very interesting. The first one is that it exercises the same power as the first beast. Well, the first beast was a world power, meaning the power we are being pointed to comes out of nowhere, and it is a world power, not just like a nation that comes up, like Japan or, Uzbekistan. It's a world power, meaning it is worldwide and supreme. That's important because there's not too many powers that come up and exercise the same power as the first beast. It looks like a lamb, but speaks like a dragon. Meaning, on top of this being a world power and coming out of nowhere, it looks Christian because the lamb is a symbol for Christ. Yet, it speaks. How does a nation speak? Well, it legislates laws. It has philosophies. It speaks through its leaders and the writings of these leaders, which we're going to be looking at, that all testify that the philosophy underlying and the behavior is actually from the devil. It's satanic. So this is a very interesting thing because this power is not only a world superpower, it has a hypocritical nature to it, which is very important to remember. It also deceives the world into building a government that pays homage to this beast, the first beast, which of course is a union of church and state. And we're seeing that through history, and it works also many false signs and wonders. So if you put all those together and you're honest with history, and you're honest with the Bible and your consistent hermeneutics, there's no other power in history that comes close other than the United States of America. There's just no other power. I, of course, discussed this quite a bit in my End Time series, so I encourage you to watch the episodes I listed, 18 through 20. They're titled The False Prophet, The Image of the Beast, and The Counterfeit Spirit. America is a world power, unchallenged, that came out of nowhere. Came out of nowhere important. The Americas were nothing significant in terms of the Bible prophecy, meaning the whole area of the Bible, the Middle East, the Roman Empire, all these things. America was on the other side of the world. Just out of nowhere. Came out of the earth. America looks Christian, certainly seems Christian and noble, and that it had a Christian upbringing and foundation, but in fact it's actually counterfeit Christianity serving the beast, and you'll see that. America will soon take the lead in creating a religious nationalist system and deceiving the world into adopting this system because we're going to head towards a conservative utopia through all of the things that I've discussed in all of my videos and all the things that we'll be discussing today and responding to Charlie Kirk, who is very much on board with the conservative utopia on the horizon. And he will take the mark gladly, but unless God changes his heart and wakes him up to the truth. But nevertheless, this is the trajectory of history, folks. America is the birthplace of all these deceptions that are being woven right now before our very eyes to deceive people into a worldwide system. And of course, what are some of those deceptions? Televangelism, word of faith prosperity movement, hypercharismatic movement, mega churches, NAR movement, which I've talked about, the New Age, New Thought, progressive Christianity, Hollywood, artificial intelligence, social media, NASA, on and on and on. They all come from the false prophet. Does that match the statement that this kingdom and power will weave false signs and wonders? These are all wonders, folks. To deceive people into a common understanding? Absolutely. Just take NASA alone and how, because of their efforts with the moon landing, so many people believe in heliocentrism, and as a result, believe in climate change, and as a result, believe the Pope when he says that we need a day to rest for the environment. Do you see how it all connects? All because the beast, the second beast, serves the agenda of the first beast. This is how it works. America is the false prophet of Revelation 13. Without a doubt. Not even close. There's nothing else even close. There's no other power other than the United States. America's destiny is to bring people to subjugation to the papal power. Again, if you think I'm crazy, stick around today and go watch those episodes that I mentioned. History aligns with the Bible, and it proves the Bible is true. And current events align with the Bible, and we'll look at current events, and we've been looking at them. And hopefully, if you've watched these episodes, you realize that this is not a joke, that it's true. The Bible is true, and we're headed towards that reality very soon. So, conclusion. Anybody defending America as a Christian nation, as a noble nation, as a nation that God is using to do all these good things. Of course, God uses all things for the good, but you know where I'm going with this. Anybody who's on that side of things is at the very least extremely deceived on end times prophecy. At the very most, they know, and they're part of the deception. So, at best, we can pray for them and hope that God changes their mind, because these people are only going to get more and more in number, and the delusion is going to get only heavier and heavier. So Charlie Kirk is wrong, because the fundamental premise that America is good and is doing all this good stuff is wrong. America is the false prophet, Charlie Kirk. And if that's the case, what does that mean for the rest of your argument? Well, it means a lot of things. But first and foremost, it means that you're wrong. Now, point number 2. So point number 1 was what? Point number 1 was America is the false prophet. And we can prove that with scripture and history. Therefore, we can't defend America as being this good thing, and that we need to, oh my gosh, we need to embrace this Christian nationalist system because we need to get back to our Christian roots. Like, whoa, wait a minute. If America is supposed to look like a lamb but speak like a dragon, that means the roots are counterfeit Christian. And you will see that today. So point number 2 is the founding fathers were not Christian. That's another important piece of history. Despite all of Charlie Kirk's convincing and passionate rhetoric, the founding fathers, most of them were not Christians whatsoever. And we're going to document quite a bit of them today. So I've documented this before, and we're going to document very thoroughly today so that you have the proof. Let's start with Thomas Jefferson. And let's see if we can get our windows set here. Okie dokie. Let's see here. Where are we at? Thomas Jefferson. Here we are. This is Amendment 1, Religion. Thomas Jefferson Notes on the State of Virginia. There's a lot of notes that he's written back and forth to various people. This is Query 17, 157 through 61. And if you go down, so about halfway towards the end here, it says, millions of innocent men, women, and children since the introduction of Christianity have been burnt, tortured, fined, and imprisoned. Yet we have not advanced 1 inch towards uniformity. What has been the effect of coercion? To make one half the world fools and the other half hypocrites. To support roguery and error all over the earth. Now, you're going to notice very quickly that people like Thomas Jefferson and the founding fathers conflated Catholicism with Christianity. What does that tell you? That tells you that they can't tell the difference between right and almost right, i.e. the gospel and institutionalized religion. And what that means is they don't have discernment, they don't have the spirit to be able to know the difference between what is the gospel, what is Christ, and what is the counterfeit Christ that religion offers you. They don't have that discernment, so they conflate the two together, which means that they weren't born again. But there's more. This is again, this is all from like archives.gov. You can look this up. From Thomas Jefferson to Joseph Priestley, 21 March, 1801. This is a letter that he wrote. And you're going to learn about Joseph Priestley as well. Very influential figure, and Thomas Jefferson was very in love with this person, admired him quite a bit, but let's see what he says. This is the real ground of all the attacks on you, Mr. Priestley. Those who live by mystery and charlatanry, fearing you would render them useless by simplifying the Christian philosophy, the most sublime and benevolent but most perverted system that ever shone on man, endeavored to crush your well-earned and well-deserved fame. So you're going to learn that Joseph Priestley was running away from Europe and moved to the States. There's a lot of conflict between him and the religious authorities. And of course, Thomas Jefferson is defending him and saying, look, the only reason they hate you is they're just jealous and envious of your work to simplify Christianity to its core truths. And you'll see what core truths they believe in very shortly. But this is a letter to Benjamin Rush by Thomas Jefferson. And this one's a little longer. Dear Sir, in some of the delightful conversations with you in the evenings of 1798 and 1799, which served as an anodyne to the afflictions of the crisis through which our country has then laboring, the Christian religion was sometimes our topic. And I promised you that one day or another I would give you my views on it. They are the result of a life of inquiry and reflection, and very different from the anti-Christian system imputed to me by those who know nothing of my opinions. To the corruptions of Christianity I am indeed opposed, but not to the genuine precepts of Jesus himself. Okay, let's see what he means by that. I am a Christian. Oh, there you go. I guess Charlie Kirk is right. We can end the video. Well, let's keep going. In the only sense in which he wished anyone to be. Sincerely attached to his doctrines. Is that what makes you a Christian? Because there's a lot of people who are sincerely attached to doctrines that are not Christians. In preference to all others, ascribing to himself every human excellence and believing he never claimed any other. Is that what being a Christian means? I.e., believing he never claimed to be God, but he was just a really good teacher, and ascribing to him those excellent qualities of a teacher. That's what a true Christian is in Thomas Jefferson's mind. At the short intervals since these conversations, when I could justifiably abstract my mind from public affairs, this subject has been under my contemplation. But the more I considered it, the more it expanded beyond the measure of either my time or information. In the moment of my late departure from Monticello, I received from Dr. Priestley his little treatise, quote, Socrates and Jesus Compared. This being a section of the general view I had taken of the field, it became a subject of reflection while on the road and unoccupied otherwise. So he was very much into philosophical ideas about Jesus, and Jesus being kind of like Socrates and comparisons and so on. Of course, Jesus was nothing like Socrates. Jesus was God on earth. But of course, these people didn't believe that. The result was to arrange in my mind a syllabus or an outline of such an estimate of the comparative merits of Christianity as I wished to see executed by someone of more leisure and information for the task than myself. This I now send you as the only discharge of my promise I can probably ever execute. So, in layman's terms, he's basically getting very philosophical and trying to create a syllabus of what does Christianity really teach in his mind. And he wants somebody to help him compose a syllabus or, basically an outline of his thoughts. And so he's writing to Benjamin Rush about it and trying to get some help in that regard. Because to him, you'll see very shortly, the Jesus that he believed in was not the Jesus of Scripture. This is Thomas Jefferson to John Adams, 24 January, 1814. You ask me if I have ever seen the work of J.W. Gothen's Shoreston. Never. Nor did the question ever occur to me before where we got the 10 Commandments. The book indeed gives them to us verbatim. But where did it get them? For itself tells us they were written by the finger of God on tables of stone, which were destroyed by Moses. It specifies that those on the second of the set of tables differed in form and substance, but still without saying how the others were recovered. But the whole history of these books, i.e., the Bible, is so defective and doubtful that it seems vain to attempt minute inquiry into it. And such tricks have been played with their text, with the text of other books relating to them, that we have a right from that cause to entertain much doubt what parts of them are genuine. Does Thomas Jefferson believe in the inerrancy of the Word of God? No, he does not. In the New Testament, there is internal evidence that parts of it have proceeded from an extraordinary man, and that other parts are the fabric of very inferior minds. It is as easy to separate those parts as it is to pick out diamonds from dunghills. The matter of the first was such as would be preserved in the memory of the hearers and handed on by tradition for a long time. The latter, such stuff as might be gathered up for embedding it anywhere at any time. I have nothing of Vives, Boudreaux's, and little of Erasmus. Erasmus, probably the guy who did one of the first translations of the New Testament, who, by the way, was a Catholic. But anyway, if the familiar histories of the saints, the want of which they regret, would have given us the histories of those tricks which these writers acknowledge to have been practiced, and of the lies they agree have been invented for the sake of religion, I join them in their regrets. These would be the only parts of their histories worth reading. It is not only the sacred volumes they have thus interpolated, gutted, and falsified, but the works of others relating to them, and even the laws of the land. So again, conflating Catholicism with Christianity, with the gospel, with the truth, and certainly doesn't believe the inerrancy of the Bible. Here's the Jefferson Bible on Wikipedia. You can look this up for yourself. Commonly referred to as Jefferson's Bible, is one of the two religious works constructed by Thomas Jefferson. So not only did he reject Christ, he also created his own counterfeit of the gospel. Jefferson compiled the manuscripts but never published them. The first, which is called the Philosophy of Jesus of Nazareth, was completed in 1804, but no copies exist today. The second, The Life and Morals of Jesus of Nazareth, was completed in 1820 by cutting and pasting with a razor and glue numerous sections of the New Testament as extractions of the doctrine of Jesus. Jefferson's condensed composition excludes all miracles by Jesus and most mentions of the supernatural, including sections of the four Gospels that contain the resurrection and most other miracles, passages that portray Jesus as divine. So, Thomas Jefferson took a razor and some glue and basically mutilated the New Testament, created his own version of Jesus and the gospel, and wanted to publish it. Of course, it never got anywhere, but nevertheless, it tells you exactly where he's coming from. He rejected the divinity and preexistence of Christ. He rejected the Bible as the inerrant Word of God. He created a false gospel of Jesus by ripping pages out of the Bible and putting them together in his own fashion. He created a false Jesus as a New Age teacher, an excellent teacher, but of course he's not the propitiation for your sins, because he believed that man is inherently good, and that man therefore can save himself with various works and by emulating Jesus and doing what Jesus did. Yes, you should try to do what Jesus did, but you're never going to be like Jesus, and you're never going to save yourself through good works. That's the entire point of the gospel, which of course these people don't understand. He didn't see a difference between Catholicism and Christianity. Therefore, he had no discernment. And he believed, of course, that man can save himself. That's the whole point of these people. All of them believe the same thing. So, was Thomas Jefferson a born-again Christian? Absolutely not. Did Thomas Jefferson, very important point to respond to Charlie Kirk, did Thomas Jefferson call himself a Christian? Yes, he did, my friends. And this is the problem. This is the big problem that, of course, Charlie Kirk is not going to focus on. Just because you call yourself a Christian, just because you do Christian-y things, i.e. religious things, doesn't mean you're born again or you're saved. Not at all. The Bible says many things on this. First off, we have the example of Cain, who worshipped God in the way that he wanted to, not in the way that God wanted him to worship him. Of course, we also have other important verses, 2 Corinthians 11:4, for if someone comes and proclaims another Jesus than the one we proclaimed, or if you receive a different spirit from the one you received, or if you accept a different gospel from the one you accepted, you put up with it readily enough. So the Corinthians are being rebuked for accepting a different gospel. Then what? Then the gospel in the Gospels and in the letters. What did Thomas Jefferson do? He created a different gospel. Galatians 1 verse 8. But if we or an angel from heaven should preach to you a gospel contrary to the one we preach to you, let him be accursed. According to the Bible, Thomas Jefferson is accursed for preaching to you a different Jesus that does not have miracles, that is not divine, that is just a good teacher. That's a different gospel. That's contrary to the gospel of grace. And of course, the Bible says that these people are accursed. Revelation 22. 18 through 19. I warn anyone who hears the words of the prophecy of this book, if anyone adds to them, God will add to him the plagues described in this book. If anyone takes away from the words of this book of this prophecy, God will take away his share of the tree of life and in the holy city, which are described in this book. Now, of course, this is specifically talking about the book of Revelation. However, the book of Deuteronomy also, I think it's Deuteronomy, somewhere in the Old Testament, it talks about this idea too, that do not add to the word or take away from it. What did Thomas Jefferson do? Is a born-again Christian capable of doing such violence to the text, creating their own version of the New Testament by literally ripping pages out of the Bible and gluing them into their own mishmash zombie mutilation? Is a born-again Christian capable of doing such a thing? If you answered no, then you answered correct. 10 points. Thomas Jefferson is not a born-again Christian, and of course, by the definitions in the Bible, he's Antichrist. 1 John 2, verse 22. Who is the liar but he who denies that Jesus is the Christ? This is the Antichrist, he who denies the Father and the Son. If you deny the Son, then you deny the Father. It's a double denial. If you believe in the Son and you have the Son, then you have the Father also. That's the point. It is the will of the Father that the Son is worshipped as the Father is worshipped. That is how you glorify God, by worshiping the Son as God. But Thomas Jefferson did not believe, and all these people didn't believe in Jesus as God, as the Christ, i.e. the anointed propitiation for you to receive payment for your sins. Through Jesus, he paid for your debt. That's the Christ. He died for your sins. And if you deny that and you say, well, I'm going to go my own way like Cain, then you are, by the definition of the Bible, an Antichrist. Not the Antichrist, because there's no such thing as the Antichrist. Watch my End Time series on that. We have a whole episode on it. But you are an Antichrist. You are fighting against Christ. You are against Christ. Or in this case, you are in place of, because you've provided something counterfeit. You say that you're a Christian, you've provided a counterfeit gospel, because Antichrist can mean two things. It's the Antichrist spirit. Against Christ openly, like Islam, or in place of Christ, like looks like a lamb but speaks like a dragon type of thing. So, Thomas Jefferson was not a Christian. He was a deist, he was a naturalist, he was a humanist, he was an Enlightenment thinker, despite what Charlie Kirk wants to say about it. Oh, they weren't Enlightenment. Yes, they were Enlightenment thinkers, and you will see over and over again. Because by the Bible's very definition, Thomas Jefferson, and all of these people really, are accursed and Antichrist. So that's very important to understand. Now, let's look at Joseph Priestley. Who was Joseph Priestley? Well, first off, he was famous for discovering oxygen. He was a major scientist, a theologian, very big thinker in the Enlightenment era. He was very respected by the Founding Fathers, just like you saw with Jefferson. He looked up to him quite a bit. And of course, there was a lot of communication between Priestley and the Founding Fathers and Jefferson and these other people. He was very influential. But it's important to understand, as further evidence, he wasn't a Founding Father, but nevertheless, he was in the area and very influential, and these people looked up to him quite a bit. So the question is, what did Joseph Priestley actually believe? Because if we're going on the claim that all of these Founding Fathers were Christians and they just loved the Bible and they loved Jesus, and they look up to somebody who denies the Bible and denies Jesus, what does that say? So that's very important. Let's see here. There we go. This is from Joseph Priestley, Monticello, and it's just a kind of description of his relationship with Thomas Jefferson specifically and some other things. Joseph Priestley, who lived in the 1700s to 1800s, was an English theologian, natural philosopher, political theorist, and chemist. He was a prolific writer whose subject matter ranged across theology, philosophy, history, politics, science, and grammar. Priestley's liberal views made public life in 18th century England increasingly difficult, and he chose to emigrate to America in the spring of 1794. He settled with his wife and sons and his friend Thomas Cooper in Northumberland, Pennsylvania. Thomas Jefferson was familiar with Priestley's work long before the latter's arrival in America. In a survey of recommended reading compiled around 1773, Jefferson included 3 titles from Priestley: A History of the Corruptions of Christianity, A History of the Early Opinions Concerning Jesus Christ, and an essay on the First Principles of Government. Priestley's published work appears regularly on Jefferson's orders to bookseller John Stockdale in London. In 1791, Jefferson specifically praised Priestley's published response to Edmund Burke's Reflections on the Revolution of France. So a very influential person. After 3 years of living in America, Joseph Priestley met Thomas Jefferson in Philadelphia in 1797. Quote, Mr. Jefferson has been here and I have seen a good deal of him, Priestley reported. 2 peas in a pod. Jefferson was pleased to find Priestley among those who, quote, believed in the indefinite perfectibility of man. Remember that. Indefinite perfectibility of man, meaning man can have these endless layers of transcendence and getting better and better, and we can save ourselves. We can become gods, folks. Nothing new under the sun. By the way, my face is starting to get red because I took my niacin early in the morning. Usually I take it in the afternoon. And I took it in the morning today because I probably got my pills mixed up. Who knows? But anyway, my face is probably going to get super red. So I just feel the prickles coming on. Anyway, moving on. By late 1799, Priestley had produced and Jefferson had purchased maxims of political arithmetic applied to the case of the United States of America. At the same time, Jefferson acquired a political pamphlet written by Priestley's friend, Thomas Cooper. Quote, you will know what I thought of them by having before sent a dozen sets to Virginia to distribute among my friends, Jefferson wrote to Priestley. I.e., I loved it. Between 1800 and 1804, Priestley and Jefferson maintained a correspondence that embraced religion, politics, and education, which we saw some of those letters previously. In their earliest letters, Jefferson particularly solicited the Englishman on the question of subjects that should be taught at a modern state university. The election of 1800 soon turned their thoughts to politics. Priestley rejoiced in Jefferson's glorious election to the presidency and the, quote, establishment of truly Republican principles in America. Jefferson issued repeated invitations for Priestley to visit Virginia, writing that we, quote, cannot offer you the learned society of Philadelphia, but you will have that of a few characters whom you esteem, a bed, and a hearty welcome. Priestley, however, was never able to come to Monticello. During the final months of their correspondence, as Priestley's health deteriorated, the two men shared their similar thoughts on religion, both drawing comparisons between the doctrines of ancient philosophers and the doctrines of Jesus. In later years, Thomas Jefferson remembered Joseph Priestley with reverence. Quote, no man living had a more affectionate respect for him, Jefferson avowed. In religion, in politics, in physics, no man has rendered more service. So, did Jefferson, at the very least Jefferson, have a very high view of Priestley? Yes, he did. And of course, Priestley was very influential in other people's ideas and thinking as well. So, let's read about Priestley's ideas now. This is from iscast.org, The Enlightenment and Joseph Priestley's Disenchantment with Science and Religion. This is from June of 2012, and let's see what we have. Disenchantment with Religion. Priestley was deeply concerned that many honest thinkers of the Enlightenment would be repelled by a Christian religion that drew heavily on tradition and what he perceived as superstition. What are we talking about right now? We're talking about Catholicism. Consequently, he went to great pains to show that Christianity was a rational religion and that many of the superstitious icons and beliefs were a corruption of the original Christianity. So, really quick, again, another pause. I hate to pause, but you have to understand what happened with Priestley. Priestley saw the corruptions of Catholicism, and instead of going to the narrow road and believing the gospel and seeing how tradition and all these adulteries that happened through the Catholicism were taking the gospel and perverting it, instead of doing that, he went from, this is evil, all this Catholic stuff and tradition and hierarchy and so on, and he went all the way to the other side, dark to light, to Gnosticism and to Jesus was just a good teacher. Catholicism, changed, and the Gnostics today still believe this, folks. Go on TikTok, go on Instagram, you see plenty of reels on this. Jesus was actually just a good teacher. It's the Catholic Church that deceived everybody to try to control everybody with religion. Well, half truth. This is the problem. Remember, what's the difference between right and almost right? These are almost right truths. Yes, the Catholic Church did oppress people with religion. That doesn't mean, it doesn't follow, logical fallacy, that the gospel isn't true because of that. That's the problem. And of course, these people went the way of the wind because of that. But this is what you're dealing with. Moving on. This is evident in the 1782 volumes of his History of the Corruptions of Christianity. Notice it doesn't say Catholicism, it says Christianity, where he discusses such orthodox beliefs as the Trinity, the immortal soul, the atonement, and the efficacy of the Lord's Supper. Priestley uses the tool of reason to highlight the irrationality of the belief, the tool of the scriptures to suggest that the belief has no biblical support, and the tool of history to locate when the corruption was first likely embedded in the Christian belief. The doctrine of the Trinity provides an interesting example of Priestley's approach. according to him, quote, "The opinion of three divine persons constituting one God is strictly speaking an absurdity or a contradiction. No, it's a mystery, but if you don't get it, you're going to stumble. Three persons possessed of all the attributes of divinity must as properly be three gods, as three persons possessed of all human attributes must be three men. Do you see the category error? Oh, three persons must be like three human beings, where of course God is spirit and the rules of the physical world don't apply." Moving on. "And to say that three gods are only one God is as much a contradiction as to say that three men, though they differ from one another as much as three men can do, are not three men but only one man." So Priestley really stumbled over the Trinity, which most people stumble over today as well. In addition to quoting scripture, Priestley gives study to the original Greek language to uncover the meaning of the original text and the context in which the text was written. This is the case with his treatment of John's Gospel, which had been used to support the Trinity doctrine and in particular the divinity of Christ. Thus, John's Gospel, in Priestley's opinion, was written to counteract the philosophy of Gnosticism, which maintained that, quote, Jesus was a super-angelic being who entered into Jesus at Christ was a super-angelic being who entered into Jesus at his baptism, and Jesus had only the outward appearance of a man and that he was incapable of feeling pain. Thus, John's Gospel was written, Priestley, Volume 3, 1804, page 11, quote, to prove that Jesus and the Christ was the same person, and that Jesus had real flesh and blood like other men and was not merely man in appearance. Greek words translated life, light, grace, truth, only begotten, and word in John's Gospel were used by the Gnostics as names for the different emanations from a supreme being. But John uses these same words and applies them to Christ. Priestley maintains that the context in which the Greek word logos, translated word, is applied to Christ in John's Gospel is one which does not assert the divinity of Christ as a person, but the divinity of that power by which Christ acted. You see the sleight of hand that he's trying to do? No, Jesus isn't God. The Christ is the power of the Christ is working through a physical person named Jesus. This is what the Gnostics believe. And he's trying to argue that this is what it is. A detailed study of the church history convinced Priestley that the church fathers of the 3rd century were the first to misrepresent John 1 verse 3 as teaching the doctrine of the divinity of Christ, a doctrine clearly not espoused at the time of the apostles according to his notes on the Gospel of John. We're going to refute that, don't worry, but this is what Priestley believed, that Jesus is not divine, he's not God, he was just a human being or possibly a good teacher, some sort of supernatural teacher, but definitely not God. Antichrist. This is Britannica, Joseph Priestley. Scroll down to theology and teaching and politics. Science was an important part of Priestley's rational Christianity. In Institutes of Natural and Revealed Religion, he described how he rejected the gloomy Calvinist doctrines of the natural depravity of man and the inscrutable will of a vengeful God. So, man is not depraved, therefore you don't need a savior. You can save yourself. Remember the indefinite perfectibility of man that he was talking to Jefferson about. And he was so thrilled that Jefferson believed in the same thing. And he also, as a result, which is not surprising, he rejected the inscrutable will of a vengeful God. What does that tell you about what he believed about the God of the Old Testament? Which is a test, folks. It's a test. When you see judgment and you see evil being brought about on wicked people as judgment, that's a test. It's a test of whether you believe God is sovereign, whether you believe God's character is good, and whether you trust in God. And that is the forbidden fruit. The very beginning in Genesis 3, the devil reveals to you his hand, how he goes about things. He discredits God's word, he discredits God's character, and he discredits God's sovereignty and tries to convince you that you're sovereign. Those are the 3 threads. In just this little description alone, you see 2 of those threads, and really probably all 3. He rejected the Calvinist doctrines of natural depravity of man, i.e., it's not a Calvinist doctrine, folks. You need to get out of this, are you a Calvinist, are you an Arminian? You get out of the labels. Walk the narrow road, because the narrow road is a mystery. The Bible teaches that you are totally depraved and you are unable to come to faith in Christ. You can't do that of yourself. God needs to give you a new heart. That's a mystery how that works. Yes, you do choose Jesus. You do. But the people who choose Jesus are the ones who God has chosen to choose Jesus. How that works is a mystery. Nevertheless, the reason it works is because you're depraved. You are unable to make a choice to come to Jesus. That's the whole point of the gospel. And it's also the reason it's good news. But he also rejected the judgments of God, that God is inscrutable in his judgments, that when God said to Joshua, yes, go and destroy these Canaanites, utterly wipe them off the face of the earth, that God's judgment is inscrutable. And if you don't agree with that, then you don't believe in a sovereign God. And therefore, the only option is that you're sovereign, that you're the one that's creating the outcome. If we have a completely sovereign God in our mind, and it fills up our mind, then we walk in peace. If you diminish God to be kind of just this powerful being up in the sky, but he's not really sovereign, maybe some of his judgments aren't, I don't know, then the only result is that you get magnified, and you're the one taking responsibility, and you're the one in charge of the outcome. That's the only outcome, folks. That's why all of these people, and just like modern day religion, are all synergists. They believe that you're the one co-creating with the divine. And of course the divine's there, but you're really the one being responsible for these things, which of course is a lie. But that comes from rejecting the sovereignty of God. And one of the things that people stumble over immediately when it comes to the sovereignty of God is evil and judgment. That's why it's there, so that the people who are reprobate and die in their sins will stumble over it. And of course, the people who are elect will understand. It's a challenge, it's a mystery, and I invite you to dig deeper when you get challenged and not go the way of the wind, like Joseph Priestley, that couldn't stomach God's judgments because he was inventing a God that didn't exist, rather than trusting in the perfect nature of God and saying, okay, even though I don't understand this, I know that God is perfect and his judgments are inscrutable. So there's something here that I need to understand. He didn't do that. He wasn't a Berean. He saw something, he interpreted it, and despite how intelligent Joseph Priestley was, very intelligent man, obviously the world's wisdom is foolishness to God. Moving on, a couple more here. Priestley used psychologist and liberal Anglican David Hartley's doctrine of the association of ideas to support his view that mankind's perfectibility was the inevitable consequence of a growing awareness of man's place in a deterministic system of benevolence, i.e. forbidden fruit. In a history of corruptions of Christianity, Priestley claimed that the doctrines of materialism, determinism, and Socinianism, i.e. Unitarianism, were consistent with a rational reading of the Bible. He insisted that Jesus Christ was a mere man who preached the resurrection of the body rather than the immortality of a non-existent soul, which this is true, not the mere man part, but it is true that Jesus preached the resurrection and that there is no immortality of the soul in the sense that you just float around after you die. That's true. But you see how he's, again, right and almost right. This is a perfect example. He insisted that Jesus Christ was a mere man. That's not right. Who preached the resurrection of the body rather than the immortality of the soul. That's right. That's true. But you see, truth mixed with error. And this is how they get you. And of course, what does that mean? It means that Joseph Priestley was not born again. Joseph Priestley rejected the divinity and preexistence of Christ. He rejected the Trinity. He rejected total depravity, which means as a result, you embrace Gnostic, New Age, mystery religion ideas that you basically can save yourself through effort. Indefinite perfectibility of man, meaning we can always get better and better. Of course, you are, that again, right and almost right. What does the Bible tell you? The Bible tells you that you are being conformed to the image of Christ, meaning every day you get a little better. Sometimes you get a little worse, sometimes it feels like you're getting worse, but you're getting conformed, meaning you're getting better. But that work is being done for you by the Holy Spirit. It's not something that you're chasing in order to make it. It's a completely different philosophy and foundation. The gospel is being in order to do, not doing in order to be. That's religion. And all these people were religious in their thinking, despite that they hated religion, which is very interesting. He also rejected, of course, the idea that God's judgment is perfect. Therefore, he rejected a sovereign God, and he rejected the scriptures as authoritative. He didn't believe the scriptures as a true testimony of who God is. So, therefore, Joseph Priestley was not a Christian. And Thomas Jefferson, who admired Joseph Priestley, also not a Christian, even though he claimed to be a Christian. All these people are influencing each other. But I want to respond to the idea that Jesus is just a man, to Joseph Priestley, so you understand how to defend these things very quickly. Isaiah 44, verse 6. Yahweh says, the King of Israel and his Redeemer, Yahweh of hosts, I am the first, I am the last, besides me there is no God. Okay, speaker is Yahweh, first and the last, no other God. Revelation 1, 7 through 8. Oh, you see, I have to get in the new habit of doing this. Oh, yeah. Let's do a rewind and read this again, because I have two screens here now that I'm trying to get a better view back and forth, and I have to remember to switch between them. Okay, let's try this again. Where is it at? Revelation. There we go. Now you can see it. Yahweh, the King of Israel, Redeemer, the Yahweh of hosts. I'm the first, I'm the last. Besides me, there is no God. Revelation 1, 7 through 8. Behold, he is coming with the clouds, and every eye will see him, even those who rejected him and pierced him, and all tribes of the earth will wail on account of him. Even so, amen. Okay, we're talking about Jesus. But wait a minute. Now there's a quote. I am the Alpha and the Omega, says Lord God, who is and who was and who is to come, the Almighty. Okay, well that's interesting, because we were just talking about Jesus. Is Jesus the one saying this? Well, yeah, he is, because Jesus is Yahweh. He's the Almighty God made flesh. Revelation 1, 17 through 18. When I saw him, I fell at his feet as though dead. But he laid his right hand on me. Now, who is he? The he that was just talking in Revelation 1, verse 7 through 8, the Almighty God, who says he's the first and last, who is the first and last in Isaiah 44, 6. Yahweh. Now, Jesus is speaking. Fear not, I am the first and the last. Okay. And the living one. All right, well, we're talking about the same God here. But now, here comes the point. I died, and behold, I am alive forevermore, and I have the keys of death and Hades. So this is the mystery, folks. The mystery is that the self-existent one, the living one, the Alpha and the Omega, is also the one who died. That's a mystery, and you're going to spend all of eternity marveling at that mystery. But it's a mystery, and if you can't deal with that, like Joseph Priestley couldn't deal with it, you're going to be lost, and that's the problem. 2 Peter 1, verse 1. Simon Peter, a servant and apostle of Jesus Christ, to those who have obtained a faith equal standing with ours by the righteousness of our God and Savior Jesus Christ. I talk about this in my Trinity series. The original language here proves that Peter, when he was writing this letter, or whoever was writing it for him, that Peter believed that Jesus is God. God and Savior are both nouns that relate to Jesus Christ. There's no way around that. Peter believed that Jesus was God. So did Paul. Where is it at here? Did I hyperlink this? Maybe not. Here we go. Romans 9, verse 5. To them belong the patriarchs, and from their race, according to the flesh, is the Christ, who is God over all, blessed forever. Amen. The Christ is God over all. Paul believed that Jesus is God. There's no other God. Jude. Let's look at Jude 1, verse 5. Now I want to remind you, although you once fully knew it, that Jesus, who saved a people out of the land of Egypt, afterward destroyed those who did not believe. Whoa, wait a minute. In Exodus, it was Yahweh who did that. But Yahweh says he's the first and the last, and he's the self-existent one. Jude is saying, no, that was Jesus. Well, wait a minute. I thought Jesus was just a man, and he was born in space and time. Yes, Jesus of Nazareth, the human body, was born in space and time. But the Son of God is eternal. And what Jude is telling you here is that the Son of God was very present in the Exodus. He was the one who led them, and he destroyed the rebels who rebelled and opened the earth in Korah's rebellion and swallowed them alive. And, had fire coming out and breaking out against the people who were disobeying and consumed them alive. So, yeah, that was Jesus. So that means Jesus is God, according to Jude. Let's look at John. Of course, John 1, verse 1 through 3. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. That means distinct from God, and the Word was God. Well, there's only one God, according to the Bible. How do you deal with that? He was in the beginning with God. Again, he tells you something that's distinction. All things were made through him, and without him was not anything made that was made. Meaning he's the creator, he's the self-existent one. But he's distinct from God, and yet he was with God and he is God. How do you explain that? You don't explain it that John is trying to justify some sort of Gnostic understanding. No, not at all. John is telling you that Jesus is God. The Word became flesh. And in my Trinity series, I talk about how the Word was actually a Jewish understanding, because the Jews were trying to explain through two powers in heaven, through things like the Memra, which is the Word, trying to explain how is it that you have Yahweh that you can't see, and Yahweh, who is equally Yahweh, that you can see through the angel of Yahweh. In Genesis, how is it that the Lord God was walking through the garden, through a physical body, interacting with Adam and Eve? How is it that that's the case? How is it that the angel of Yahweh was worshipped as God and claimed to be God and did only things God could do, and yet also spoke of Yahweh in the third person? How does that work? And people struggle with that. So they came up with two powers in heaven. They came up with the Memra, which was a teaching. You can look at that in the Memra, in the Midrash. There's a lot of stuff like. So John is playing off of those attitudes. The Word, the Memra, became flesh. This is it, guys. This is Yahweh made flesh. John had a very high Christology. Jesus says in John 17, verse 5, "And now, Father, glorify me in your own presence with the glory that I had with you before the world existed." That tells you that Jesus is not just a human being, but also God, that he is pre-existent. But of course, Priestley is not going to read that in context, and he didn't, and as a result, he is an antichrist. Jesus claimed to be God. The writers of the New Testament believed that Jesus was Yahweh made flesh. And of course, you can learn more about these in my Trinity series if you're really stumbling or struggling with these things. I know these things are very controversial this day and age because there's a lot of apostasy. So I encourage you to watch the Trinity series so that you're edified in what is true and what is not true on this topic. Because there are a lot of half-truths, there's a lot of lies. And of course, the intent of that is to do damage to your Christology. Because if you have a wrong Christology, you are much more easily deceived into legalism, into religion, into all sorts of lies. Like the Founding Fathers. But let's look at a few more of them. Got to remember to do this browser window thing, man. There we go. Okay. This is... actually, wait a minute. Accidentally closed it. Okay. Memorial and Remonstrance, 1785. Let's read about that. In 1784, Patrick Henry proposed a general tax called the Bill Establishing a Provision for Teachers or Ministers of the Christian Religion. Similar to some New England state laws, citizens would choose which Christian church received their support, or the money could go to a general fund to be distributed by the state legislature. This is the kind of stuff that Charlie Kirk was talking about. And saying because they're doing all these religious things and passing religious laws and having requirements to do this and profess to be a Protestant, it must be a Christian nation. Of course, you will learn that that's a false equivalence. It doesn't follow. James Madison was a vocal opponent of the bill, writing the Memorial and Remonstrance in 1785 opposing the proposed tax. He asserted that religion could not be forced on people and that state support actually corrupted religion. Government, properly limited, rather would promote a civil society in which people of different faiths could maintain their beliefs according to their own consciences. Madison's side won the debate of Henry's religious assessments, and the bill did not pass. So what did James Madison write about this in response to this religious bill that was coming forward? Let's see. Number 7 in this Memorial and Remonstrance. Because experience witnesseth that ecclesiastical establishments, i.e. the Catholic Church, instead of maintaining the purity and efficacy of religion, have had a contrary operation. During almost 15 centuries has the legal establishment of Christianity been on trial. What have been its fruits? More or less in all places, pride and indolence in the clergy, ignorance and servility in the laity, in both the superstition, bigotry, and persecution. Inquire of the teachers of Christianity for the ages in which it appeared in its greatest luster. Those of every sect point to the ages prior to its incorporation with civil policy, i.e. prior to it becoming an institution. Propose a restoration of this primitive state in which its teachers depend on the voluntary rewards of their flocks. Many of them predict its downfall. Well, actually, not true, because when it was in its true state and people were just depending on the gospel and it was a very humble situation, Christianity spread like wildfire. On which side ought their testimony to have the greatest weight, when for or when against their interest? Now, again, he makes some good points against Catholicism. But what's the problem here? James Madison doesn't understand the difference between right and almost right. That means he's not born again, and he is not a born-again Christian. He doesn't understand what the difference between these two things is. He thought Christianity was Catholicism, just like all these others. Now, let's look at Benjamin Franklin. This is Benjamin Franklin on Wikipedia, and if you scroll down, all the way down, you see a nice little entry on Freemasonry. In 1730 or 1731, Franklin was initiated into the local Masonic lodge. He became a Grand Master in 1734, indicating his rapid rise to prominence in Pennsylvania. The same year, he edited and published the first Masonic book in the Americas, a reprint of James Addison's Constitutions of the Freemasons. He was the secretary of the St. John's Lodge in Philadelphia. I wonder if that's Order of St. John's, like the Templars, but anyway, in Philadelphia from 1735 to 1738. So, Franklin remained a Freemason for the rest of his life. Was Benjamin Franklin a born-again Christian? Absolutely not. Could Benjamin Franklin have claimed to be a Christian in the way that Thomas Jefferson claimed to be a Christian? Oh yeah, absolutely. Jefferson, actually, Franklin, if you read about him, he was all about religion. He thought religion had a great purpose. But Franklin was an occultist. He was a secret society member. And of course, you know that Freemasons at the highest level pledged their allegiance to Lucifer. This is a bust of George Washington in Holton, Maine. We'll read about it, then we'll look at it. The first president oversees the goings-on in an area known as the Market Square in downtown Holton from atop his highly polished black marble plinth in an island in the square. They love their black cubes, folks. The bust of Washington and plinth were gifted to the citizens of the state of Maine by several Masonic lodges in the Grand Commandery of Maine in 1999. This is fitting, as George Washington himself was a Freemason. Here it is. We can zoom in. Here's the nice little logo right under it. Now, if you read, this is kind of grainy, you can't tell, but if you read it, it says Freemason and First President. Now, what does that tell you of who's on top? Because these people love their hierarchies, they love the little pyramid structures, so for them, everything is meaningful. So when they tell you Freemason and First President, what was his allegiance to first? It was Freemasonry. And that's what you need to know about Washington. Here's the apotheosis of Washington. And this is a painting done by a Catholic artist of Washington basically becoming a god. The apotheosis of Washington is the fresco painted by Greek-Italian artist Constantino Brumidi in 1865 and visible through the oculus of the dome in the rotunda of the United States Capitol building in Washington, D.C. The fresco is suspended 180 feet above the rotunda floor and covers an area of 4,664 feet. The figures painted are up to 15 feet tall and are visible from the floor below. The dome was completed in 1863, and Brumidi painted it over the course of 11 months at the end of the American Civil War. He was paid $40,000, about $800,000 in today's funds, for the fresco. Brumidi had worked for 3 years in the Vatican, there you go, under Pope Gregory the, 16th, and served several aristocrats as an artist for the palaces and villas, including the Prince Torlonia. So the Vatican and their artist was very much involved in the fresco in Washington, D.C. Of course, you know about the history of Washington, D.C. and its Catholic origins. That's all I'll say on that. But anyway, he immigrated to the United States in 1852 and spent much of the 25 years of his life working in the Capitol. In addition to the apotheosis of Washington, Brumidi designed the Brumidi corridors, ornately decorated corridors on the first floor of the Senate wing of the Capitol. Gosh, so much harlotry and flirtation between the Vatican. And of course, the Vatican wasn't created until 1929, but Rome, let's put it that way. Rome is a better way to say it. The apotheosis of Washington depicts George Washington sitting among the heavens in an exalted manner, or in literary terms, ascending and becoming a god. Washington, the first U.S. president and commander-in-chief of the Continental Army during the American Revolutionary War, is allegorically represented, surrounding by figures from classical mythology. George Washington is draped in purple, worn by generals of the ancient Roman Republic during their triumphs, with a rainbow arch at his feet, flanked by the goddess Victoria, who is draped in green using a horn to his left and the goddess of liberty to his right. Liberty wears a red liberty cap. If you know about the Phrygian cap, look at that, a little liberty cap. Just a liberty Mithra sun-worshipping cap, which was what the Jesuits did with the Jacobins to do the French Revolution, and you know how that goes back to sun worship and all the stuff that we talked about. Well, this is incorporated into the fresco, symbolizing emancipation from a Roman tradition where slaves were being manumitted, would be given a felt cap, and that would symbolize their liberty. She holds a fascie in her right hand and an open book in the other, to which George Washington gestures with his right hand. Now, if you know what fascies are, they are... Oh, it doesn't show you a picture. Maybe, let's see. Can it show us a picture? There it is. This is a Roman symbol, folks. This is a Roman symbol of power, that they have the ability. They're sovereign. They can determine who lives or dies. They determine what goes left or right. And of course, this is everywhere. This is in the Lincoln Memorial. This is in the Declaration of Rights of every man and citizen in the French Revolution. It's which, of course, the Declaration of Independence. Same. It's not in the Declaration of Independence, but all these things are related, folks. They're all influencing each other. And of course, the art in Washington, D.C. is very much Roman and paying homage to Rome. And of course, their pagan system with all of these. Look at this. This is blasphemy, folks. This is blasphemy. You cannot claim that George Washington was a Christian or that America was a Christian nation when at its central building you have an homage to a man being exalted as a god with pagan deities. How on earth? And this was not done like 2 years ago. Okay, this is when it's done very early on in the United States history. So there's that. This is what is this one? Thomas Paine. Thomas Paine. Yes, that's right. Thomas Paine. Let's look at Thomas Paine a little bit here. And Thomas Paine was also a founding father, very important. But let's see what Thomas Paine has to think about. Age of Reason, Part 1, Section 2, by Thomas Paine. When I am told that the Quran was written in heaven and brought to Muhammad by an angel, the account comes too near the same kind of hearsay evidence and second-hand authority as the former. I did not see the angel myself, and therefore I have a right not to believe it. When also I am told that a woman called the Virgin Mary said or gave out that she was in child without any cohabitation with a man, and that her betrothed husband Joseph said that an angel told him so, I have a right to believe them or not. Such a circumstance required a much stronger evidence than their bare word for it, but we have not even this, for neither Joseph nor Mary wrote any such matter themselves. It is only reported by others that they said so. It is hearsay upon hearsay, and I do not choose to rest my belief upon such evidence. It is, however, not difficult to account for the credit that was given to the story of Jesus Christ being the Son of God. He was born when the heathen mythology had still some fashion and repute in the world, and that mythology had prepared the people for the belief of such a story. Almost all of the extraordinary men that lived under the heathen mythology were reputed to be the sons of some of their gods. This is true in some sense that the Romans and the pagan authorities always ascribed themselves that they were sons of God, basically, or sons of the divine in some way. This is true, but the way he's understanding it is not true. This is, again, right and almost right. Are you getting the pattern here? It was not a new thing at that time to believe a man to have been celestially begotten. The intercourse of gods with women was then a matter of familiar opinion. Their Jupiter, according to their accounts, had cohabited with hundreds. The story, therefore, had nothing in it either new, wonderful, or obscene. It was comfortable to the opinions that had prevailed among the people called the Gentiles, or mythologists, and it was those people only that believed it. Well, no, the Jews believed it, and the Jews didn't have those kind of stories. The Jews also had kept strictly to the belief of one God and no more, and who had always rejected the heathen mythology, never credited the story. Actually, the Jews who converted were Paul, Jude, James, the apostles, John. They were all Jews, and they converted. It is curious to observe how the theory of what is called the Christian church sprung out of the tale of heathen mythology. A direct incorporation took place in the first instance by making the reputed founder to be celestially begotten. The trinity of gods that then followed was no other than a reduction of the former plurality, which was about 20 or 30,000. The statue of Mary succeeded the statue of Diana of Ephesus. The deification of heroes changed into the canonization of saints. Now, this is touching on some truth now, how the Catholic Church basically, is worshiping Mary, has turned the various pagan gods into statues of Peter and so on and so forth. There's truth, right, and almost right. The mythologists had gods for everything. The Christian mythologists had saints for everything. The church became as crowded with one as the pantheon had been with the other. It's true. And Rome was the place of both. True criticism of Catholicism. But again, what's the pattern? Catholicism is evil, therefore the gospel must not be true. The Christian theory is little else than the idolatry of the ancient mythologists, accommodated to the purpose of power and revenue, and it remains to reason and philosophy to abolish the amphibious fraud. This is true. But again, they don't understand that this is not Christian, this is Catholic. Nothing that is here said can be applied even with the most distant disrespect to the real character of Jesus. He was a virtuous and amiable man. The morality that he preached and practiced was of the most benevolent kind. And though similar systems of morality had been preached by Confucius and by some of the Greek philosophers many years before, by the Quakers since, and by many good men in all ages, it has not been exceeded by any. So he was a great teacher, but he wasn't what the Bible tells you. Jesus Christ wrote no account of himself, of his birth, parentage, or anything else. Not a line of what is called the New Testament is of his own writing. The history of him is altogether the work of other people. And as to the account given of his resurrection and ascension, it was the necessary counterpart to the story of his birth. His historians, having brought him into the world in a supernatural manner, were obligated to take him out again in the same manner, or the first part of the story must have fallen to the ground. The wretched contrivance with which this latter part is told exceeds everything that went before it. The first part, that of the miraculous conception, was not a thing that admitted of publicity, and therefore the tellers of this part of the story had this advantage, that though they might not be credited, they could not be detected. They could not be expected to prove it, because it was not one of those things that admitted of proof, and it was impossible that the person of whom it was told could prove it himself. But the resurrection of a dead person from the grave and his ascension through the air is a thing very different as to the evidence of it admits of, to the invisible conception of a child in the womb. The resurrection and the ascension, supposing them to have taken place, admitted of a public and ocular demonstration, like that of the ascension of a balloon, or the sun at noonday to all Jerusalem at least. A thing which everybody is required to believe requires that the proof and evidence of it should be equal to all and universal. And as the public visibility of this last related act was the only evidence that could give sanction to the former part, the whole of it falls to the ground, because the evidence never was given. Instead of this, a small number of persons, not more than 8 or 9, are introduced as proxies for the whole world to say that they saw it, and all the rest of the world are called upon to believe it. But it appears that Thomas did not believe the resurrection, and as they say, it's funny, his name is Thomas too, would not believe without having ocular manual demonstration himself. But he did receive it, and he believed, and he was martyred in India brutally because he believed. So neither will I, and the reason is equally as good for me and for every other person as for Thomas. It is vain to attempt to palliate or disguise this matter. The story, so far as relates to the supernatural part, has every mark of fraud and imposition stamped upon the face of it. Who were the authors of it as impossible for us to know, as it is for us to be assured that the books in which the account is related were written by the persons whose names they bear. The best surviving evidence we now have respecting the affair is the Jews. They are regularly descended from the people who lived in the times this resurrection and ascension is said to have happened, and they say it is not true. It has long appeared to me a strange inconsistency to cite the Jews as proof of the truth of the story. It is just the same as if a man were to say, I will prove the truth of what I have told you by producing the people who say it is false. That such a person as Jesus Christ existed, and that he was crucified, which was the mode of execution at that day, are historical relations strictly within the limits of probability. He preached most excellent morality and the equality of man, but he preached also against the corruptions and the avarice of the Jewish priests, and this brought upon him the hatred and vengeance of the whole order of priesthood. The accusation with which those priests brought against him was that of sedition and conspiracy against the Roman government, to which the Jews were then subject and tributary, and it is not improbable that the Roman government might have some secret apprehensions of the effects of his doctrine. As well as the Jewish priests, neither it is improbable that Jesus Christ had in contemplation the delivery of the Jewish nation from the bondage of the Romans. Between the two, however, this virtuous reformer and revolutionist lost his life. So according to Thomas Paine, he probably existed, but, that's just probability. It's the teachings that matter. It is upon this plain narrative of facts, together with another case I am going to mention, that the Christian mythologists, calling themselves the Christian Church, have erected their fable, which for absurdity and extravagance is not exceeded by anything that is to be found in the mythology of the ancients. Good old Thomas Paine. So, did Thomas Paine believe in the Bible as the inerrant word of God? Did he believe in Jesus' preexistence and divinity? Absolutely not. Thomas Paine was not a Christian, could not even be called a Christian. He may have called himself a pure rational Christian like Thomas Jefferson, who knows? That's something you can look into, but he was definitely not a Christian. So, conclusions about Madison, Franklin, Washington, and Paine. They didn't believe the gospel. They did not believe in the divinity of Christ. They were deists, secret society members, philosophers, and Masons. Freemasons at the highest level believe in self-godhood and ultimately pay allegiance to Lucifer as the enlightener. You can read all about it in Albert Pike's book about Freemasonry, especially about the black cube and the perfect ashlar, I think it's called. So you see a black cube with Washington's bust on it and Freemason first president. What does that tell you, folks? What does it tell you? It looks like a lamb, but speaks like a dragon. That's what it tells you. They all saw Jesus as a good teacher, but of course, in the end, it was man that could use those teachings to reach godhood and save himself. Just like Cain, doing things their own way, because they believe that man is inherently good. If you believe that man is inherently good, you do not need a savior. Why? When you can just do it yourself. If you reject the total depravity that the Bible reveals to you, that's not a Calvinist teaching, folks. You need to get out of that dualistic Calvinist Arminian type of teaching. The Bible teaches that you are not capable of making anything good come out of you because you're totally depraved. You cannot come to Jesus in faith. That's good news, because if you do have faith, that means God has given you a new heart, and you cannot be lost. Because, of course, the other side of being able to come to Jesus in faith of yourself, just like having life of yourself, is that it's up to you to maintain that situation, because that means you can also lose faith and put God's glory to shame and basically prevent salvation by backsliding and losing what he's given you, which of course is nonsense. But this is why the United States looks like a lamb, folks. It looks like a lamb because it looks noble, rational, pure, Christian, reasonable. But of course, as you can see, and you'll see some more examples, it speaks like a dragon, meaning it behaves, it legislates, it has philosophies that are Luciferian. And of course, you know that the Bible tells you that Satan appears as an angel of light. So again, discernment is learning to tell the difference between right and almost right. There's a lot of almost right in this particular conversation. And this is why a lot of people stumble. And they believe people like Charlie Kirk, who are so convincing. See, the person who asked him that question was on to some truth, but he wasn't solid in his history. And of course, Charlie Kirk is going to go, whoop, he's going to slither around you and tickle your ears a little bit, and pretty soon you'll become a Christian nationalist. But let's move on. We have some other things to do. We have the Constitution. And the Constitution, this is the Constitution of the United States, a transcription. And we're going to search for God. Oops. There's nothing. No, I said, oh God. Let's see, God. Is there a God? No, there's no God in the Constitution. How about Jesus? No. How about Christian? No. How about gospel? No. How about salvation? No, there's nothing. So there's nothing like that in the Constitution. Where's the word God in the Constitution? There is no word God in the Constitution. There's no Jesus in the Constitution. How about the Declaration of Independence? Let's see. Supposedly there's all these 4 times. Well, there's nature's God. That's about it. And what does it say? When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitle them. Who are we talking about? Nature's God. This is like a pantheistic, pan kind of God, nature's God. And that's the only God in the Declaration of Independence. So there's that. There's also, this is the Treaty of Tripoli, which is an important treaty you should understand, from 1797. The U.S. Constitution does not mention God. The first clause in the First Amendment forbids Congress from adopting any laws tending to the establishment of religion. And the 19th century efforts to adopt an amendment specifically acknowledging God failed. So, is America a Christian nation? No, it's not. However, some contemporary politicians have argued that the United States is a Christian nation. Although some are simply highlighting the fact that a majority of Americans identify with a Christian denomination. This is true. But identifying as a Christian doesn't make you a Christian. Remember Thomas Jefferson. Others use the Christian nation belief to encourage legislation to enforce what they perceive to be Christian religious beliefs. One document that is sometimes used to counter this argument is a treaty that representatives of the United States entered into with Tripoli in 1796. The Senate ratified the treaty, and John Adams signed it the next year. Remember that. The treaty was an unsuccessful attempt. The U.S. went to war over this issue during the Jeffersonian administration to prevent the so-called Barbary pirates, Muslim pirates and privateers who operated from North Africa, from interfering with American trade, which, flying under the U.S. flag, was no longer covered by treaties as it had been when such vessels were flying under British flags. So they were having some piracy issues, and so they tried this treaty, and of course, you'll see what the point of this is in just a second. Treaty assures U.S. is not founded on Christian religion. Article 11 of the treaty stated the following: as the government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion, as it has itself no character of enmity against the laws, religious or tranquility of the Muslims, but they're spelled Mussulman, and as the said states never have entered into any war or act of hostility against the Mahometan nation, it is declared by the parties that no pretext arising from religious opinion shall ever produce an interruption of the harmony existing between the two countries. The provision, which many have been written by Joel Barlow, one of the American negotiators, but which is missing from its Arabic counterpart, was not repeated in other treaties with other powers in the region, and the treaty itself was superseded by another treaty in 1805. The treaty received little contemporary comment. American Jews later used the treaty provision to oppose anti-Semitic discrimination. Strict church and state separationists have cited the provision to counter the view that the U.S. is a Christian nation, and others have interpreted it merely as a way of reassuring the Muslim states that the U.S. would not use the Christian religion as a pretext for conflict. So again, there are so many excuses for these things. There's so many excuses, and just like with the apotheosis of Washington, people like Charlie Kirk could say, "Oh, well, it's just art. It's just art. It's just expression of what," I don't know what he would say, but I'm guessing a way to defend it would be, "Oh, it's just art. It's just classical art. They love the classics, and you could defend it all day." When in reality, that is grade A breaking the second commandment on images. You are literally creating an image of a man being exalted as God in the most important building that you have in your nation, the U.S. Capitol. And that's where your laws are being done, right? Spoken. That's where the power speaks. It looks like a lamb. How does it speak? Well, it tells you how it speaks. Look at the mural. Pagan gods and goddesses and exalting people to godhood to show the philosophy of the beast, which is satanic in origin. Same thing like that. With this, people say, "Oh, well, he was just reassuring the Muslims that Christianity is not going to interfere." No, it's very explicitly stating that, look, this country was never established as, in any sense of the word, as a Christian country. That was designed and done so to reassure the Muslims that America is not a Christian country. Don't look at us as a Christian country. Don't worry, we're not Christian at all. That was the design. And of course, John Adams signed it, which tells you that he believed it. And the Senate signed it as well. So that tells you everything. Could some of those been Christians? Okay. How do you reconcile that? For all the people that Charlie Kirk wants to say, look at all this religious stuff they did, and they passed these laws, and you had to have a Bible, and you had to identify as a Christian, and so on. Well, what about these laws that so-called Christians ratified, admitting that the country they proclaim as a Christian country is in no sense ever founded on the Christian religion? Which religion is that, though? Because Christianity is not a religion. But anyway, there's that. So that was the Treaty of Tripoli, 1797. And what do we take from these documents? Well, the Constitution does not have God written in it. Charlie Kirk says it has it 4 times, or maybe the Declaration of Independence. Either way, Declaration of Independence has only one time that it says God, and it's nature's God. It's a weird, deistic, very distant. There's this divine, but then there's man who's kind of co-creating with the divine type of feeling. It's not Jesus Christ. It's not the gospel. It's not Yahweh. It's not the God of the Bible. It's just a generic deistic God. And of course, if that's the case, then you're opening the door for Satan to impersonate a false Christ, a false God, a false divinity, to lead you astray, which all these people were led astray by. The Treaty of Tripoli denies America was founded as a Christian nation. And of course, we can argue all day about that, but it's a very plain statement. It doesn't matter that that statement wasn't repeated in future treaties. It was very early on in the country's foundation. 1797 is very early on, a couple of years after the Declaration of Independence. So what does that tell you? It tells you from the very beginning that you have a lamb-like power that looks like a lamb. And yet when it comes to speaking like a lamb, what does it do? No, it actually speaks like a dragon. It looks like a lamb, but it says, no, we're not Christians whatsoever. So it's hypocritical. You have a world power that is hypocritical. This is the thing to take to note. Now, I have one more article I want to share with you, which is actually I have a couple other things to share with you, but there's this big article I want to read to you, which is it's 6 years ago. Nevertheless, it's from an Adventist perspective, and they have some really good things to say about this particular issue that are still relevant today, which is very interesting. And it shows the evolution of the thinking on this topic. Now, again, I'm not Seventh-day Adventist. I don't support Seventh-day Adventism. I love my SDA friends. I'm encouraging you all the time to get out of that denomination, to embrace a more narrow path. And I talk about that in my Seventh-day Adventism series, so make sure you check that out. However, Seventh-day Adventist beliefs on the end times are largely correct. They have a lot of very good things to say, very astute and studious things with scripture and history to say about these things that other people are not saying. So we have to eat the meat, spit out the bones, as usual. So let's take a look. This is from spectrummagazine.org, and it's titled America and the Two-Horned Beast of Revelation 13, June 2018. You can see it? Good. Now I'm paranoid about this window. In 1630, Puritans left England with the charter for a new colony in Massachusetts, their new home in the New World, where they could structure society in accordance to their view of God's revealed plan for social conduct and religious worship. Before they left their ship, the Arbella, future Governor John Winthrop, articulated to the assembled passengers a vision for their project of the New World. I wonder if I can zoom in a little bit so you can see just a little bit better. There you go. Borrowing Christ's phrase from the parable of the salt and light in Jesus' Sermon on the Mount, Winthrop declared, quote, "We shall be as a city upon a hill. The eyes of all the people are upon us," affirming their commitment to model righteous living. Their colony would be a beacon of light, a model of Christian charity, guiding the rest of Europe into progress towards the true religion as outlined by the reformer John Calvin. When Winthrop asserted that the divine hand of providence had predestined a unique role for their enterprise, one that eventually would be projected onto the American endeavor as a whole, he laid the foundations for what has been called American exceptionalism. In this view, America is different and even morally superior to the other nations. America's Christian Protestant beginnings, reflected in its national rhetoric and values, its God-given mandate to transform the world, and the establishment of a republic as the system of government, all helped colonists to perceive their polity as superior to that of the corrupt European countries and the barbaric heathen nations of the world. As time passed, the American Revolution and the Constitution were often added as evidence as to its uniqueness and moral superiority over the other nations, as they inaugurated a system designed to protect liberty, egalitarianism, democracy, and capitalism or free enterprise. Further, Americans prided themselves on religious freedom. This is also a Catholic buzzword that you need to be familiar with, but we'll get back to that later. Instituted during a period when other nations were characterized by state religions that forced individuals to acknowledge, attend, and support the official church regardless of personal consciences or convictions. Dark to light, folks. Further, certain groups of Christians believe that these characteristics open the door for American Christians to facilitate the return of Jesus Christ. Indeed, this belief in the special role of America in God's plan for the world and God's support and endorsement for her activities, evidenced by her victories in increasing size and power, evolved into an expectation that Americans would have an unquestioned allegiance to the theory of America's manifest destiny to rule the continent and intervene or regulate the affairs of the world. Ministers' sermons promoted patriotism and used biblical imagery to inspire their parishioners to participate in military campaigns against peoples or nations that they depicted as evil or pagan, needing to be brought under the control of God and the virtuous government of the United States. Nationalism acquired the cloak of the religious sanction, as God's will and national power were perceived as two sides of the same coin. National political and economic interests shaped Christian corporate ethics instead of the teachings of Christ being the standard by which the nation's activities were judged. Very important. The belief that God had placed leaders in the positions they occupied and guided their actions, as well as the supposition that he championed American supremacy, created a Christian duty to support the state, uphold its laws, and participate in its wars. Is this still valid today? Absolutely. In the short, the belief in America's special place in history, its moral virtue and superiority, its destiny to be the world leader, an arbiter, and the generalized notion that America was the new Israel, the center of God's interest and blessing, led many Christians to support the economic and political endeavors of the nation without question. He goes on to talk about a little bit about the SDA Church, but we don't really care so much about that. This says, perhaps it was Adventists' early experiences with the religious intolerance within their churches, manifested in the excommunication, ridicule, and even persecution of the Millerites, that gave them a different perspective on the nature of America's vaunted system of freedom of religion. When they had tried to explore ideas that challenged this set of beliefs, they had met rigid resistance based on established doctrines, creeds, traditions, and practices. That's right. The Pilgrims were fanatics, folks, and you need to understand what that means. Continued church affiliation was shown to be contingent on relinquishing the Christian obligation to continue to study Scripture, looking and ready to embrace new light as it was given through the Holy Spirit, and conform all social and religious practices to the teachings of Christ. Having endured intolerance themselves, this made them more sensitive and sympathetic to past cases of religious persecution in America's past. They noted the experience of the Quakers, whom the Puritans condemned to death. The sanctions applied by the churches revealed that, at its core, American Protestantism manifested the worst aspects of Roman Catholicism. Like, they demanded the believers accept the creeds established by their denomination rather than to decide for themselves what the Bible teaches. They adhered to man-made traditions, deny the role of the Holy Spirit, and submit individual conscience to church doctrine and praxis. This is all true. If you know the history of the Puritans, it's all very true. Most damning was Protestantism's application of deadly sanctions to those who would not comply. Also true, I've documented it quite a bit. The abolitionist roots of many of these early leaders, including so on and so forth, these are various Adventist leaders, had given them another glimpse into the gulf between the Christian churches and Christ's message of inclusive love. They had witnessed the struggle to try to secure the support of the various denominations to the abolitionist cause, and the refusal of denominational leaders to commit their churches to anti-slavery positions. Various ministers and bishops had closed their church doors to anti-slavery presentations, and occasionally disciplined members who participated in the movement. Adventists could not recognize the protection of slavery as an institution or the personal possession of enslaved human beings as compatible with true Christianity, which is true, and people were waking up to it, but most of America before the Civil War, there were a lot of Christian churches and denominations that had slaves, and the slavery was like, oh, okay, whatever. Looks like a lamb, speaks like a dragon. In reality, its lamb-like self-descriptions as Christian and Republican were contradicted by its actions. As J.N. Andrews noted in his 1851 review article, quote, Thoughts on Revelation 13 and 14, he says the following: no civil power could ever compare with republicanism in its lamb-like character. The grand principle recognized by this form of power is thus expressed, quote, all men are born free and equal and endowed with certain unalienable rights as life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Hence, all have a right to participate in making the laws and in designating who will execute them. Was there ever a development of civil power so lamb-like before? That's right. This power looks so good and so reasonable and so full of light, and yet it speaks like a dragon. And what in religious life can be compared with Protestantism? Its leading sentiment is the distinct recognition of the right of private judgment in matters of the conscience. The Bible is the only religion of the Protestants, quote, Was there ever in the religious world anything equal to this in his lamb-like professions? Thus we consider the meaning of the two horns like a lamb. I don't have a particular position on what the two horns could be. I think it's reasonable to say that it could be Protestantism and republicanism, like these two aspects, the religious aspects and the governmental aspect. I think that's reasonable. I'm not 100% sold on it. I think it's totally reasonable. But the point is that you realize that the false prophet is the United States, folks. However, that works as far as the horns, doesn't really matter. The false prophet is the United States. Andrew's article continued on to consider the phrase, quote, "and he spoke like a dragon," noting that one's speech proceeds from one's heart and reveals the underlying spirit. Information that the new beast would, quote, "exhibit all the tyranny of the first beast" further supports this point. He provided two strong proofs for his argument that the United States was the prophesied beast. Now this is a quote, "Let us examine if all men are born free and equal. How do we then hold 3 million of slaves in bondage? Why is it that the Negro race are reduced to the rank of cattle, personal, and bought and sold like brute beasts? If the right of private judgment be allowed, why then are men expelled from these religious bodies for no greater crime than that of attempting to obey God in something wherein the word of God may not be in accordance with their creed, i.e. the Sabbath?" And the Puritans were flogging people for missing church on Sunday. They were even threatening death if you were disobeying for several times. Sinning with a high hand. Why are men for no other crime than that of looking for the coming of Jesus expelled from the churches of those who profess to love his appearing? Clearly, the United States was lamb-like only in its pretensions and surface appearance. Andrew's article made it plain that he expected the nature of the beast to become more apparent, this is important, as time wore on and the United States increased in power. Very, very important. Faithful believers who committed themselves to following God's laws could expect trouble, persecution, and even death for those who resisted religious laws as well as civil statutes, as there could be no doubt to the church's coercive tendencies. Quote, "The churches are upheld by the laws of the land. That they are oppressive when possessed of civil power, let the case be of the Puritans, themselves fugitives from oppression, bear testimony. Witness their persecution of the Quakers, even unto death. Witness also the martyrdom of Michael Servetus under the sanction of John Calvin." I'm not sure who this is. I think he was another writer. But again, I'm not a Calvinist. People accuse me of being a Calvinist because I believe in predestination. You don't have to be a Calvinist to believe in predestination because the Bible teaches predestination. I don't agree with everything Calvin says. And obviously, these Protestants, but Puritans that first came, they took the notion of predestination and they created a counterfeit in the sense that, we're so special. We are the chosen nation. Again, it's a harlot of the, I didn't even think about this, but I talk about this in a lot of episodes about how the spirit of Mystery Babylon, how do you know you're dealing with a harlot daughter? Because there's the same spirit of pride in the sense that you're special, you're the one unique bride of Christ, you're the one who has exclusive right over the plan of salvation, you're the one who needs to basically intervene in the world and so on and do God's work. This is the spirit of Babylon, folks. And of course, the Catholic Church is numero uno in that, but it just occurred to me now as I'm talking to you about this, that the Puritans, because they had been deceived, of course, predestination is true, and it's a source of good news, but they took it and created a counterfeit light, a false light, an antichrist, which is that, we're special, and we're getting away from all this barbaric, tyranny in Europe, and we're going to be special, and America's destined for great things. We're going to be a city on a hill and all this stuff that you saw earlier. And of course, what does that mean? Well, that means that they, instead of being humble and rejoicing in the fact that they have a relationship with Christ, they went into the false light. They went into the false light and created a counterfeit from the very beginning. The Puritans thought that they were special, meaning the Puritans in the colonies could be considered a harlot daughter of Rome. And of course, you see very clearly through the way that they speak and act, it's very Roman Catholic, very persecutory, very oppressive, very institutionalized. There's nothing new under the sun. This is why Protestantism in America, and of course Republican government together to form this lamb-like power, are serving the beast, and they will serve the beast because it comes from the beast. It's a product of the harlot daughter of Rome. The Puritans were harlots. I'm sure some of them were genuine believers, but a lot of them were probably just religious. And as a whole, they are a harlot of the Catholic Church, just like all the other harlots that the Catholic Church has spawned. Because all of the harlots have the same spiritual idea that we're special, we're doing something, we're doing God's work, we're going to take upon us, and if you don't align with us, then there's going to be hell to pay. This is the spirit of Antichrist. And unfortunately, of course, they take a doctrine like predestination, which is true and good and beautiful, and they twisted it to make it about themselves and basically that they're the chosen ones, just like the Jews today, right? We're the chosen people. Nothing new under the sun, folks. But this is the point. So anyway, moving on. His analysis of the nation's character was seconded by Uriah Smith, who advised readers of the review to see the true nature of their supposed gentle nation as it persisted in demonstrating its dragon-like core. Look at the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. This is a quote. And then look at slavery. Look at the religious intolerance and the corruption and oppression existing throughout this land. Exactly. Hypocritical. Lamb-like, but yet it speaks and acts like a dragon. In 1857, John Loughborough repeated much of Andrew's evaluation of the nation in a series of articles on the two-horned beast. Loughborough's critique added to the example of the 1850 Fugitive Slave Act to the list of proofs of the nation's innately dragon-like character. He pointed out that the law violated his Christian conscience and provided hardship penalties, a $1,000 fine at the time, if he remained true to his convictions and aided slaves who were reclaiming their liberty. His article made a very compelling point when he directed his readers' attention to the Christian role in maintaining slavery. Protestants and Republicans both unitedly separately speak as a dragon. Who are Republicans? To a greater or lesser extent, they are Protestants. Protestants aid in making and carrying out laws that hold men in bondage. Further, his article provided statistics documenting the number of slaves held by clergymen, the number of slaves held by Christians in each of the major church bodies, and castigated the churches in the North, where slavery was outlawed, for continued fellowship with slave-holding brethren in the South. While James White claimed in his 1857 article, The Nation, that the Review had taught that the United States was the beast of Revelation 13 for 10 years, and added, quote, and that slavery is pointed out in the prophetic word as the darkest and most condemning sin upon this nation. By 1859, the paper had advanced to advocating civil disobedience when the government enacted laws that were contrary to God's principles and precepts. An article titled, What Laws We Should Obey, maintained the eternal and binding nature of God's laws that, quote, no human laws are of any validity if contrary to this. True. And you're going to have to face this reality pretty soon, folks. At some point, you're going to have to face the reality that no human laws are of any validity if they're contrary to God's laws. And you'll have to make a choice, so get ready. It concluded with the declaration that men may legislate for Sunday keeping, for the rendition of fugitive slaves, or anything else conflicting with the requirements of God, but we cannot mistake our duty. In the years that followed, Adventists continued to develop the argument that American practices and policies, which were generally supported by Christian pulpits, revealed the growing power of the dragon that lurked in America's soul. The near genocide of Native Americans, the exploitative treatments of the Chinese, and Protestant willingness to take up arms rather than follow the example of the Prince of Peace, and the organized efforts to pass a national Sunday law were cited as further evidence that America was in fact a lion in lamb's clothing, really a dragon in lamb's clothing, and that's the point. The taking up arms rather than being pacifists like Jesus was. Of course, Jesus got angry and flipped tables with the temple, but that was righteous anger, and there was the context for that. Jesus never advocated taking up arms and being violent, or, even, of course, there's something to be said about defending yourself, but do you really need to take up arms and guns and have all this obsession with firearms? I don't know. I think that's all. No, I still have some more. Finally, the vast majority of American churches at the denominational level, both Roman Catholic and Protestants, are still joining hands in an effort to force their systems of belief on the nation through the changing of laws. They preach that the financial setbacks, natural disasters, and various tragic events America has recently suffered are God sent as punishments for departing from the Bible's law. They teach that the heavy hand of God's discipline will not be removed until the laws of the nation are consistent with God's laws, as they perceive them to be, very important, and enforced. Increasingly well-organized in many Christian evangelicals and fundamentalists, sometimes referred to as maximalists or Christian reconstructionists, to express their goal of creating a nation whose laws and practices completely reflect those of Scripture. fund and support politicians whom they believe will introduce their theology into civil law and enforce it. They embrace American military endeavors as part of God's program to bring Christian order to the world, celebrating individuals such as Sergeant Alvin York, who devoted his trigger finger to God and became a noted sniper. According to Jeff Charlotte in a 2006 article in Harper's Magazine, who attended a sermon and interviewed the pastors at Danbury Baptist Church, the preaching pastor emphatically pronounced the warning that America is going to experience a shift from a mothering church, the mother church, characterized by a maternal nurturing and comforting, to a church that acts from the model of fatherhood, the principle of correction and disciplinary actions. According to Pastor Rusty, quote, America is too far gone to be redeemed by mercy alone. It is the father church's time, whatever the heck that means. It's the counterfeit's time is what it is. Pastor Rusty outlined the fatherhood model as an Old Testament vision of God, the judge and the enforcer of his law, visiting individuals and nations with suffering to bring repentance. For him, court decisions like Brown v. Board of Education and Roe v. Wade were examples of America defying sacred institutions for how to live. Do you see this is still relevant today, folks? And this kind of rhetoric is only going to get worse and worse, with people like Charlie Kirk being at the front lines to work their magic and convince you that no, the best is yet to come. In a private conversation with Charlotte, the pastor confided that, quote, we may need another 9/11 to bring about a full spiritual revival. Crazy people. Maximalist Christians endeavor to elect Christians who share that vision to political offices where they can restructure national laws. What he envisions happening when the right Christian politicians are placed in key governmental positions was implied in his sermon earlier when he announced, quote, the symbol of the state is a sword, not a spoon feeding the poor, not a teaching instrument to educate our young, and the sword is an instrument of death. This is a pastor saying this in a sermon. He imagines a time when well-placed individuals will make laws that forbid actions that are outside of Old Testament injunctions and assign costly penalties to anyone who transgresses them. Oh yes, the Bible warns you of such a time. His projects coincide nicely with the early Adventists' understanding of the eventual action of the beast that rose out of the earth. The recent contributions of evangelicals and conservative Christians to the election of Donald Trump illustrates their well-organized campaign to place politicians that they believe will be responsive to the Christian agenda in governmental positions. Remember, this is from 2018, but it's still valid. Whether or not one supports his vision for making America great again and the policies he promotes, his election testifies to the political power of his bloc of Christians. It serves as a good reason to review what the Adventist pioneers discovered in their investigations of Revelation 13 and their perspective on American realities. Perhaps we need to follow in their footsteps and make a commitment to living out our calling as messengers of God's love, recognizing that our first and final allegiance is to God and not the nation. I agree with that. Just don't follow in their footsteps and become a Unitarian and reject the Trinity because they had a lot of weird beliefs, and don't follow in their footsteps and believe in Ellen White because she was a false prophet. So watch my Adventism series, my Adventist friends. I encourage you to get out of her because the Adventist church is a harlot daughter. And I can prove that to you in that series, so make sure you go watch it. So, quite a mouthful from that, but what do we take? Well, America looks noble and is full of light on the outside, yet it has a bloody and ugly history. And of course, I document the Puritans and their fundamentalist attitudes and punishing other people with fines and confinement and imprisonment and even death for not basically bowing down to religious fanaticism. There was all sorts of crazy things with the Puritans, and I've documented it before. Slavery, destruction of the Indians, the Trail of Tears, the treatment of the Chinese in the West, international wars, the false signs and wonders I described previously. This is it, folks. America is the false prophet. You have to understand. And of course, these things have become more and more obvious now that we are at the tail end of history. But when you see it all line up like this, it's very clear that America is the false prophet. Now, very interestingly, I have this little URL. Something also interesting that I think you should remember is that America is named after the plumed serpent. Let's see. Where is it at? I highlighted something on here. I did. Here we go. According to both Columbus and Vespucci, they had found a country. This is from The Guardian. And you can look, it's just so much of this you can look into. This is just a quick blurb on it. More thickly populated by people and animals than their Europe, Asia, or Africa. Is it not probable then that these lands were already named by the inhabitants thereof? From the records of those natives in the Popol Vuh, no other sacred book of these people sets forth so completely as the Popol Vuh the initiatory rituals of a great school of mystical philosophy. And this volume alone is sufficient to establish incontestably the philosophical excellence of the red race, that these red children of the sun adore the plumed serpent, who is the messenger of the sun. He was the god Quetzalcoatl to the Aztecs, Guacamatz to the Mayans, and Amaru to the Incans. And from the latter name comes our word America. Amruca is literally translated land of the plumed serpent. Map makers are known to have stirred up quite a mischief from time to time, but not in this case. It is from the original native language. So Amruca, probably in Incan or one of these languages, is land of the plumed serpent. And of course, all of these cultures worshipped Satan, basically, indirectly or directly, through worshiping the sun or worshiping the plumed serpent. What plumed serpent are you aware of that deceives the nations? Well, the Bible tells you the serpent is Satan. So America is named literally a transliteration of a land of the plumed serpent, which is very important. So from the very beginning, the pilgrims looked like a lamb, but had dragon-like qualities with their institutionalized religions, with their harlotry of feeling special and being predestined by God to basically take over this land and be a light for the world and basically bring the light to the world. Of course, 100 years after that, the pilgrims kind of dissolved, and you had the deists and the philosophers and the secret society people took over, like Thomas Paine, Thomas Jefferson, Ben Franklin, George Washington, Joseph Priestley, all of these people who were not at all Christians by any stretch of the imagination. 100 years after that, after the deists took over, you had the Jesuits firmly take over through the Act of 1872 and with the Rothschilds after the Americas had been bankrupted by the American Civil War. So what happened during these 100 years? Well, a lot of things happened. You had the Age of Enlightenment, which you should know what that is, because Charlie Kirk was really discrediting that. Oh, no, it just wasn't. Yeah, the Age of Enlightenment was a big deal. It was not it should be called the Age of Endarkment, because, of course, this is false light. And a lot of people were deceived by that, and a lot of satanic things came out of the Age of Enlightenment. Remember that the French Revolution was started by the Jesuits, and of course there's a lot of paraphernalia back and forth between Washington, D.C. and what you see in the French Revolution and so on. The Statue of Liberty depicting the threefold flame and having the seven rays from the head, which is basically paying an homage to Helios or Mithra, the sun god. And of course that was given to the USA by Freemasons. This is Satan basically bringing the light to the world. And of course, the Illuminati was also founded by a Jesuit, Adam Weishaupt, in 1776. On our dollar bill, we have the one-eyed pyramid, which is a symbol that says New World Order, Novus Ordo Seclorum. He approves of our undertaking. He, of course, in this case, is not the God of the Bible, that's for sure. You have Masonic symbols all over Washington. You have Roman fasci in the Lincoln Memorial, the seals of the United States, the apotheosis of Washington. You have Roman and occult secret society symbols all over this country, folks, from the very beginning. We also know from history, and this I'll document in a future more in-depth documentary, but you can look into yourself, that the Jesuits murdered Adams, probably even Washington too, supposedly he was poisoned, but Adams, Jefferson, Monroe, Harrison, Lincoln, they were all murdered because they were trying to do their own thing away from their mother. And so they were subsumed and subjugated eventually by the Jesuits because of the Civil War. The Civil War bankrupted America, and that was the point. Start a civil war, bankrupt America, and now America has to create a corporation, borrow a ton of money from the Rothschilds, who are the papal bankers. And the Act of 1872 created the corporation of the United States, and therefore the Jesuits have owned literally the United States ever since. It's only been worse and worse. And of course, they say history, the rest is history, as they say. Ever since then, the U.S. has been doing the papacy's bidding, step by step. So, conclusions. The Founding Fathers were not Christians. America was never founded as a Christian nation. America was a world power that came out of nowhere. It looked very Christian, but spoke through its laws, through its ideas, through the behavior of its citizens, like a dragon. America was subjugated by the Jesuits within 100 years of its political establishment, 1776. The separation of church and state was a dialectic that really began in the French Revolution. I talk about it in my French Revolution episode. To bring people back to the mother church. This is the point of creating an opposition, because you have a two-party system where one party is atheistic and liberal, and the other party is nationalistic and religious. America had a nationalistic, religious type of system, and there's this separation of church and state that everybody's arguing about now, but of course that's a false dialectic, it's a false duality, because church is not an institution. And I talk about that in the last installment of this Venerable Day of the Sun series, where we have a whole section on that, so check it out. But this is a category error that, of course, Charlie Kirk and all his cronies commit. The separation of church and state was never really meant, well, church is not an institution. The true church is not an institution. Catholicism is an institution. That's the whole point. It's designed to make people argue back and forth about this, and in the process move the agenda forward to the final outcome, which is a union of church and state. America was the experiment where this dialectic would be made, and of course America was the power that the beast propped up in front of itself to be the false prophet and to be working false signs and wonders in its presence. In his presence means there's a relationship there, that the beast is there standing on his throne, and America is the false prophet working false signs and wonders to the rest of the world. This is exactly what's happening, folks. We're at the end of these dialectics that started with the French Revolution of left and right, atheism and nationalism and religious, nationalism. We're at the end. That's why this is so important. So, point number 2 was what? Point number 2 is the founding fathers were not at all Christians. And point number 1 was that the United States is the false prophet identified in history. If you have those 2 points, how can you possibly defend going back to the good old days or defend America as a Christian country when it never was? It was never intended to be, and the Bible warns you about America. So that's very important. I don't hate America. I'm not saying go burn your American flag. I'm not, walk the narrow road here, folks. We should be grateful for the countries that we exist in. God's given us food and shelter and peace, and everything is by the will of God. Nevertheless, we must speak the truth. America was never a Christian nation, wasn't founded as a Christian nation. It looked like a Christian nation, but that's exactly what the Bible warns you of. Now, the third and final point to rebut Charlie Kirk on this is, what does it mean to be a Christian? Charlie Kirk commits a lot of erroneous logical fallacies of category errors and false equivalences between things that aren't really supposed to be related. It doesn't follow that people did all these religious things that behaved in a religious way, therefore they were Christians. Do you get the point? He's citing to you a lot of things that there were all these laws and you had to pledge to be a Protestant. Who cares if you have to pledge to be a Protestant? Does that mean that you are actually a born-again Christian with a new heart? Thomas Jefferson is the perfect example. He considered himself a Christian in the truest sense of the word. Of course, to him, the truest sense is not at all the truest sense. It's a counterfeit. So pledging that you're a Christian, making an oath on the Bible for whatever reason, passing religious laws, doing religious things, none of these things mean that you're a Christian. It means you look like a Christian. But the Bible warns you so much about counterfeit believers and counterfeit faith in the church age. That is actually the central villain of the story through the Catholic Church, but also through, like the false prophet, counterfeit Protestantism, infiltrated Protestantism through secret societies, people like Billy Graham, all these Protestants, quote-unquote Protestants that are unifying the world to serve the beast. The Bible warns you of these things. So if this is what the Bible warns you, and it has so many warnings, we're going to go through a lot of them just now, but the point is, if this is what the Bible warns you, then how can you say that religious things mean that you're a Christian? That means your standard of judgment is not correct. Matthew 7, verse 22. Oh, let me change my window because here we go. Matthew 7, verse 22. On that day, many will say to me, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name and cast out demons in your name and do many mighty works in your name? Scary verse. And then I will declare to them, I never knew you. Depart from me, you workers of lawlessness. What a scary thought. What a scary thought. Of course, if you have a genuine relationship with Christ, there's nothing to be afraid of. You can't lose your salvation. But what this tells you, what Jesus is telling you here is that on that day, there will be many false converts who will try to enter the way that Cain entered in their own way and say, Lord, did we not do many mighty works in your name? Did we not prophesy? Did we not do this and that? And Jesus is going to say, you are counterfeit believers. You were never given the Spirit. You were just doing things for your own gain, for your own profit, for your own wisdom, in the sense that, like the way Thomas Jefferson calls himself a Christian in the truest sense, in his own way. This is what the Bible warns you of, that there are many false converts. Of course, Matthew 24, false prophets, false teachers, false converts, those going to lead many people astray, deceive, even if possible, the very elect. Of course, the elect aren't going to be deceived, but that's a comparison, telling you that if it were possible, that this deception is going to be so great that you're going to need major Fennec fox ears for it. Of course, it doesn't say that in the Bible, but we can infer. Parables of the wheat and the tares, the fish, the good fish and the bad fish, the 5 wise virgins, the foolish virgins, the sheep and the goats, the parable of the sower. All of these have to do with false converts, folks. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, with the Great Delusion, the man of lawlessness, the mystery of iniquity, is coming by all signs and powers and wonders and basically authority of Satan. The man of lawlessness, meaning the Pope, being worshipped and basically the beast being marveled at by the world, this coming system, that reality is by all power of Satan. All of Satan's deceptive power is going to be channeled into achieving this outcome. And God has allowed it to happen. So you need to realize the extent of deception that is coming upon the world. It is going to be phenomenally great. 2 Timothy 3, verse 2 through 5. For people will be lovers of self, lovers of money, proud, arrogant, abusive, disobedient to their parents, ungrateful, unholy, heartless, unappeasable, slanderous, without self-control, brutal, not loving the good, treacherous, reckless, swollen with conceit, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of God. Up to here, you think like, man, this is going to be just a bunch of pagans. But wait, there's more. Verse 5. Having the appearance of godliness, but denying its power. Avoid such people. This is it. People in the last days. Godlessness in the last days. So godlessness in the last days is not paganism, according to Paul. Godlessness is having the appearance of godliness, but denying its power. What is the power? It is the gospel. The power of God to change the human heart. It's denying the gospel, yet having the appearance of godliness. 2 Timothy 4, verses 3 through 4. For the time is coming when people will not endure sound teaching, but having itching ears, they will accumulate for themselves teachers to suit their own passions, and will turn away from listening to the truth and wander off into myths. Boy, does that ever apply to today's world. Acts 20, verse 29. I know that after my departure, fierce wolves will come in among you, not sparing the flock. That's immediately after Paul departs. 1 John 2, verse 18, Antichrist. Children, it is the last hour, and you have heard that Antichrist is coming. So now many Antichrists have come. Therefore, we know that it is the last hour. So Antichrist is not the Antichrist. It is the spirit of Antichrist. And there are many Antichrists, because there are many who look like they are in place of Christ, and yet they are also against Christ simultaneously. This is the problem. This is the spirit of Antichrist. It is a counterfeit of the truth. It is almost right. That's why you need to know the difference between right and almost right. Jude 1, verse 4. For certain people have crept in unnoticed who long ago were designated for this condemnation, i.e., the reprobate who were determined by God to be part of the story as villains, as counterfeits, to test the elect, ungodly people who pervert the grace of our God into sensuality and deny our only Master and Lord, Jesus Christ. Well, wait a minute. If these people are so ungodly, how does that work? Because they crept in unnoticed, unawares. If they crept in, that means they're part of the flock, aren't they? And yet they're ungodly, same as the ways that Paul wrote. Ungodliness is actually having the appearance of godliness and yet denying the power, which is denying the grace of our God and denying our only Master. Of course, you have Revelation 3, where it talks about Laodicea being the lukewarm church. I have a whole study on the 7 churches. Revelation 13, the world worships the beast. The false prophet has signs and wonders. People take mark of the beast. Revelation 16, the 6th bowl. Satan is allowed to deceive the world into fighting against Christ through unclean spirits. Revelation 17, the kings of the earth give their power to Mystery Babylon and unite into a one-world system. All of this is going towards the same direction, folks, which is that the Bible warns you that counterfeit Christianity is the main issue of the church age. And I've given you ample evidence of that. If that's what the Bible tells you, consistently that counterfeit Christianity is the problem that you need to watch for, then you need to understand that discerning between right and almost right is vital for your health, for your spiritual health and your survival. So when somebody like Charlie Kirk says, well, they did all these things and they passed all these laws and you had to swear and you had to proclaim to be a Protestant, that means absolutely nothing in light of what the Bible tells you about counterfeit Christianity. We don't know who is saved. We don't know what the state of the heart is. That's only God knows that. Governments doing religious things or saying religious things, or people doing, religious things and passing religious laws or swearing on Bibles, that doesn't make anybody a Christian. It does not make anybody a Christian. What you do does not make you a Christian. It's who you are that makes you a Christian. Again, especially when the Bible warns you so many times that counterfeit Christianity is going to be the main way that Satan will attack the elect and attack the world in the church age. It is the problem. It's the main villain. And of course, it's also the vehicle by which Satan will receive worship in the end. Now, what about people judging people by their fruits? Of course, that may be an objection. And of course, there's an answer to that. Jesus says in Matthew 7, verse 16, you will recognize them by their fruits. Are grapes gathered from thorn bushes or figs from thistles? So every healthy tree bears fruit, good fruit, but the diseased tree bears bad fruit. A healthy tree cannot bear bad fruit, nor can a diseased tree bear good fruit. Every tree that does not bear good fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire. Thus you shall recognize them by their fruits. So this is important to take in context, because the beginning of that is, beware of false prophets who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly are ravenous wolves. So what is the context of judging somebody by their fruits? The context is judging people who are coming to you, proclaiming to be authorities on the Bible, on the gospel, and proclaiming to do things for you in a spiritual manner, and proclaiming to basically tell you something that you need to listen to them in some form or fashion. Those people need to be judged, meaning people in the church. First off, judgment is for within the church alone, and also for people within authority, positions of authority. Judge them by their fruits. Judge them by their works, because you'll know if they're counterfeits or not. When you look at somebody like Kenneth Copeland, easy, low-hanging fruit for that one. Very obvious, you judge him by his fruits. He's a false prophet, a false teacher, a ravenous wolf that's just looking to get people's money. Very obvious. Some people are not as obvious. When Charlie Kirk explains to you all these different things with history and various things that happened, it's not as obvious to say, well, were those people Christians or not? Well, I don't know. Maybe some of them were authentic Christians. I'm not going to deny that, because I don't know the state of people's heart. But what I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt is that the founding fathers, the ones that I covered, were not Christians. Very clearly so. And if you disagree with that, then, what's your evidence when all of these people were clearly not Christians? So ultimately, we have to use discernment, because judging people by their fruits specifically refers to spiritual positions, not people in government. People, you look at Trump and say, oh my gosh, he did all these things for this. He had a Bible. That must be a Christian thing. That's a good thing. He must be a Christian. He claimed to be a Christian, so he must be a Christian. No. Trump, first off, has a real problem with forgiveness, and there's an interview on that, and he still hasn't recanted from that. Trump is not a born-again Christian. Just because he does religious things, or he claims, we'll see what I mean in the current events that we'll look at today. That doesn't mean anything. And so this is the point. We are not to judge secular people, pagan people, society at large. Judgment, actually, consistently in the Bible, is about judging each other. Not judging each other's character and being, like you're judging somebody as a sinner, but judging what somebody says, having discernment with one another, because that's who we associate with. You're not of the world. You're not associating with the pagans. The pagans are going to be judged by God. If they don't convert, then God will judge them, so you're not worried about them. You're worried about people who claim to be Christians, and what are they saying and what are they doing? And that's important. This is not about people in political positions. This is about people who are proclaiming themselves to be leaders in the body of Christ. So, the people passing those Christian laws in history that Charlie Kirk mentioned and doing those religious things, they never claimed to be leading the church. They were just people in office doing religious things. They were involved in government and doing religious activities, But they weren't proclaiming themselves to be prophets or teachers or ministers and leading people into spiritual conclusions. So who cares? It's not even an issue, basically, that's the point. It's not even an issue. You don't judge them by their fruits. I mean, you can judge and say, okay, they did some things that were useful, but what really is the impact of those things, of those laws? What does that mean if we can legislate spirituality and religion? What does that mean? You're uniting the state with the church and creating the church to be an institution. So it's actually not a good thing. But that's a whole point to be discussed at another time. We discussed that in the previous VDS episode on church and state, so make sure you watch that. But the point is this: it doesn't follow that just because religious laws were passed or people did religious things, that America was a Christian nation. It doesn't follow that because somebody passes a religious law or somebody does a religious thing that they are a born-again Christian. This is the category error that Charlie Kirk makes. And he cites to you all these things. Oh my gosh, then it must be. In your mind, you hear those things and say, it must be then that those people were Christians. No, it doesn't. Doing things doesn't make you a Christian. Christianity is fundamentally a new state of being. It is a new state of being that you receive from God, which results in new actions. Religion is doing things in the hopes of attaining a state of being, and you're the one who's maintaining that state of being. Totally different mentality, totally different paradigm. And of course, in the former, which is the gospel, God gives you that new state of being. It's not something you can create. That's the whole point. So this is a very different thing. So if you understand that, and I would challenge Charlie Kirk to understand the gospel better, because it doesn't seem to me that he does. Because if you understand the gospel, that the gospel is God giving you a new state of being by writing the law in your heart, then evaluating somebody based on their things that they do religiously in government or what they do, whatever, in religion, doesn't make them a born-again Christian. That's number one. Number two is the Bible warns you of counterfeit Christianity, meaning you should be even extra discerning to those kind of things. When you're looking at people's actions, yes, that should be extra discerning. But we can't just say, oh, they were Christians because they did all these religious things. It doesn't follow. Now, what about the laws being based on the Ten Commandments? Because he brought up the whole argument there. Oh, America is based on natural law, and actually natural law is from the Bible, and it's from Deuteronomy, and the yada, yada, yada. Very, very clever. The reality is, folks, that every culture in history has made laws that are similar to the Ten Commandments. The Ten Commandments are the pillars of society. Don't steal, don't kill, don't lie, don't bear false testimony, don't covet, don't have adultery. All these things are basic foundational things for society to function, because God is the author of morality, He's the author of society, He's the author of our conscience. So naturally, societies are going to evolve to have an expression of that inner morality. And of course, people are naturally conservative because we have a desire for property, we have a desire for stability, for relationships. We are naturally conservative. The older we get, especially, we are even more conservative. And so these things are naturally part of the human condition that God created. God is conservative in that sense, right? There are certain limits to certain things in your moral behavior. That's a conservative aspect. I'm not saying God has a political affiliation. I'm saying that we are made in the image of God, and therefore it's only natural that societies would exist that emulate, or I should say the societies that last long, have laws in place that emulate, to some degree, the Ten Commandments. Because if you don't, and if you allow killing and stealing and adultery and all these things, and raping and pillaging, then your society is not going to last very long, because life and truth and God's moral character are all intertwined. So, every king in history has had laws against stealing and murder and false testimony. But it does. So now go back to our example with the Americas. It doesn't follow that America, having laws that are quote unquote similar to the Ten Commandments or even based on the Ten Commandments, it doesn't mean that America is a Christian nation. Of course, you're going to have laws based on the Ten Commandments. The Ten Commandments summarize in the most simplest and profound way how to live, how to have life. Don't kill, don't steal, don't bear false testimony, don't cheat, don't covet. Honor your parents and your father and your mother. Worship God, love God alone. Don't have any other false gods. Of course, if you follow the commandments, of course, we can't follow them perfectly, but they're designed to express what is life. Life it's the law of liberty. And of course, God gives you a new heart to be able to perform the law better, but you're not saved by law keeping. Nevertheless, it doesn't follow that America having laws that are similar to the Ten Commandments or based on the Ten Commandments makes it a Christian nation. Even pagans like Hammurabi's code and the Persians, the Babylonians, the Romans, they all had similar laws. Of course, they had their pagan practices too, right and almost right. But nevertheless, the whole point that America is a Christian nation because it has, Christian laws or that people did religious things, this is a non sequitur. And that's point number 3, is that Charlie Kirk commits a non sequitur. So what are the 3 points that you need to defend in this particular case? And it's not just Charlie Kirk, other people commit a non sequitur. Point number 1 is that the Bible warns you America is the false prophet. Point number 2 is that none of the founding fathers were born again Christians, at least none of the ones I covered, and most of them, those are very significant. Most of the founding fathers were deists, secret society members, philosophers. They did their own thing. They were not born again Christians. They did not believe in Jesus Christ as the Savior. So they had no intention of ever establishing America as a Christian nation. The Puritans also had their own version of Christianity, which was very Roman in its spirit. And I've documented that quite a bit. People need to know that. America is the false prophet because it has lamb-like qualities, but yet it speaks like a dragon. It has slavery, had all these issues that we talked about before. I mean, I think if I'm correct, you can look into this yourself. On the day after the proclamation of the Emancipation Proclamation, Abraham Lincoln hung like 40-something Lakota tribe elders or something like that of the Indians. So go figure. The Indians have had a really bad rap by the American government. And so again, you have this hypocrisy. So America's false prophet. Founding fathers were not Christians. Neither the Puritans were. Some of them were probably genuine Christians, but the Puritans had their own flavor of fundamentalism that was very Roman in spirit. So it's lamb-like, but it actually speaks like a dragon. And of course, the third point is the non sequitur, which is it doesn't follow. It doesn't follow that people doing religious things or America having religious laws or people who claim to be Christians are in office doing quote-unquote Christian things. It doesn't follow that that means those people are born again Christians and that we're a Christian nation, because Christianity is not an institution. Church and state do not belong in the same category. And this is the problem. If you accept that they do, then you're going to be wrapped up in the weeds, and these people with very clever arguments will deceive you, unfortunately. Charlie Kirk makes a category error because he doesn't understand true Christianity. He believes Christianity is an institution, so he's either very deceived or he's a puppet. Now, from previous pictures that I've shown, you can look him up with him doing all these little hand signs with Candace Owens and all these various things, Project 2025, they're on the same club. I'll let you decide on whether he's just deceived or maybe he's part of the project to deceive people. That's up to you. But nevertheless, the point is that he's deceived either way. There is no such thing as a Christian nation because Christianity is not an institution. It's not a physical place. It's not a denomination. And it has no means to implement a state or a government. I'm going to say that again. Christianity has no means, true Christianity, has no means to implement a state or a government. It was never made to have a state or a government. The Catholic Church claims to be Christian and is an institution and has many means to implement a state or a government, and it has in history. Our government on this side of eternity is Jesus as king in heaven ruling, and we have peace. We have total peace in the outcome. That's our government. We have fellowship with one another. There's nobody above each other. In fact, the more above you are, in some sense, like let's say in a leadership position, the more of service you should be, not the less of service or in some sort of, hierarchical understanding. That's a Catholic understanding. We're all brothers and sisters with each other, with Christ on top in heaven, ruling from heaven. That is the true church and the model of the church. There's no such thing as hierarchies and all this stuff that happens. That's all Catholicism. And Protestantism, especially today at the end of the, Counter-Reformation, is practically come back to the Mother Church. Protestantism is rife with this stuff, especially the New Apostolic Reformation. They love their hierarchies. And there are distinctions of, oh, I'm born by the fire of the Spirit, and I have this, I'm a latter rain prophet, and I'm in the Joel's army, and all this stuff. This is Catholicism resurrected, folks, and it's coming very soon. But either way, after Jesus returns, there likely will be cities, just guessing, educated guess, things to do, roles of different kinds. I'm sure Jesus is going to give roles to people, and we're going to have different things to do, and it's going to be all a type of government that'll be perfect. It'll be something, but it's going to be perfect. So the point is that whether we're now here on this side of eternity or on the other side of eternity, government is taken care of for you. There's nothing that you need to do in a worldly sense to worry about government. And the point is that on this side of eternity, government is upstairs. We have each other, we have fellowship, we spread the gospel, we have total peace that the government is perfect. The government in heaven is perfect. And that government will come down to earth. And when it does, we're going to have joy. You don't have to worry about faith anymore. You don't have to worry about spreading the gospel because everybody's going to be there is going to be a believer. So it's going to be just about joy and experiencing the joy of Christ. So either way, there's nothing to get worried about and get trapped up in this whole governmental debate of church and state and voting and nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. This is the whole point, is that you don't have to focus on creating the outcome. You are a participant in God's plan. You're spreading the gospel. You're learning about Jesus. You're strengthening your faith. And regardless of what you achieve or don't achieve, the victory is assured. And that's the good news. The only way Christianity will ever implement a government is with Christ physically here. And of course, that is going to happen. And when that happens, evil will be destroyed and we will have a type of government. But the Old Testament is very different than the New Testament. In the Old Testament, God shared his judicial power with kings as a picture of the future ruling of Christ on earth. I'm not talking about a millennial reign. I'm talking about eternity, where Jesus will be here on a throne in glory that you'll be able to look at him and set appointments with him and do various things on earth. Who knows how it's going to go? But that's the future. The dwelling place of God is with man. In the New Testament, this is the important point I wanted to make earlier. In the New Testament, so in the Old Testament, God shared his judicial authority and power with the kings. Go to war, kill these people, do this, do that. Okay. In the New Testament, God has given all authority and judicial right to Christ. You do not have to worry about anything because Jesus is ruling. Jesus is going to cast judgment. So in our day and age, or in our little circle, we are to judge others in the church who are claiming to lead us, to judge them by their fruits. We're to judge ourselves, have discernment, spread the gospel, and not worry because Jesus is in charge. So when Jesus returns, everything's going to be taken care of, and it's already taken care of right now. But until then, very important, right? Almost right. Until then, the Bible tells you that Satan is going to impersonate this particular system. This eternity is going to make a counterfeit eternity, a golden age of some kind, maybe a counterfeit Christ, who knows? Ultimately, it's going to be a system where people will think the best has arrived. And they're going to be deluded by religion, by institutionalization, by fanaticism, by non sequiturs, by category errors, by poor history and half-truths, and all the things we're covering today. And that's exactly what's happening on the horizon. So those who argue for a Christian nation are playing into the final deception. America is the false prophet. The founding fathers were not Christian. And Christianity is not an institution. Therefore, it cannot implement a state. Christianity is a way of being, and it can implement a new way of being in somebody's life, a new heart, and new actions. But we don't know who's elect, who's saved. We can judge people by their fruits, but ultimately, we don't know the state of the heart. Because you know what? There's a lot of ups and downs in life, and sometimes people backslide. Sometimes people really struggle with certain things, but you don't know the heart. Only God knows the heart. Kind of like King Saul, and his story is going to be very inspiring when we do the Salvation series, because his story is a downward spiral. And yet the Bible tells you that God gave Saul a new heart, which is a very interesting situation. Nevertheless, now that we've established this very strong foundation for America as the false prophet, it's time to see the Bible being fulfilled in real time as the false prophet works its various signs and wonders. So onward to part 2, false signs and wonders.
God is revealing to us the name of the Antichrist. Hey, I just met you. Now the I in this case refers to the Antichrist. And just meeting you means that he is revealing himself. This is the Antichrist's entrance into the end times. And this is crazy. That's the 7 years of tribulation. But here's my number. He is talking here about his number of the beast, which he is going to give to every one of us. So call me maybe. Now he is not saying call me on the telephone. What the Antichrist is saying here is, my name is maybe. Call me maybe. Nostradamus also called the Antichrist Mabus.
Okay, well, now that we have an ideological foundation for America as the false prophet, it's time to see the false prophet in action. In this section, I want to look at just a couple of clippings and various videos and things that I selected to show you, beyond a shadow of a doubt, all of these false signs and wonders that are happening and they're being exported to the rest of the world. Now, I've talked about this in great detail. I've covered these types of things in so many episodes, in my Dark to Light playlist, in my Christian Nationalism playlist, in my End Time series, on and on and on. So if you're new to this and you're trying to connect the dots between America being the false prophet versus an individual, or false signs and wonders not being like literal necessarily miracles that a person is performing in Israel, bringing down fire, but rather something symbolic for all these deceptions that are happening. If you're having a hard time connecting that, then again, go watch those things I just mentioned. They'll be very edifying for you and you'll learn the truth. If you have watched any of my videos, if you've watched any of these Venerable Day of the Sun episodes, then you know exactly where we're going with this, and this will be not much of a surprise for you, but again, it will confirm and show the truth that America is the false prophet. These things are always happening, and they're probably going to happen increasingly more as time gets closer and closer to the end. Remember that America's role is to bring the false light to the world. It is to bring the false light of the resurrected Catholic system, or the beast, which is the papacy. It is designed to bring the world to submission under the beast. According to the Bible, that is the role of America in Bible prophecy. So keep that in mind as you watch all these things. Without further ado, let's watch some YouTube. Here we go.
Swifties for Trump is real, y'all. Taylor Swift has had to cancel a couple of concerts because of the terrorist threats that come with open borders, and her fans are saying, yeah, maybe the guy who wanted to build a wall and the guy who wanted to protect our nations and our countries, decide who's coming in, maybe that guy is for us. Maybe Orange Man good. And Swifties are posting videos all across the internet saying, we're for Donald Trump. Expect to see MAGA hats, pink MAGA hats maybe, at Taylor Swift's next concerts. Videos like these popping up in everyone's feed.
Voting Donald Trump, baby.
And Swifties even taking photos with Donald Trump and saying this.
I think this movement is super awesome, but also super important because it's no secret that millions of young female voters consider themselves Swifties. And we don't want them to have to choose between loving Taylor Swift and supporting their conservative ideologies at the ballot box in November.
People love their trends and their fashion and all this stuff. And so what's happening? Taylor Swift, the Swifties are going from dark to light. Isn't that funny? Taylor Swift is pretty liberal, and I wonder if she's going to, if something's going to happen, something has to happen with her. She has to have some sort of quote-unquote born-again moment where she comes to see the light of religion. I'm waiting for that. But for now, her audience is going from dark to light. Look, the Swifties are even supporting Trump. Just again, these are false signs and deceptions to get you to marvel after these various things that are happening. These are not necessarily related, but they're interesting.
You are currently watching footage of a company who will be delivering sunlight during the dark. Can't believe this is actually real. So this is a company based in California, and they're gonna have satellites that will be orbiting the Earth with mirrors on it. Through these mirrors,
Now, really quick, satellites, there's no such thing as satellites that orbit the Earth, because if you understand the biblical cosmology, and we have a whole series on that, then you know what the truth is. But they do have high altitude balloons, and who knows what kind of shenanigans they're going to pull with this, but pay attention.
the sun will reflect, and wherever you order the sunlight through their app, that's where you'll get it. As crazy as it sounds, they just finished their last on-Earth test where they did it with a hot air balloon. So now they're going to space, and you can apply to order sun starting in the fourth quarter of 2025. You are
2025, you'll be able to order sunlight. I wonder how that technology is going to be used. I really do. Well, here's a hint of how it's going to be used.
I remember when everybody was talking about Project BB. You know, I just find this hologram technology very interesting. But as I can see, there's a serpent
Land of the plumed serpent.
flying around this Aztec deity. Quite intriguing. Especially when you add in the fact that the AI is upgrading faster than we can possibly imagine. And we already reached the point to where reality is on a blur.
Look at these people with their phones. Pointing their phones at this hologram, however the heck they're creating it, is just crazy. And filming this creature, this spiritual creature floating around in space, the plumed serpent.
Third line, where some of the videos now you don't even know is real. So now if they attach that to a hologram, Houston, I think we will have a problem. Yeah. And we definitely living in some strange times where strange things is now the norm. Because never would I ever thought that I'd be seeing a giant demigod levitating with a hologram with a giant serpent playing Ring Around the Rosie on top of a pyramid. Yep. Welcome to the 2024. Y'all let me know y'all thoughts on what y'all think.
Yeah, welcome to the end times. Welcome to the book of Revelation and the false signs and wonders that are coming out of the false prophet and into the world through holograms, through AI, through all these technologies that people are going to be in such great delusion. People who are hardcore Christian Zionists and dispensationalists and futurists are not prepared to withstand the deception that's going to happen with the third temple. Imagine if they do some shenanigans with the return of Christ or some sort of appearance or whatever else. How many people are going to be deceived? Crazy. Here's another one. September 23rd, predictive programming. Well, it's September 27th, so... But let's see. I'll play. Why don't you play?
The elites are planning some sort of catastrophic false flag event on September 23rd, I believe, of this year. And I'm going to show you all the predictive programming that said that this is going to happen. In the Big Bang Theory, an asteroid strikes on September 23rd. In the movie This Is the End, on September 23rd is the rapture. In the movie Pandemic, an outbreak happens on September 23rd. Ghostbusters, Evil is released on September 23rd. In the movie Tomorrowland, disaster strikes on September 23rd. In the movie Little Shop of Horrors, humans are threatened by some sort of event that happens on, again, September 23rd. In the movie Knowing, a solar flare strikes on September 22nd and lasts till the 23rd. In the movie Seeking a Friend for the End of the World, an asteroid strikes on September 23rd. Julie and Julia, meteor strikes September 23rd. In the movie Sleepy Hollow, dimensions open up on September 23rd. Now you get my point. Predictive programming is something that the psychopaths that rule this world utilize to show you what they're gonna do previous to them doing it because it alleviates their karma. Essentially, they're telling you what they're gonna do and you guys are agreeing. Now, they are more than likely gonna use Project Bluebeam, which is something that they've perfected where they use holograms to bring in an antichrist or some sort of cataclysmic event, UFOs, meteor strikes, something. Now, all this predictive programming on September 23rd didn't specify the year, but with everything going on in the world, it could be the September 23rd coming up. And hopefully this reaches enough people where they gotta call off their plans. Peace and love. The elites are planning.
So even the New Agers are wise to the things that these people are planning to do. Now, who knows when or how this is going to work, but predictive programming is real. With anything major that's happened, you can see that through history, especially with 9/11. That's been a big one. But predictive programming is real, and all these things come out of where? Out of the United States. The false prophet, the media, Hollywood, and now social media, of course, going out through the entire world. Oh, here we go with this stuff. National Eucharistic Revival. The bridegroom is coming to heal our land. 2024 National Eucharistic Congress.
The bridegroom is coming to do something for this land, and I don't think there's anyone who could say that our land and our American church does not need healing. This American land is covered in the blood of violence. This American land is covered in the tears of corruption. We need the love of the Eucharistic Jesus in this land.
Now, you need the love of the Jesus from Scripture, not the false Catholic Eucharistic Jesus.
Jesus in the Blessed Sacrament is processing from every corner of this land. As thousands, tens of thousands of people will gather around the Eucharistic Lord, what can that mean for our American church? And so I challenge all of us as we
What it means is the resurrection of the Catholic Church.
enter into this extended period of Advent, as we await this encounter that God has prepared for us. I challenge each of us to enter deeply into prayer and ask, how am I called to respond? I challenge each of us to open our hearts and ask, not only what healing do I need, but what healing does this land need, and how am I called to participate in it? Are you called to pray? Are you called to fast? And for those of you who will be attending the Congress,
I don't know about you, but I'm called to expose this kind of stuff.
the tens of thousands of you, your task is not to attend the Congress. Your task is to go out from there on mission, so that the healing that is desired in his sacred heart may flow forth over this land.
Drama.
That we will not leave any grace on the table that the Lord has for us, that we will prepare the way well, so that the graces will flow forth across this land and heal every division.
Division that the Catholic Church started through its infiltrations and spies and so on and so forth. But nevertheless, very inspiring video for this megachurch type of Catholic model, which is so fascinating. I saw a video on it a while ago in some other video that I made a couple weeks or months ago. I was like, that's interesting. Then I saw another one. I'm like, well, what is this? And so I looked into it. This is the National Eucharistic Congress. Every movement needs a moment. This is ours. This is our movement. Very fascinating. God moved in power, historic outpouring of grace. Look at this. Pictures. Why? What is this? What do you want? This little extension that I'm using. Making history. The first National Eucharistic Congress in 83 years. Digital platform. It's all going digital. Signs and wonders working through the beast on behalf of, through the second beast on behalf of the first beast. Very fascinating. Oh, that's why. Okay, here's one for... John Rich. He's talking to Jordan Peterson, whose wife is Catholic, and Jordan Peterson's almost there. I'm waiting for him to convert to Catholicism too. But John Rich is a Protestant, quote unquote. So I think this starts from 14 something, and he's just lauding Jordan Peterson as just this amazing tool for God to do great things with. Let's see.
So what do you say? That's the truth. Protection against religious hypocrisy as well. And let me tell
I was listening to this super fast, so let's not have chipmunk speed and normal speed. Okay.
Say something, Doctor, as we wrap. You could be one of the most powerful weapons in the hand of God that he ever slung. Ever.
One of the most powerful weapons in the hand of God that he ever slung? Really?
Because of the intellect that you have, because of the platform that you have, because of the millions of people and what you've learned. You've read every word of the Bible, you've dissected it, you know what it is. And the day that becomes absolutely life and death real to you, you, sir, could be one of the most powerful human beings, in my opinion, that ever walked the face of the earth.
Receiving glory from men rather than glory from God. The most important thing on any one of our minds should always be to show up at that final day to receive our crown and to hear, well done, good and faithful servant. That is the most meaningful thing that could ever happen to you. Not to be recognized by other men as the most powerful tool in God's hands, the most, you're going to be just so amazing. And of course, this is a Protestant to a almost Catholic.
I agree with John. I really hope that Jordan Peterson...
And you have Jaden Forrest, some young kid that probably doesn't know anything about the end times, unfortunately, Jaden. You need to learn the truth, and you need to tell your audience the truth. And just like John Rich needs to learn the truth, that America is the false prophet, that the Bible warns of counterfeit Christianity, and we have to discern and test the spirits, that the current movements towards a Christian nationalist, a religious nationalist New World Order is all in fulfillment of the Bible, the Bible's warnings that the beast, i.e. the papacy, will be worshipped, and it will be by the hands of the United States, which will create the first system to do it and export basically to the rest of the world. However that's going to look, we can't necessarily predict the specifics, but we can see very important trends. This is Gather 25, gather25.com. Gather 25 is an unprecedented 25-hour global broadcast event telling the history, the story, and the mission of the global church by the global church. Wait, what global church are we talking about? The global institution? Or the elect that Christ has reserved for himself before time began? What are we talking about? And how do you know who those people are? Do you just join and you claim that you're part of the global church and therefore you're acknowledged to speak on behalf of the global church? For 25 hours, Gather 25 will be an opportunity for the 2.5 billion believers across the world to gather in prayer, worship, and repentance so that we can go out powerfully and collaboratively to reach the world. Repentance, by the way, means to turn around. When you repent, which is repenting of the primary sin, the sin of unbelief, you get a new heart. And God gives you a new heart. He writes the law on your heart, and you're born again. There's nothing more to repent from that point on. Of course, you make mistakes, and you can repent of them in that sense. You can make mistakes that are serious and repent of it, ask for forgiveness from God. But God has already forgiven your sins, past, present, and future. Doesn't mean you have license to sin. But what I'm getting at is this. The Catholic ideal, because it's synergistic, is always run by guilt. You have to repent, you have to go to confession, you have to do, and because you're sinful, you have to do this thing to purge yourself again. It's this constant rat race where, as the gospel tells you, that atonement has been completed. The atonement has been completed. Your past, present, and future are forgiven. You're being conformed to the image of Christ. And life is an adventure in that mystery. Whereas the synergistic model tells you that you can lose your salvation, that you have to constantly ask for forgiveness because you annoyed God, even though God is omniscient and knows everything about you and everything that you will do and has forgiven you on the cross when he died, which was the whole point. But this is Catholicism. And of course, this isn't a Catholic thing that's being put on, but it's a Catholic thing if you understand the drift. Churches, campuses, arenas, and living rooms, every part of the global church will join together across every time zone and denomination in a historic gathering that is free to everyone, everywhere. It's free. Come on in. This is our moment in history to come together, be encouraged by the stories of how God is moving across the earth, and be inspired to carry the gospel out to every person on earth, but it won't be a gathering of the global church without you. So many questions from this paragraph. I have so many questions. To come together, be encouraged by the stories of how God is moving across the earth. How about being encouraged by the stories of the Bible? Because that's an objective truth. You can have a charismatic that says, I had a dream about Jesus and he's moving powerfully in my life and he told me to do this and told me to do that. Could be an entirely false dream that was given to you maybe by some demons, or maybe you made it up, or maybe you just had a strange dream. And then you have another person who's from Orthodoxy or Catholicism saying, I went and baptized 20 infants today, or I gave Eucharist, transubstantiation, communion to 20 people today, and God was really moving powerfully. What God are you talking about? We all don't have the same God. There's only one God. But the God of Catholicism, the God of Orthodoxy, the God of the Charismatics, these are all different gods. Because they have very strange things that they believe about the gospel and about, Jesus Christ. Of course, I'm not saying that there aren't genuine elect in these groups. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that these are religions. The charismatic movement is a religion, especially the NAR and all this stuff happening with these false apostles and these Bethel churches and Hillsong. These are apostate groups. So how could you possibly find the same God is my question. The next one, it says, and be inspired to carry out the gospel to every person on earth. How do you know what the gospel is if all of you from every place on earth are getting together and you have major doctrinal differences. How can you possibly spread the gospel? When orthodoxy says in the Confession of Disitheus, in Article 17 or whatever, I think it's 17, where it says that we believe that salvation is by faith and works, that to lay hold on the righteousness of Christ by faith, is far from all orthodoxy. And that's exactly what the Bible tells you. And Catholicism tells you to run a rat race of Eucharist and sacramental subservience to the Pope and all this religion in order to be saved and to maintain your salvation. When charismatics say you need to be born, not just born again, but born by the fire, fire baptism, and you need to have signs and wonders, and you do this, otherwise you're probably not a true Christian. How can you possibly spread the gospel when all these people are coming together? What are you going to spread? You're going to spread a false Jesus, a false gospel, an ecumenical gospel, which is exactly what the Bible consistently warns you. Now, where is this Gather 25? Is it in Norway? Is it in Germany? Is it in China? Is it in Japan? Is it in Africa? No, it's in the United States. But the United States is creating an ecumenical movement. Gather around from the world. Come, when we're going to use the internet and the digital space to promote this false wonder and sign. Look at this. Now, again, I'm not doubting that some of these people are genuine believers, that we shouldn't, throw the baby out with the bathwater. But the point is that this is also what the Bible warned us about. So we have to be very shrewd in evaluating such experiences. This is from Alice Bailey's writings, The Externalization of the Hierarchy, section 4. And she says, thus a great and new movement is proceeding and a tremendously increased interplay and interaction is taking place. This will go on until AD 2025. During the years intervening between now and then, very great changes will be seen taking place. And at the great General Assembly of the Hierarchy, held as usually every century, in 2025, the date in all probability will be set for the first stage of the externalization of the hierarchy, i.e., the principalities, the devil, the fallen angels, all those mystery gods and goddesses to be externalized. Mystery Babylon, the ancient mystery of the religion dressing up and manifesting as the Catholic Church in the modern age. The present cycle, from now until that date, is called technically the stage of the forerunner. It's preparatory in nature, testing in its methods, and intended to be revelatory in its techniques and results. You can see, therefore, that Chohan's masters, initiates, world disciples, and aspirants affiliated with the hierarchy are all at this time passing through a cycle of great activity. From Alice Bailey, who was neck deep in the devil's soup, I think she was Helena Blavatsky's pupil. She's definitely one of those people, surrounding the New Age and the occult and devil worship and love and light and all this kind of stuff. So she tells you that 2025 is going to be the beginning of the externalization of the hierarchy, which is very interesting. This is a paper titled Disciples in the Year 2025 by Nancy Seifer. I'm just going to pick out a real quick quote here. It says, the period from the publication of the Bailey books to the next great assembly, designated the stage of the forerunner, was intended as a period of preparation and testing many developments previously set in motion by the hierarchy in spheres such as world governance and world religion, were projected to reach a culminating stage by 2025. Now, 2025 is also a Jubilee year for the Catholic Church. I wonder if there's a connection. Here's another false sign and wonder.
Iran is going through a Jesus revolution. Close to 1 million Muslims have decided to leave Islam for Jesus Christ. These numbers will blow your mind. Out of 75,000 mosques in the country, 50,000 have reportedly had to close down. And that's because people are finally waking up to the truth. And that is that only Jesus Christ can truly save and satisfy. Iranians give up everything, even their own lives, when they decide to follow Christ. And as you just heard, almost 1 million believe a life without Jesus is not even worth living. Keep the people of the Middle East in your prayers. And if you're excited to hear all about what God is doing in this hour, follow or subscribe to learn more.
What is God doing? Check Instagram and see what God is doing, or just read the Bible and know what God will do. People are so quick to ascribe, God's doing this is a move of God. Well, again, I want us to keep these people in our prayers. I think that there's a very good likelihood that people in Gaza are getting brutally destroyed. and claiming to have visions of Jesus before they die, I would not be surprised if Jesus is showing himself to these people, giving them the ability to believe, like a Damascus Road type of experience, and saving them before they die. I don't think that's a stretch. I think it's possible. Nevertheless, there's yin and yang with everything. Narrow road, folks. That doesn't mean that you go all the way to that side or all the way to this side. Meaning, oh, this is a move of God and it's going to be a great thing and the Muslims are converting to Jesus. Everything's great. The best is yet to come. No. That's an extreme. And in fact, the Bible warns you about these things. If it warns you that the power to come is a counterfeit Christian power and the world will marvel after this power, then the world has to be converted to a religious mindset, a counterfeit Christian mindset. So when you see mass baptism, mass conversions, I talk about the Muslims having to convert because the world will marvel after beasts. People don't believe me. Well, there you go. Here's your proof. This is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. There's going to be a charismatic revival across the Middle East. That has to happen because, again, the Jews and the Muslims have to convert. Otherwise, the Bible can't be fulfilled that the world is marveling after the beast. How are they going to convert, I wonder? Well, watch my Great Delusion series. You'll figure out how. It's not rocket science. Who knows how the specifics will play out, but you're already seeing it play out right now. The Muslim world is breaking down. They thought they were going to take over Europe, and yet they're going to be taken over by the Catholic system. Now, this is a charismatic awakening that they're having. Again, I don't doubt that some of these people are genuine. I really don't. I think maybe a good deal of them are genuine, but probably a greater deal will be false converts and be sucked into this charismatic religious spirit, counterfeit Christian thing that the Bible warned you about. And one thing that's really perked up my ears when she was talking is the whole Jesus Revolution thing, which again, if you look up Jesus Revolution, Jonathan Rumi, Jesuit Catholic actor, and in my Great Delusion series, I talk about the Jesus Revolution, how that was put on and what purpose it had in terms of creating momentum for other things like the Messianics, the Charismatics, the NAR. These things go in waves, folks. Every generation has a wave. And of course, the waves are getting, a little more quicker and more intense and so on and so forth. But the point is that they do these things in waves. And as a result, they build on top of each other. So, conclusion from all of these little stories. Well, you have to remember that there's been a lot of satanic activity throughout the church age, and specifically in the conversation we're having today since the French Revolution. In Revelation 17, verse 8, it talks about the beast from the bottomless pit. It says, the beast that you saw was and is and not. This is the beast that the woman rides, Mystery Babylon, and is about to rise from the bottomless pit and go to destruction. And the dwellers on the earth whose names have not been written in the book of life from the foundation of the world, i.e. the elect, the people who aren't elect, they'll marvel to see the beast, because it was and is not and is to come. I.e., it was, then it suffered a mortal wound, is not, and is to come. It counterfeits the resurrection. It basically dies, but then it comes back to life. That's exactly what's happening. But this beast is really important because it comes out of the bottomless pit. Now, if you look in the two witnesses, we talk about that in my Two Witnesses episode, my End Time series. This is significant because they're killed by the beast that comes out of the bottomless pit, which is what the woman rides. This is very significant. There's a very significant connection that the Bible makes for us. See my Two Witnesses episode for a little more in-depth breakdown, but the final reality, which is the woman riding the beast, the church over the state, this union of religion and politics, which is the manifestation of the greater spiritual mystery religion of the ages, manifesting through a religio-political system under one man that Satan controls. That's the point. Satan has always had a man on the throne, some way or some form. Well, at the end, he's allowed to have a man on the throne for the whole world. That system is what kills the two witnesses in Revelation 11, I believe. Now, that's really significant, because what that tells you is that this system arose from the bottomless pit when the French Revolution happened. I talk about this again in my Two Witnesses episode. The Two Witnesses is a period of time that the Word of God is being subjugated and basically in sackcloth and ashes. And that period of time intersects with the period of time that the papacy is ruling for 1260 years. They both have a 1260 year mark. And again, on my timeline, on my end times timeline, you can see that. It's very nicely laid out graphically. But they overlap. And the beast emerges from the bottomless pit and kills the two witnesses. Well, again, the two witnesses, if they're the word of God, then atheism in the French Revolution, when it burned the Bibles and basically banned the Bible and Christianity for 3 years, that's 3 days, the two witnesses were dead, and then they came back and there was a revival in the 1800s. Of course, in the 1800s, there were also many satanic activities, but the point is that the two witnesses and this system, this final system that we're headed towards, intersect. And what that tells you is that this system emerged from the bottomless pit in the French Revolution. This satanic end times system began with the French Revolution. Now, why is there that case? Why is that the case? It began because in the French Revolution, you had the dialectical scheme come to life. Monarchies were dissolved. And this dialectical system of church and state, church and state, church and state was created. On one side, you have the atheistic, communistic side. On the other, you have the nationalistic, republican type of side. Religious, but nationalist. And these two sides have oscillated back and forth, back and forth. And really the whole point is for them to integrate. You're going to have the best of both worlds, folks. You're going to have the best of religiousness, and you're going to have the best of communism integrating into one reality at the end for the beast. When the Jesuits did their reductions in South America, that was basically a taste of the future, which is kind of like communism and a theocracy mixed into one. Supreme and total authoritarian power under a religious figure, of course, which was the Jesuit general at the time. But these poor natives, they didn't have any property. They didn't have anything. They submitted all their produce at the end of the day for the Jesuits to confiscate and divide. They gave all their property, all their cattle, everything was theirs. And that's the way it worked for many, many decades. And of course, the Jesuits got very rich off of that. But the point is this. The point is that the future is a union of these two things. And the reason that they were separate from each other is so that things could go faster and faster towards that goal. When you have opposition, you have this ping pong game. When you have monarchy, things are very slow. There's no duality. Does that make sense? So they got rid of monarchies. Monarchies had served their purpose. They weren't useful anymore. A lot of the monarchs were kicking the Jesuits out. And so the French Revolution started. Napoleon was propped up. They even tried to declare a state of Israel. I talk about that in my Great Delusion series. And ultimately that began this system of church and state coming together. But that began a long time ago. And of course, that system is now coming to its fruition. After that, after the French Revolution, you had a lot of satanic activity, waves of satanic influence, showing you that, yes, this beast has emerged from the bottomless pit along with all of the evil that comes from the bottomless pit. In the 1800s, you had false prophets, evolution, the Enlightenment, the bloody civil wars, and the other wars that were happening. So much deception was happening in the 1800s. In the 1900s, even more. You had even more blood. That was the bloodiest century in the history of mankind with the two world wars, various wars that America was involved in. A lot of deceptions, false movements, the rise of the charismatic movement. All these things have happened in the 1900s. I've covered them, of course, quite a bit in my various series. And, of course, in the last 24 years, since the 2000s, you have the age of deception. This is the age of social media, of AI, of false signs and wonders and technological marvels. And it's coming to a head, folks. It's coming to a head. All these signs and wonders are coming to a head. All this satanic activity is coming to a head. And the bottomless pit, the beast that comes from the bottomless pit, is about to be externalized, the externalization of the hierarchy. And all these people are basically in cahoots. So now, put it together. In the U.S., you have Protestants bridging the gap with Catholics, like that John Rich guy and Jordan Peterson. The charismatic movement is sweeping the nation and the world through things like the NAR. The beast is all about the charismatic movement. You should look into that and see how the beast basically took hold of the charismatic false Kundalini spirit. Because again, what does the Bible tell you? Out of all of the vehicles that Satan created in the church age, he chose the Catholic Church and the papacy specifically to be the throne of his power. Meaning that all of the other satanic things are going to be integrated into the Catholic Church. The charismatic movement was not started by the Catholic Church. But because the Catholic Church is Satan's throne, it was integrated into the Catholic Church. And I talk about it in my Great Delusion series as well. But the beast loves the charismatic movement because it's going to be the way to glue all of the, you saw that Gather 25, the global church. This is what's happening through the charismatic movement. That's why I say there's going to be a charismatic revival in the Middle East. It's the false spirit because people love false signs and wonders. Oh, it's a move of God. Look, people are convulsing and doing things. It must be God. Well, how do you know? How do you know if it's God? You got to test the spirits. And most people don't test the spirits because they've abandoned God's word. There's also false technological signs and wonders that are getting more and more convincing, like holograms, AI, artificial images and video. I think they'll likely use holograms and supernatural signs to deceive the Jews and the Muslims and the pagans as well, like the Buddhists and the Indians and Hindus. Who knows? But we know that these people need supernatural signs and they're easy to fool because they don't have the word of God. So for them, seeing something like, oh my gosh, something in the air, that's a sign, must be a miracle. Okay, well, I guess this is the truth. This is the God that we believe in. And, he's revealed himself as, the Catholic God. So this is what's happening. Again, we'll have to watch these things to see exactly how it all plays out. But this is the future. And all of it is coming from the United States. For Christians, they're going to use a counterfeit spirit and charismatic experiences. For the pagans, they're going to use false signs and wonders and move everybody into the same mentality. Notice that Satan is fighting both the external and the internal battleground. For the pagans and the Jews and the Muslims, he's going to fight on the external. He's going to give them dazzling signs and wonders to make them believe. And for the quote-unquote Christians, the lukewarm Christians, the baby fox Christians, he's going to give them the charismatic experiences, the internal things. Oh, it's a move of God. It's this. I feel the fellowship or whatever else. And of course, people are going to be very deceived by their own emotions and feelings and dreams. Meanwhile, on top of all that, you have the conservative push in the U.S. where everybody's swinging towards a political reality. Look, Swifties for Trump. I mean, that's a sign of the times, if anything. Social media has fractured successfully in the sense that you have now an echo chamber, basically a liberal echo chamber and a conservative echo chamber. You have two competing narratives constantly. That's why I said with this election that's coming up, my guess is they're going to pull the same shenanigans as last time. But now, because people are so conditioned to the narrative and the counter narrative, which of course the truth is not any of those, but there's the counter narrative. There's going to be something happening, in my opinion, where people are going to quote unquote wake up and take the red pill somehow. But either way, they have now successfully fractured the media into the conservative truther side, exposing the left, but really they're exposing each other if you look at it, which is very comical. And we're going to see some of that in some of these articles coming up. But you have to get out of the dialectic, because the dialectic is how the false prophet and how Satan uses various tools at their disposal to deceive people. It's with dialectics. A lot of stuff is intersecting for 2025. Like I said, Jubilee year for the Catholic Church. It's not a Jubilee year according to the Bible. It's just their own invented timekeeping scale to bring about the world worship of the beast. 2025, the Lucius Trust. We talked about this with Love and Light and how they're all about love and light in the 2025. That's the Lucius Trust that's with the UN. We also know that Klaus Schwab stepping down in 2025. So there you go. The dark phase they're done with the dark phase. Now it's time for the light phase. And of course, Klaus Schwab is going to get a pat on the back for being a good little actor. And we'll move you here in this cubicle and you can do the next thing there. A lot of predictive programming in many places with 2025. Of course, there's Project 2025. Alice Bailey, the externalization of the hierarchy. Aleister Crowley, he supposedly said that the year of the great work would be in the year of the snake. And of course, 2025 is the year of the snake. A lot of UFO New Age people say that there's going to be contact in 2025. The Eucharistic revival in the U.S., mass baptisms across the USA, U.S. political shift to the right, All these things are happening. Europe, same thing. Shifting, everything is to the right. Everything is shifting to the right. 2025 is a shift, and it's going to be a shift into some very quickly escalating things. So you need to be prepared because the Great Delusion is settling in. And it's going to happen first in the United States. And the United States will be the key to bringing that delusion to the rest of the world. The Catholic Church has way too much bloody history to be out in the front doing that kind of work. Of course, the Pope is always engaging in adulteries with these various pagans, as you'll soon see. But the Catholic Church has infiltrated Protestantism and other organizations to make them work for her, to make her look good. And Protestantism is practically destroyed at this point. There's no such thing as Protestantism anymore. True Protestantism, in my mind, is protesting the teachings of the Catholic Church and walking the narrow road. That's about as accurate as you can be. Anything other than that, if you're a denomination or anything else, you need to get out of that denomination. Because ultimately, at this point, all these denominations are serving the beast. They've taken control of them, and they use them and America as this noble mask to do their dirty work, which of course is a mask for the dragon. It's a lamb mask for the dragon. So we have to watch and be ready. Now, onward to part 3. How is America serving the beast? All right, well, in this part, I want to continue exposing America as the false prophet of Revelation 13 and show you that it is actively serving the interests of the beast. A lot of people think that Trump is a puppet of the Jews and the Zionists, but in fact, he's actually a puppet of the Pope, and I intend to prove that to you today, if I haven't already proved it to you so far in my other videos. Of course, you should watch my Trump video if you haven't yet. It's a long expose on Trump if you still believe that he's just a rich guy that happened to decide to help his country and so on and so forth. Rather, you should realize that he's a puppet. But he's a puppet of the Pope. He's not a puppet of the Zionists. The whole relationship to the Jews and to the Zionists is for the ultimate end of bringing peace to the Middle East so that the charismatic revival can happen. His job is kind of to be a false Messiah or a Cyrus figure to these Jews because they're always lusting after political and material saviors. And the Jesuits know that. They did that with Napoleon, they did it with Hitler, and they are doing it with Trump. And if you haven't heard about Napoleon or Hitler and how those figures served the interests of the Jesuits and their relationship to the Jews, despite what history tells you, then my encouragement to you is to learn just a little bit more. Watch my Zionism playlist, watch my Great Delusion playlist. There's some information there. Of course, some of it I can't speak about on YouTube because, it's not kosher, quote unquote, but you know what I'm talking about. So anyway, Trump is a puppet of the Pope, and you have to realize that his job is to bring the world in subservience under the beast. Trump will probably come to power. Again, expect shenanigans. I expect lots of shenanigans. But the future is very clear. The future is the world marveling after the beast, and Trump is the perfect candidate, along with a conservative Pope, to make the world marvel after the beast. Now, let's look at some of these links and see what they have to say. Who are the Dominionists backing conservative candidates? This is from November 15th, 2022. Dominionism is an umbrella term for certain groups of Protestants and some Catholics who interpret Genesis 1 verse 28 in the Bible, which refers to people having dominion over all life on earth, as meaning that Christians should exercise control over most aspects of modern life. Ricardi Swartz says. It's a utopia end times eschatology, she says. Most dominionists, but not all, emphasize the Christian church will mature and flourish and gain dominance in society before Christ returns. What does the Bible tell you? It tells you that the institution that's a counterfeit is going to do that and enforce worship. It doesn't tell you that the body of Christ will do that. People will be saved, and God's plan cannot be stopped, but the Bible doesn't tell you the best is yet to come. Well, it tells you that Jesus is going to return, and yeah, that's the best. But before Jesus returns, it's getting worse and worse, folks. Any theology that tells you differently is Antichrist. That teaching stands in opposition to standard Christian doctrine, also called premillennialism, which suggests Christ's return Christ has to return first before a Christian kingdom is established on earth, which is true. There's no millennial kingdom, but Christ will establish his kingdom on earth physically forever, and we'll be part of that kingdom if we believe. But only when he arrives, that's the point. So the dominionist endgame is creating a Christian kingdom on earth while we're still alive. And that is the deception, folks. That's the forbidden fruit. You can be like God. You can create the outcome. You don't need God here. You can do it. And of course, if you believe that, then you're falling right into the devil's trap. Ending abortion, gay marriage, secular education are cornerstones of the movement, says Clarkson, a senior research analyst with the Somerville-based Political Associates. It's their idea of righteousness and what God requires of them, he says. The only legitimate education is through the lens of the Bible as they understand it. This is the key part, as they understand it. They talk about getting rid of demons. They talk about Christianizing the public space. They talk about getting rid of demons, Richard Schwartz says. It's really about spiritual warfare, she says. They see themselves as warriors fighting not just demonic forces, but people, because they see people as demonically possessed by the spirit of whatever is in opposition to them. That's right. And when you are going to oppose these people and say, no, I'm not going to bow down to your spiritual system, you will be one of those demons, guaranteed. Really, what are they talking about is cleansing the public sphere of people who are not like them, Richard Schwartz says. When Florida Governor Ron DeSantis rephrased the Bible passage and told students at a private Christian college to, quote, put on the full armor of God, stand firm against the left's schemes. He was speaking to a political base of believers, she says. I think it's fair to call dominion theology part of the toolkit of political radicalism. There are different groups of people who believe in dominionist-type theology, and they are not always in sync with each other. So-called Seven Mountains Society. We talked about the Seven Mountains last time. Christian nationalists who participated in the January 6th insurrection can be considered co-travelers with dominionists since they have the same end goal, she says. But most dominionists aren't as violent or as inclined to violence as we see some among Christian nationalists, especially white Christian nationalists. So you know the leaning of this, but again, look, both sides are telling on each other. The liberals are telling on the conservatives are telling on the liberals. So eat the meat in between. There are a confusing number of groups associated with the theological movement, with names such as New Apostolic Reformation, Latter Rain, Joel's Army, and Seven Mountains. Yeah, all these people are peas in a pod, and they're going to serve the bidding of the Pope. Because probably the leaders are Jesuit infiltrators, like Lance Wallnau, who is all about a church-state union. The latter calls for Christians to have control over the so-called Seven Mountains of society: family, arts, media, education, government, religion, and business. The Oak Initiative, which we'll look at, which is associated with evangelistic prophet and election denier Rick Joyner, calls for raising up effective leaders in the seven areas as part of a spiritual awakening that lays the foundation for a course correction in the future of America. Remember the idea that America is this destined to bring the light to the world. From the very beginning with the Pilgrims, it's always been this idea that America is special to bring the light to the world, which of course it is going to bring the false light to the world. When Republican candidate for Arizona Governor Kari Lake recently promised reporters she would be their worst effing nightmare, she also vowed that we will reform the media as well. That's right. We're going to change the echo chamber, and that is changing. Lake, who denies the legitimacy of President Biden's election, has been compared to a prophet in a charismatic Christian publication. There's a media mountain, and they've got to conquer it, Clarkson says. Some dominionist groups definitely want a theocratic form of government. Others want to transform democracy, but not do away with it altogether, she says. At the more extreme end, there would be no more public schools, she said. The family would educate their children. There would be no more social welfare endeavors because the church would take care of all the needs of the poor. And this may happen, folks. It may happen, and you'll be witness to it. How dominionists impacted the election. Republican right-wing Christian gubernatorial candidate Douglas Mastriano lost the Pennsylvania race to Democrat Josh Shapiro. But in many ways, it was not really a defeat, Clarkson says. With more than 40% of the vote, Mastriano had an enormous sweeping victory that was unprecedented in the United States. We've never had another candidate like this in American history running for major office, Clarkson says. We have an openly theocratic candidate who said he is the voice of God. The people around him believed the same. Toward the end of a Facebook video of March 15th campaign event, Mastriano says, quote, God's spoken through a donkey. He's speaking through Doug Mastriano right now. He remains a sitting state senator and leads a group of people who meet every week in the state capitol to plan strategy. Clarkson says, the movement will continue. Mastriano's campaign coordinators came out of the New Apostolic Reformation. There it is. And spent little money on advertising, relying instead on social media networks such as Facebook, Clarkson says. That Mastriano's campaign achieved as much as it did is an astounding thing, he says. It's not just white men, Clarkson says, adding that women and people of color also play increasingly large roles in the NAR movement. If we see seats being filled with people who are actively in support of the so-called election fraud, who are proponents of Christian nationalism, who are conspiratorial-minded, we don't know what will happen. What will happen to public schools? What will happen to gay marriage? There's a whole list of things in the agenda that will tell us about the temperature of democracy in the United States. So, yeah, the liberals are panicking, and they're telling on the extremists. And, of course, the extremists are exposing to you the deep, dark secrets of the left, and they're just telling on each other like this, like one, dark hand and one light hand. But they're both hands of the devil, and they're both revealing to you something in hopes that you're going to go with one side or the other, whereas you have to just say, no, I don't want to be part of this dialectic. Tired of your dialectical schemes. But let's learn a little bit about Rick Joyner, our friend Rick Joyner here. He's an American public speaker and author, and he founded the Morning Star Ministries with his wife in 1985. Morning Star Ministries. Of course, Jesus is the bright morning star, but we know the occult worships the devil as the morning star. Advisory and author and other leadership roles. Joyner has been part of the apostolic prophet movement and an advocate of the fivefold ministry, and has been considered a leader in the movement since he published The Harvest in 1989, in which he predicted there would be soon a prophetic movement and a separate apostolic movement. In the mid-1990s, Joyner was one of the all-male members of the International Advisors at Large to the Evangelical Christian Women's Organization, AGLO International. So very much into the Seven Mountain Mandate type of thing, and all about the union of church and state. But let's learn more about Rick Joyner. If you do some digging, and you see on Morningstar on his website, and say, is the OSJ connected? Well, actually, let's go up here really quick. Just the first statement is very telling. Question. This is on his website. Why did I join the Knights of Malta? Now, if you know anything about secret societies, right there, that should tell you everything for the rest of this particular point. So he's defending this thing. He's going a very detailed journey as to why you should not, judge him for joining the Knights of Malta. But let's see. Is the OSJ, the Order of St. John, connected to the Masons? What he says. No, neither are any secret vows or rituals in the OSJ. The OSJ is a true Christian order. Again, what does Christian mean? False category. And the vows for knighthood are commitments to be servants of Christ and no other God, as well as to Christian truth and principles. The 8-pointed Maltese cross was designed to represent the 8 beatitudes of Christ, which the knight was to wear on his heart at all times as a constant reminder of what was to be in his heart. Now, do you remember Albert Pike, 33rd degree Freemason? And he said in his book, Morals and Dogma, I think it's in Morals and Dogma, I could be wrong, but I think it's Morals and Dogma, how the whole point is to deceive every one of these initiated people at the bottom with all sorts of fanciful ideas about the exoteric meaning of these things. Oh, it means the 8 beatitudes of Christ, and you can pour it on your heart, and it means this. And of course, once you make it to the top, you say, oh, actually, that star means Lucifer, or whatever else it means. And, it's the dawn of the light. So there's always exoteric and esoteric. When you have somebody who's part of a secret society, and we'll document this in just a little bit, because the Knights of Malta are a secret society. They're a Catholic secret society, but you have a Protestant being part of it. So, how does that work? Well, you should know how it works by now. But the point is, when you have somebody who's in a secret society telling you what these things represent, and you're supposed to be the goyim, do you really think they're telling you the truth? I don't believe it for 1 minute. Moving on. Because some believe that the origin of the Masons was the Knights Templar, which it was, which also had its origin in the Crusades at about the time the Order of St. John, as well as a number of other orders, some have tried to assert that the Masons and OSJ are related. They are related, and we will document it quite a bit in the future. We'll document a little bit here, but they are related. Actually, when the Templar Knights were excommunicated for their secret vows and rituals that were considered to be witchcraft, they believed that the OSJ was behind their debacle, and some considered the OSJ to be the greatest enemy of the Masons to this day. Secret societies all warring against each other, but of course they're all subsumed under the beast in the end. However, most Masons and members of the OSJ are oblivious to this, as well as much of the rest of their history. I've also heard that in some countries, Masons and the OSJ do work together for charitable causes that both are committed to, such as hospitals and medical relief. Some have also concluded that they are related because the head of each is called the Grand Master. These are simply titles that were left over from the Middle Ages, and such guilt by random association is a symptom of paranoia, which may be an even greater danger in the future than any wayward order. Should Christians give up their title as priests of the Lord because there are satanic priests? We don't throw away our real money because someone finds a counterfeit. Neither should we give up our vocabulary just because the enemy decides to use it. Gosh, such clever argumentation, just like Charlie Kirk. You got to be wise as a serpent, folks. And you have to know your history, too, with these people. Also, even though the majority of Masons are only aware of 3 degrees, apprentice, journeyman, and master Mason, there is a secret society within some of the Masonic groups that recognizes 33 degrees. Each of these degrees has a title, and the title given to the 27th degree is Knight of Malta. Some assert that this proves that there is a relationship between them, but they also use other Christian titles for some of these degrees, none of which do I believe relate to the Christian use of it. First off, how can you say that how can you call it Christian? There's no such thing as a secret order in Christianity. Christianity is a way of being, folks, so this guy is very deceived. Of course, he's probably a deceiver, but anyway, I'll let you be the judge of that. I do not think that we should give up any of them just because some Masons decided to use them. As a Christian, I am deeply alarmed by everything I have studied about the Masons. I do not know how any Christian can make the basic vow required for entry to the Masons. I have not, nor would I ever be part of any secret society, or one that has secret rituals. The OSJ has neither. They do everything in the light. All of its vows and rituals are Christian and are commitments to basic Christian doctrine. What exactly are we talking about? Because the Knights of Malta are a Catholic organization, and Catholicism is not Christian by any stretch of the imagination. There are some who claim to be the true OSJ that do at least have teachings that I believe to be in conflict with the basic Christian truth. But we also have groups that claim to be the true Christian church that do that as well. Should Christians stop calling themselves the church because some who are not true Christians call themselves the church? Again, I do not intend to let those with such flawed reasoning dictate what I do or do not do, as I am committed to walking by faith, not by fear. So certainly he really spent some time apologizing for this association to the Knights Templar and trying to tell you, no, there's no association. This is just a good group of brothers, Christian brothers doing Christian things. Christian. Of course, today Christian doesn't mean what Christian meant in the book of Acts. So when you hear Christian this, Christian that, Christian organization, Christian this, you should really raise your eyebrow and open your ears, because it means ecumenical, and it's hiding behind the mask of the Lamb, when of course behind it is a snake. This is the Sovereign Military Order of Malta. Wikipedia, you can look it up. Yada, yada, yada. Also known as the Order of Malta or the Knights of Malta, is a Catholic lay religious order, traditionally of a military, chivalric, and noble nature. Though it possesses no territory, the order is often considered sovereign entity under international law. Why? Who is this order that they need to be considered a sovereign entity? Tells you how powerful they are. The order claims continuity with the Knights Hospitaller, a chivalric order that was founded in 1099 by the Blessed Gerard in the Kingdom of Jerusalem. The order is led by an elected prince and grand master. Its motto is Tutio fide et obsequium pauperum, defense of the faith and assistance to the poor. Exoteric and esoteric. The order venerates the Virgin Mary as its patroness under the title Our Lady of Philermos. Now go back to that Protestant, Rick Joyner, who said, I'm just doing Christian stuff in a Christian order, where the order is dedicated to the Virgin Mary, which of course you know that the occult and the people on the inside worship Lucifer as the Virgin Mary, as the angel of light that appears and does all these false signs and wonders. We know that Mary is dead and waiting to be resurrected like every other saint in the Bible. So what does it mean that there are apparitions of Mary and the Fatima experience and all these things designed to move people into a counterfeit gospel? And you have an order that is dedicated to this apparition, to this entity, parading around as something it's not. And you have a Protestant joining this thing and making apologies that, no, it's okay. It's okay that we're just doing Christian stuff. Christian. What does that mean, folks? It means that things are not what they seem. The order's members includes 13,500 knights, dames, and chaplains. 33 of these are professed religious knights of justice. Until the 1990s, the highest classes of membership, including officers, required proof of noble lineage. Got to be part of the club. More recently, a path was created for knights and dames of the lowest class, of whom proof of aristocratic lineage is not required, to be specially elevated to the highest class, making them eligible for office in the order. What does the Bible have to say about these types of things, folks? What does Jesus say? The greatest among you must be the least, to be in service, and the least among you is the greatest. It's an inversion of the inversion. You follow in the Master's footsteps, who came down from heaven to earth, and also came down in the sense he went down on his knees to wash their feet, for us to be an example of. So these things of noble hierarchy and lineage and, aristocracy, what does that tell you? It's not the Holy Spirit that's guiding these things. The Order's modern-day role is largely focused on providing humanitarian assistance and assisting with international humanitarian relations. You kind of like Bill Gates assists with international humanitarian relations, for which purpose it has had permanent observer status at the United Nations General Assembly since 1994. Tells you who's in charge, folks. When the Pope and the Knights Templar and all these people have permanent observer status, they're not part of the dialectic. They're beyond the dialectic. They get to watch and make sure that everybody's doing their job. The Order employs about 52,000 doctors, nurses, auxiliaries, and paramedics, assisted by 95,000 volunteers in more than 120 countries, assisting children, homeless, disabled, elderly, and terminally ill people, refugees, and lepers around the world without distinction of ethnicity or religion. Gosh, they're doing so much good. And you know what? God is doing good through them. But nonetheless, it is what it is. You have to realize that that doesn't mean that these things are good in and of themselves. Through its Worldwide Relief Corps, Malteser International, the Order aids victims of natural disasters, epidemics, and war. The Order maintains diplomatic relations with 113 states, enters into treaties, and issues its own passports, coins, and postage stamps. What are we talking about here? Its own sovereign state. It has its own passports, its own coins, its own postage stamps. It has treaties with other countries. What's going on here? Its two headquarters buildings in Rome enjoy extraterritoriality, kind of like the Vatican. So its two headquarters are in Rome, where the beast is, and the Bible tells you that's where the beast comes from. And the Protestant Rick Joyner and many others. Oh, I'm a Knight of Malta member. No. It's not. It's just the Christian stuff, just doing Christian things, folks. And it maintains two embassies in other countries. The Agenzia Nazionale Stampa Associata news agency has called it the smallest sovereign state in the world. The three principal officers are counted as citizens. Although the Order has been a United Nations General Assembly observer since 1984, this was granted in view of its long-standing dedication in providing humanitarian assistance and its special role in international humanitarian relations. The same category is held by the other non-state entities such as International Olympic Committee and the International Committee of the Red Cross, which are all designed as ecumenical fronts, folks. I talked about this in one of my previous videos with the Olympics. The person who made the Olympics was a Jesuit-trained operative. Very well documented. The design of the Olympics was to bring a common mentality to the world through sport and this Greco-Roman idolatry of sport and athleticism to unite the world into a common culture. And that's what they're doing through the Olympics. The Olympics is Catholic. And of course, they have the same standing as the Knights of Malta or the whatever Order of Malta. And the International Committee of the Red Cross, same thing. Red Cross has just so many heinous things. People have talked about the abuses of the Red Cross left and right. But the Red Cross, what is the point with all these things? They're designed to be as fronts to make the Catholic Church look good. All these humanitarian things, I'm sure they do some good. And again, God uses the wicked to do good, basically to advance his purpose. He uses all things for the good. They are doing good in the world because God is using them for the good. But nonetheless, their intention to do these things is to make the Catholic Church look good. Who starts all the wars? Who starts all the problems? The Bible tells you, the mother of abominations and harlots of the earth. And of course, especially in the last 500 years, if you do your history and you learn who's behind every revolution and war, well, okay. So if you have basically the one that's causing the problem and the one that's fixing the problem, then what's going on here? What's going on is there's more to the story. And of course, people like Rick Joyner don't want to tell you that. This is history of the Order of St. John. The birth of the Knights Hospitaller dates back to 1048. Merchants from the ancient Marine Republic of Amalfi obtained from the Caliph of Egypt the authorization to build a church, convent, and hospital in Jerusalem to care for the pilgrims of any religious faith or race. The The Order of St. John of Jerusalem, the monastic community that ran the hospital for the pilgrims in the Holy Land, became independent under the guidance of its founder and religious brother, Gerard. This all started with the Crusades, folks. That's when all these little leapfrog organizations pretty much started. Of course, their traditions go back before that, but it all started with the Crusades. With the papal bull, Pie Postulatio Voluntatis, dated 15 February 1113, Pope Paschal II approved the foundation of the hospital and placed it under the aegis of the Holy See, granting it the right to freely elect its superiors without interference from other secular or religious authorities. By virtue of the papal bull, the hospital became an order exempt from the control of the local church. All the knights were religious, bound by the 3 monastic vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. Obedience to who, I wonder? Obedience to the Pope. The constitution of the Christian Kingdom of Jerusalem during the Crusades obliged the order to take on the military defense of the sick, the pilgrims, and the captured territories. The order thus added the task of defending the faith to that of its hospitaller mission. As time went on, the order adopted the white 8-pointed cross that is still its symbol today. The 8 points represent the 8 beatitudes that Jesus pronounced in his Sermon on the Mount. If you believe that the highest people in this organization believe that, then I have some beachfront property waiting for you in Phoenix that is going fast, so make sure you give me a call. But that's for that. Where's that symbol? There's the solar cross. There it is. They love their solar symbols, and of course, these are more to the eye, more than meets the eye with these types of things. So, Rick Joyner is what? Rick Joyner is a Protestant infiltrator. Who knows if he's a secret society member? Of course, he's a member of the Knights of Malta, and he's admitting it. But is he a member of others? Is he a Jesuit? Who knows? Who cares? The point is, this is proof to you using one example, and there are many such examples that I've covered. This is another example that proves to you that the person who is doing all this dominionist stuff, whatever his organization is called, the Oak Initiative or whatever it's called, Protestant, quote unquote, yet he's dominionist, member of a Catholic secret organization. Not so secret because they're out in the open, but they're very secret in some sense, right? Their own sovereign state. They have their own passport, their own coins. Come on. 1 and 1. And of course, the order is pledged to Mary and the obedience of the Pope. And here you are, a Protestant, admitting he's part of one of these orders. And what's he doing? He's serving the beast. He's serving the goals of the beast in pushing this dominionist 7 Mountain Mandate poison into culture. And yet he's a Protestant. Looks like a lamb, but speaks like a dragon. Remember that the papacy uses all these other masks in order to bring the world to itself. They have created countless echo chambers, countless narratives about one world order, the Olympics, in the 1800s, late 1800s, there was a meeting of the world's religions. Now they have one every couple years now, every 2 years. The charismatic movement, all these different things are just the NASA, the climate change narrative, AI, everything is designed to make an echo chamber that makes people come to the conclusion that we need a moral authority. We need a one world order. We need that. And we need a moral authority to guide us in this world order, i.e., a counterfeit of Jesus. Because Jesus is the moral authority that is the source of government across the world. And he will be once he returns, and he's the source of the power right now because he's ruling in heaven. But nevertheless, the devil is allowed to do his schemes in the meantime. So the devil is going to counterfeit that reality through the Pope, through a nationalist, religious nationalist system, a one world order that is counterfeit Christian. And all of these things are constantly pointing more and more and more. We need a world order. We need a world order. We need a moral authority. We need somebody who's such objective that can give us peace and that's wise and gives us wisdom. And by peace, he will destroy many. And of course, that's exactly what's happening by the hand of Protestants like Rick Joyner, who are infiltrated, who are compromised, who are obedient to the Catholic papacy. By their fruits, you will know them. Rick Joyner is somebody who is claiming to be a Christian and who's claiming to be a leader in the Christian church. So therefore, you should apply that verse from Matthew to Rick Joyner and judge him by his fruits. He's admitting to you he's part of a secret society. He's admitting to you that he's passionate about what the Bible warns you about is coming, which is a one-world counterfeit Christian reality. So what do you judge according to those fruits? Well, what you judge is that he's an infiltrated person. At the very least, minimum, this man is incredibly deceived like many of his peers. Or he knows exactly what he's doing, and his job is to basically apologize where he can and reveal the method here and there and just play his part, because he's either been threatened or bribed or seduced or whatever else. So there's all flavors of apostasy from mild to obvious, folks, but you need to realize that all roads lead to Rome, and that's the lesson of today. The lesson of every day, really. This is now Trump. Let's talk about Trump a couple times. A couple articles here. Trump campaign announces Catholics for Trump coalition. Today, President Trump announces Catholics for Trump, a coalition committed to safeguarding the vital principles of religious liberty. What did I tell you about that term being a Catholic term? And defending family values that the President Donald Trump has ardently championed. Under President Trump's leadership, our nation witnessed unprecedented support for religious freedom. There it is again, like twice in the same paragraph. With significant victories both domestically and globally. President Trump restored protections for faith-based organizations and bolstered the rights of religious institutions against governmental overreach. False dialectic. President Trump really helped the institution of church against the institution of the state. Well, wait a minute. The church isn't an institution. It's a body of believers that are connected to Christ and one another through the gospel by way of the Holy Spirit. So did Trump do anything for that church? No, I don't think so. He didn't spread the gospel. He didn't help people come to Christ and repent. He helped the institution of church. So he helped the Catholics quite a bit. He helped the beast. Unlike the Harris-Biden administration, king of the North, king of the South, which has systematically undermined these fundamental rights, President Trump has stood unwaveringly in defense of the foundational principles of Catholicism. That should tell you everything right there. Moving on. President Trump knows the significance of ensuring religious freedom for all, and unlike Kamala Harris, he knows the true power of faith and will never take away our God-given rights. This coalition presents an incredible opportunity to display to our nation under God what Catholics believe in and the morals we uphold. So Trump is the opportunity for Catholics to really come into the limelight. Just like the Bible tells you. Catholics for Trump stands with President Trump in his mission to continue building a nation where the rights of every individual to practice their faith freely is protected. We'll talk about this religious freedom narrative because there's a whole thing about that. Together we can secure a future that honors the principles of freedom, faith, and life that are integral to our American heritage. And we will protect the right to engage in the divine truth of the Lord and hold steadfast his unconditional love that guides us daily. Gosh, so noble sounding, so beautiful, so lamb-like, isn't it? So lamb-like. And yet, behind that is just nothing but snakery. Here's a couple interesting quotes on Trump from all these famous people. Let's see. In our lifetime, no president has done more to advance and defend religious freedom than President Donald Trump. Keep that in mind. Remember, religious freedom is a Catholic buzzword, just like common good. America needs President Trump back in the White House to protect and preserve our God-given right to worship freely at home and abroad. Callista Gingrich, former U.S. ambassador to the Holy See. So the beast loves Trump. Now is the time for Catholics to coalesce and acknowledge that President Trump is the only candidate that will help uphold and promote our moral principles and foundational beliefs. Catholics and all Americans need a strong leader in the White House now more than ever, and that leader is Donald Trump. George Glass, former U.S. ambassador to Portugal. Like all Catholics who follow the teachings of the Church, it guides every decision I make. There has never been a time when those values and freedom to practice them have been in greater peril. With such high stakes, we are blessed to have the easiest decision in modern history as to which candidate for president has a record in public office more consistent with those teachings. That's why I will vote for and support Donald Trump and encourage my fellow Catholics to do likewise. Former Senator Rick Santorum. President Trump's record in office is more closely aligned with Catholic principles than that of any other president or major party nominee in my lifetime. In 2024, he is running against the most radically anti-Catholic presidential candidate in my lifetime. This is not a difficult decision. Michael Knowles, commentator and author. This is by design, folks. The King of the North and the King of the South, it's supposed to reach a crescendo. And at the end, the King of the North storms upon the King of the South and takes over all his goods and integrates him into his schemes. But the Bible tells you that there are two kings sitting at one table working mischief together. So there's that. Here's another one. Kamala Harris hates Catholics and everything we hold sacred. We can't pretend otherwise. Our institutions, families, culture, and belief in the sanctity of human life are the antithesis of her vision for America. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, and now RFK, are the antidote to the ruling class that has destroyed our country. Brian Birch, president of Catholic Vote. President Trump will continue to defend our religious freedoms and our values enshrined in faith and family. His leadership is needed more now than ever before because he understands that American families are the pillars of a strong society. Why is the Catholic emphasis, by the way, real quick pause, on the family so much? Do you know? Because Sunday is the day of the family. And they want the family to be emphasized because then you can pass your Sunday laws much easier to get people to do stuff on Sunday, to rest on Sunday, to go to sports games, to basically honor the beast on Sunday. And you need the families, because once the families are in, then it's much harder to be a rebel. But moving on. The contrast could not be clearer. We have watched Kamala Harris attack President Trump's Catholic judicial nominees who had to face her hostile and unfair questions when she was a member of the Senate Judiciary Committee. She was especially bigoted to anyone associated with the Knights of Columbus. Harris also was complicit in the FBI's fascist infiltration of Catholic parishes that say Latin Mass. Her smears of Justice Brett Kavanaugh can never be forgotten. Accusing Catholic students of high crimes was a cheap shot to score political points. President Trump's leadership to keep American families strong is critical to the future of our nation. This is Matt and Mercedes Schlapp. This is such a false dialectic, folks. The beast is the one who Satan gave his throne and power and a great authority to. Do not ever for a single moment believe, for one moment, that the beast is persecuted and it's just, there's this persecution of Catholics and nobody likes the Catholics and they're being persecuted and being hunted down in this witch hunt and all this stuff by the great communistic forces which the Jesuits created. Come on. This is such a false dialectic. In over 3 years over working at the White House and countless meetings in the Oval Office, I witnessed Donald Trump take the moral and ethical concerns of Catholics seriously. When presented with opposing views, he invariably chose the path advocated by his pro-life advisors and those advocating for the dignity of human life. As a Catholic, I have no choice but to proudly vote Donald Trump this November. Joe Grogan, former assistant to the president for domestic policy. One more here. With their vile anti-Catholic bigotry, Harris Waltz present an existential threat to Catholics in America. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance will instead protect the rights of Catholics to raise our children, run our schools, work our jobs, operate our businesses, protect our borders, go to church on Sunday, he didn't say that, and live out our faith free from the radicals who threaten our American way of life. The Honorable Tim Husselkamp, Ph.D., former U.S. Representative of Kansas. So, the beast loves Trump, folks. And that wouldn't be the case if Trump wasn't a puppet of the beast and doing the beast's bidding. Oh, let's see what... yes, Trump and religion. Another golden nugget. Log in or sign up. How about I do neither? Let's see. How do we play this?
One of the tragic things about life is that it ends. How often do you think about your death? Are you afraid of it?
I have a friend who's very, very successful, and he's in his 80s, mid-80s, and he asked me that exact same question. I turned it around. I said, well, what about you? He said, I think about it every minute of every day. And then a week later, he called me to tell me something, and he starts off the conversation by going, tick-tock, tick-tock.
Yeah.
Now, this is a dark person, in a sense, but it is what it is. I mean, if you're religious, you have, I think, a better feeling toward it. You're supposed to go to heaven, ideally not hell, but you're supposed to go to heaven if you're good.
Did you catch that? If you're good, there's no good people in heaven, folks. And of course, the Bible says that the dwelling place of God is with man at the end. We're going to be resurrected. You're not going to heaven. You're going to be here in a renewed creation. It's going to be beautiful. But there's no good people in paradise. There's saved people. You cannot earn your way into paradise with good works. But Trump still thinks that you can. Just do a good job. That's religious thinking. So he's serving the morality and the direction of the beast, because that is Catholic morality, that you must do good things in order to earn the reward. Where, of course, the gospel says that Jesus did the good on your behalf and earned the reward for you. And it's a gift to you by the grace of God.
I think our country's missing a lot of religion. I think it really was a much better place with religion.
Oh, really? Didn't we cover that just like a couple minutes ago? how the Puritans were whipping people, putting them in prison, even killing them. And of course, the dangers of religious fanaticism, even in the 1800s, with all the false prophets, all the cults that came out, slavery, and how people were owning slaves even though they were clergy. Religion? We want to go back to religion?
It was almost a guide, to a certain extent it was a guide. You want to be good to people. Without religion, there are no guardrails. I'd love to see us get back to religion, more religion in this country.
I'd love to see us get back to more religion in this country. Said to you by somebody with a very lamb-like quality. Noble, good, he's coming to save the people, coming to help you. Of course, he speaks like a dragon because religion is the antithesis of the gospel. So, is Donald Trump serving the aims of the beast? Absolutely. This is Catholic morality, and this is the direction the Catholic Church wants to go, which is what the Bible tells you it is going, and it will be successful at. So, Trump is definitely an agent and serving the beast. Here's one from Daily Express, which has a ton of ads, but my ad blocker seems to be working, so that's good. Let's see. This is, what does it say? Trump making increasingly bizarre God claims while losing grip on Christian voters. Donald Trump is making increasingly bizarre claims about God's higher purpose for him just as he loses his grip on Christian voters. Again, this is from a liberal perspective. Eat the meat, spit out the bones, they're telling on each other. The 78-year-old has compared himself to Jesus and audaciously claimed he would have won California in 2020 if Jesus was the vote counter. However, Trump is now struggling with faith and values Christian voters after claiming Florida's 6-week restriction on abortion is too short, and IVF should be provided for free. Trump keeps repeating the line that he survived an assassination attempt during his campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, because of some sort of divine intervention, despite firefighter Corey Comparatore losing his life. Now, there's a whole video on this. We've talked about it. And again, this is exactly what they want you to believe. And sometimes maybe they might kill people in order to make you to believe the narrative. There's a narrative and the counter narrative. They're both false. And of course, it's designed to make you believe that there's something hidden you need to search out for the truth rather than using discernment. So, stay sharp. This is now being pushed by his allies, with Fox News' Mark Levin claiming God gave Trump, who he referred to as a man of faith, a purpose by saving his life. This is exactly what's happening, folks. People are now solidified in delusion with Trump because of this quote-unquote assassin. And now there's a second one, too, as of the time of this video. I think you think, like, if you believe in God, you believe in God more, and somebody said, like, why? Then I'd like to think that God thinks that I'm going to straighten out our country, he told Levin on Life, Liberty, and Levin. Our country is so sick and it's so broken. Our country is just broken, and maybe that was the reason. I don't know. A lot of people have said that. A lot of people have said that Trump is here to just straighten out our country. God has put him in the position. He's God's chosen instrument to bring about this great delusion, of course. Trump also pushed the claim that his survival was due to divine protection. Of course, God has decreed these things to happen, and people are going to believe them who are not by the Spirit, but they're going by the way of the wind. Now, we don't know who those people are, but nevertheless, the point is that most people will buy these things and will get sucked into the delusion. But this is the whole point, to teach you that, or to basically make you believe that this was divine protection. If you reject this, then what is your conclusion? Well, the conclusion is that Trump is a liar. He's a gross liar. He's in on it. And it's all designed to deceive you. So you can't either pick the truth and you're an outcast and people call you crazy, or you pick the delusion and therefore Trump seems innocent in your eyes because he has divine protection. He's chosen by God. And, therefore you are joining the dialectic. It's either you don't be part of the dialectic or you're in one of the sides, left or right. This is the point. And this is why you have to separate yourself from these things. Trump also pushed the claim, I think you believe more because when you speak to experts like my sons who are shooting experts, but when you speak to experts, they say there was no chance that he would have missed from that distance, Trump concluded. Again, just parroting the same old stuff like, dude, if you had gotten your ear blown off by a rifle bullet And 2 weeks later, not even 2 weeks, and he takes his bandage off, supposedly, and oh, look, it's miraculously healed. No sign of a wound whatsoever. None. That's not going to happen in 2 weeks. But of course, that's a false sign and wonder in the false prophet. I'm not saying Trump is the false prophet. Trump is leading the false prophet. And Trump has to work signs and miracles in order to make people be deluded and follow the beast. I think he was hurried. I think he was rushed because people were starting to say, like, there's a guy up there with a gun, and I think he was probably rushed. The Secret Service has come under intense scrutiny in the months following the assassination attempt, with ongoing debates about how the shooter managed to fire at the former president. Now, obviously, somebody should have been on top of that roof, and there were some problems, but I have to tell you, Secret Service, they were right on me. Bullets were flying all over us, and not one of them hesitated, thinking, oh, gee, I'm not doing that. Trump remarked, didn't that woman, they were like hesitating? So do you notice the gaslighting that's happening? He's defending the Secret Service. Oh, no, they did a great job. They were great. They were awesome. And yet the Secret Service's performance was absolutely horrible by anybody who's a Secret Service evaluating what happened. How they brought him back up. They didn't know if there was multiple shooters. It was incredibly irresponsible. But not if you're staging the whole thing and you know what's happening, then there's nothing to be afraid of. You're not worried that the president is telling you to stop so he can do a fist bump for a perfect photo op. Come on, folks. The former president has been trying to appeal to the masses as well as courting Christian voters, but has been accused of flip-flopping over his abortion stance. Yeah, because Trump's a hypocrite like every other politician. Trump has welcomed pro-choice independent candidate Robert F. Kennedy and said he would be great for women and their reproductive rights. He's playing all the sides, folks. It's just total hypocrisy. It looks like a lamb, speaks like a dragon. National anti-abortion activist Leela Rose of Virginia-based Live Action said, if you don't stand for pro-life principles, you don't get pro-life votes. If Trump loses, it will be his own fault, wrote lawyer Bradley Pierce of Liberty Hall-based Abolish Abortion Texas, who wants abortion punishable by the death penalty. These people are crazy. They're fanatics. They think that they can take the law of God into their own hands and be the judge, but this is not the case. Jesus Christ is the judge. He's been given all authority. There's nothing you need to do to punish people or to take the law into your own hands. God will avenge. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. And if you don't respect that, then you're going to be deceived by the devil into self-righteous delusion. Trump celebrates the birthday of Jesus Christ's mother with image of Our Lady of Guadalupe, September 8th, 2024. Former President Trump celebrated the birthday of Mary, venerated by Christians, venerated by Catholics and Orthodox, as the mother of Jesus Christ in the Truth Social Post Sunday. Happy birthday, Mary, the presidential candidate posted on his social media platform alongside a photo of Our Lady of Guadalupe. The image bears particular significance to Catholics in Mexico, where an Aztec man named Juan Diego said that Mary appeared to him several times in a vision in 1531. Mary purportedly asked in these visions that a shrine be built to her on Tepeyac Hill, which is now a suburb of Mexico City. When Diego went to his bishop and relayed the message, according to Britannica, the bishop asked for a sign that he should do so. Diego is said to have returned to meet with the bishop after another meeting with Mary, quote-unquote Mary, where she encouraged him to go out and gather roses. When he returned to the bishop and opened his cloak, or tilma, dozens of roses reportedly fell to the floor and revealed an image of Mary imprinted on his tilma, which, by the way, all this talk of the Shroud of Turin, and is it legitimate, is it not? Just realize that false signs and wonders can appear supernatural. That's the whole point of a false sign and wonder. As you can see here, an image of Mary imprinted on his cloak after he gathered roses. Now, would the real Mary do that? No, because the real Mary is dead and waiting to be resurrected. So this was an apparition. It was somebody pretending to be Mary, deceiving this person into idolatry and worship and veneration. And they also produced an image of themselves, of quote-unquote Mary, on the fabric of this person's cloak. And that was a miracle. So there's that. Keep that in mind with the whole Shroud of Turin thing. And know that the Vatican is famous for its forgeries, and Rome especially. The image is one that Trump shared on Sunday, and it is venerated by pilgrims inside the Basilica of Guadalupe. Catholics hold the image to be a miracle and a sign of Mary's love and protection for the Americas, the lands of the plumed serpent. the late Pope John Paul II canonized Diego in August 2002 and declared Our Lady of Guadalupe to be the Marian heart of America in a homily of 1999. The heart of the land of the plumed serpent is the apparition of the angel of light. Trump's post in honor of Mary's birthday comes only days after he announced Catholics for Trump, a coalition that his campaign describes as committed to, quote, safeguarding the vital principles of religious liberty and defending family values. Here he is. Happy birthday, Mary. And of course, just this weird occultic stuff with Mary. And of course, this is from Revelation, the moon and the 12 stars and stuff. But it's just really, it's very strange. It's very strange, folks. And of course, you know what I'm talking about. Like with the Black Madonna and the conversion of ISIS and how the occult people see ISIS as whoever, and the whole thing with Mary in the occult. According to Helen Blavatsky, Mary is just a symbol for the devil. But anyway, this is from, what is this from? Oh yeah, we'll read about that in just a little bit. So the point is, when I said that Trump is a puppet of the Pope, I wasn't kidding. I wasn't kidding. Hopefully this is some more proof for you. But Trump will bring the United States to bow the knee to the Pope. How that also all going to play out, I don't know. But that's the trajectory of history. It's just logical deduction. Who knows how it's going to happen with the election? Again, I'm very much expecting some shenanigans, but it's going to happen. The future is Christian nationalist, religious nationalist. And that's exactly where we're headed very quickly with Trump, with Project 2025, with all these Catholics that are frothing at the mouth for a Catholic resurrection, everything, the charismatic movement, the Protestant infiltrators. It's all headed that direction, folks. It's just a matter of time. The next Pope is on his way. This Pope is almost out, just in time for 2025. So we'll see. My expectation is that in the next year, approximately, you will see a new Pope. And that Pope is going to be charismatic, is going to be conservative, and him and the charismatic conservative leader of the United States as the false prophet will frolic together through the field of apostasy, deceiving people left and right. And America will be in its prime of deception in deceiving the world into this false system. Now, religious liberty is a Catholic term, like the common good, and religious freedom, religious liberty. Whenever you see that, it's always being promoted to you in a place where the Catholic system, the Catholic religion, is not dominant. That's a very important thing to realize. Every time the Catholics talk about religious liberty or religious freedom, we need religious freedom, it's because the Catholic Church isn't dominant in that area. If it is, you won't see religious liberty or religious freedom being talked about because the Catholic Church wants to dominate. So when you see that Catholics are saying, oh, Trump has been the most influential figure in religious liberty that we know of, what does that tell you? That tells you he's been so influential for the beast, such a marvelous gift he has been to the agents and avenues of the beast and its desire to control the world. The reason that religious liberty is used as a narrative, as a dialectic, is designed to allow Catholic agents and Catholic ideals and Catholic culture shaping and influencers to enter a culture and take control. That's the whole point. By opening things up and making we want all people to have religious liberty, the freedom to worship how they please. Well, that means Catholics can come in and then slowly, because Catholics are all militant and hungry to control and believe in dominionist attitudes in their external church, taking control of the world for Christ, this is how it starts. It plants a seed and they can grow. And we have proof of that from the founding fathers of the United States who talked about this exact thing. That's exactly what I was going to read to you. This is from John Adams to Thomas Jefferson, May 1816, 6th of May. Shortly before they were both assassinated. But anyway, let's see what they said about their future assassins. I do not like the resurrection of the Jesuits, because the Jesuits were reinstated in 1812, I think. They have a general now in Russia in correspondence with the Jesuits in the United States who are more numerous than everybody knows. Shall we not have swarms of them here, as many shapes and disguises as ever a king of the gypsies Bamfield Moore Carew himself assumed? In the shape of printers, editors, writers, schoolmasters, etc., I have lately read Pascal's letters over again, and 4 volumes of the history of the Jesuits. If ever any congregation of men could merit eternal perdition on earth and in hell, According to these historians, though like Pascal true Catholics, it is the company of Loyola. Our system, however, of religious liberty must afford them an asylum. But if they do not put purity of our elections to a severe trial, it will be a wonder. I.e., they're saying, you know what? We're kind of in between a rock and a hard place with this whole religious liberty thing that we've decided to create, because now they're going to come here and exploit that. And that's exactly what happened. If, like I said, you know the history of the United States, within 100 years of the founding fathers, the Jesuits took control of the United States, and now the United States is basically doing the bidding of the papacy since then. So the point is that the Jesuits took control, and the false prophet has been the sword of the papacy, and of course also the deceiving arm of that with all the false signs and wonders for quite a while, folks. And the founding fathers, although they themselves were heretics, not even heretics, they were just deists, they're pagans. They were aware of the Jesuits and their schemes. They were aware of the fact that religious freedom and religious liberty are buzzwords that are exploited by the beast to plant infiltrators and to grow to a place of dominance. And then at that point, religious liberty is no longer tolerated, which is exactly what's going to happen. There will be a time when you will not be able to buy or sell unless you take the mark of the beast. So the Bible doesn't tell you about a future of religious liberty where you are free to practice the gospel and rest on the seventh day and walk the narrow road and do all these things. The Bible doesn't tell you that. The Bible tells you that there's going to be a period of time, not too long, thank God, but a period of time that's going to be incredible religious intolerance. So put one and one together. That means that the power that's arguing for religious liberty, i.e. the beast, is the one that's going to be doing the religious intolerance. That means that this whole religious liberty stuff is just a charade. It's just designed to work its way in to make Catholicism dominant, to bring in the common ideal. And then the people who don't want to bow along, then you can be punished because there's consensus in the majority. So there's that. Now, Trump, we know that his VP converted to Catholicism. And we know that Nick Fuentes loves Trump. He's major hardcore militant Catholic. Candace Owens recently converted to Catholicism. She's now a militant Catholic. Project 2025 is run by a militant Catholic. They love Trump, and they have a lot of things in common. I covered that in the last episode, even though he denies it. Trump is surrounded by high-profile Catholics. The Supreme Court is mostly Catholic. People see the Jewish connection between Trump and the Zionists, and they stop there, and they think that that's it. The Jews and the Zionists aren't the people who run the world, folks. You need to realize that. When the Jesuit Francisco, was it Ribera? Or was it the other one? I forget. One of them, I forget his name now, but the three that basically created futurism, there's Cardinal Bellarmine, Francisco Ribera, and Manuel Lacunza. That's right, Manuel Lacunza. I believe it was Lacunza. When he published his book on the basically dispensationalism, before it was dispensationalism, he published it under a pseudonym, Rabbi Yosef ben Ezra, i.e. a Jew. So the Jesuit pretended to be a Jew in order to hide his identity, and of course the rest is history, but they've always done that, folks. The Jesuits have always used the Jews as a shield. They used the Rothschilds, the Rothschild, red shields, to be their bankers for their illicit activities. They're using the Jews to do various things. Of course, yeah, there are things true to the conspiracy. If you look in, the news, in politics, sure, there's a lot of that. But the people behind the people you see that you can easily access through Wikipedia or the news are the people that are actually in control. And the Bible tells you this. It tells you that of every satanic vehicle on the face of the earth, the devil selected a particular agency, organization to actualize his power. And that's the Catholic papacy. So it doesn't matter that there are connections to the Zionists, to the Jews, to whatever else. What matters is that the Bible's told you who the enemy is to watch. The head of the snake. It's told you, look, this is the head of the snake. Watch that and see what it does. And of course, we know what it does and where it's headed because the time is short. Combine this all with infiltrated Protestants, and it's going to be very quick and easy, folks. The Protestant Reformation is almost over. It's almost 500 years. What is it? 500 years of the Protestant Reformation, something like that. And it's practically over, folks. Just right on time. Watch my free French Revolution episode so you understand how the Jesuits used the art of war through cultural spies, infiltrators, various kinds of spies, layers of secret societies and infiltrations. threats, bribes, whatever they need to do. Don't forget cultural influencers and Judas goats like Candace Owens, Russell Brand, Jordan Peterson, quote-unquote Protestants like John Rich, who have a very charismatic platform, but they're very ecumenical. It's very ecumenical stuff. Elon Musk is becoming more religious. I covered him. We'll cover him a little bit today as well. And of course, people are so excited that Musk is boosting Bitcoin, which I think we'll read an article on. But he's a proven liar. Remember Dogecoin and the whole debacle with him inflating the market? I mean, it's nonsense. So a couple more articles to go, and this one is from X, and it's Alex Rogers. In an FT interview, Leonardo Leo previews potential targets for his $1 billion nonprofit woke banks, China-friendly companies, and a TBD to be decided media investment. We need to crush liberal dominance where it's the most insidious, said Leo. Leo is a militant Catholic, which you'll learn about. Very wealthy person. He's Leonardo Leo, born yada yada, 1965. American lawyer and conservative legal activist. He was the longtime vice president of the Federalist Society and is currently, along with Stephen Calabresi, the co-chairman of the organization's board of directors. Early life, always a good place to go. He was born on Long Island, and he was raised suburban New Jersey. His grandfather, an Italian immigrant, was a vice president of fashion company Brooks Brothers. He grew up in a family of practicing Catholics. So he's hardcore militant Catholic, and he's throwing tons of money at this King of the South enemy that is the enemy of the Catholic Church. Here's Omnipresent. This is from ARS Technica. Omnipresent AI cameras will ensure good behavior, says Larry Ellison, who I believe is a liberal Jew, but it would be interesting to see where this goes. We're going to have supervision, says billionaire Oracle founder Ellison. On Thursday, Oracle co-founder Larry Ellison shared his vision for an AI-powered surveillance future during a company financial meeting, reports Business Insider. During an investor Q&A, Ellison described a world where artificial intelligence systems would constantly monitor citizens through an extensive network of cameras and drones, stating this would ensure both police and citizens don't break the law. Ellison, who briefly became the world's second wealthiest person, and last week, when his net worth surpassed Jeff Bezos for the short time, outlined a scenario where AI models would analyze footage from security cameras, police body cams, doorbell cameras, and vehicle dash cams. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we are constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on, Ellison said, describing what he sees as the benefits from an automated oversight from AI and automated alerts from when crime takes place. We're going to have supervision, he continued. Every police officer is going to be supervised at all times, and if there's a problem, AI will report the problem and report it to the appropriate person. People think, oh, this is going to be so good. Police won't be able to be doing their police brutality, so it's solving a problem. Well, no, it's introducing a vaster problem, which is oversight on everybody, not just the police officers. And of course, this guy is just another billionaire, just like that Leonardo guy, the Leonardo was Catholic, but you see what's going on. All these things are serving the agencies and the attitudes of the beast. We need to crush the liberals and create our own echo chamber and destroy the liberal media and the liberal banks and make organizations that basically agree with our values. Do you see the common thread since Puritan times? And of course, even on the liberal side, you see these people, they're all secret society members, folks, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, if you go to Wikipedia, Larry Ellison is just like a liberal, relatively agnostic Jew from what I can tell. But he's probably a secret society member. You don't get to be a billionaire without, being part of the devil's soup. And so everybody's playing the same tune. Let's all go in the same direction. All roads lead to Rome. Digital economy, digital supervision, social credit system, etc., etc. Speaking of which, you'll soon need a real ID to fly in the U.S. Here's how to get one. This is from 2024, August. Fly within the U.S. will soon require an extra document that's more secure than a state-issued driver's license or ID if you don't want to lug around your passport with you. Beginning in May of next year, all U.S. travelers will be required to have the official document known as a real ID on hand when traveling domestically by air. As an alternative, they may carry their passports with them. The initiative is a long time coming. It was initially slated for enforcement beginning in 2023, but the deadline was pushed back due to COVID. Well, there you go. So if you have a real ID, great. You're part of the system now. Of course, I'm not saying you've taken the mark or anything, but these things are just coming upon us, folks, and they're going to be more and more integrated. This is from The Hill. Coming soon, America's own social credit system. The new domestic war on terror kicked off by the riot on January 6th has prompted several web giants to unveil predecessor. This is, by the way, an older article, so you can see that this is a common thread. This is an old article from 2021, and we're going to read a new article after that. Relying on an indirect hand from DC, our social betters in corporate America will attempt to force the most profound changes our society has seen during the internet era. Dark to light, that's how they do things, just like 9/11. Last week, PayPal announced a partnership with the left-wing Southern Poverty Law Center to, quote, investigate the role of white supremacists and propagators of anti-government rhetoric. Subjective labels that potentially could impact a large number of groups of people using their service. PayPal says that the collected information will be shared with other financial firms and politicians. Facebook is taking similar measures, recently introducing messages that ask users to snitch on their potentially extremist friends, which considered the platform's bias seems mainly to target the political right. At the same time, Facebook and Microsoft are working with several other web giants and United Nations on a database to block potential extremist content. One day you're going to be the extremist. The actions of these major companies may seem logical in an internet riddled with scams and crime. After all, nobody will defend far-right militias or white supremacist groups using these platforms for their odious goals. However, the same issue as with government censorship exists with corporate censorship. If there is a line, who draws it? That's right, who determines the common good is the question. Will the distinction between mundane politics and extremism be, quote, I'll know it when I see it scenario, as former Supreme Court Justice Potter Stewart described obscenity? If so, will there be individuals able to unilaterally remove people's effective ability to use the internet? Could a Facebook employee equate Ben Shapiro with David Duke and remove his account? The implications of these crackdown efforts will be significantly more broad than just prohibiting Donald Trump from tweeting at 3 a.m. Young people cannot effectively function in a society if blocked off from using Facebook, Twitter, Gmail, Uber, Amazon, PayPal, Venmo, and other financial transaction systems. That's right, folks. It's coming. Eventually, all these things will have to be thrown away. Some banking platforms already have announced a ban on certain legal purchases, such as firearms. The growth of such restrictions, which will only accelerate with support from usually left-wing politicians, could create a system in which individuals who do not hold certain political views could be blocked from polite society and left unable to make a living. Well, the Bible tells you exactly this, and so are we seeing these things come to life, especially in the false prophet? Yes, we are. The potential scope of the soft social credit system is under construction is enormous. The same companies that can track your activities and give you corporate rewards for compliant behavior could utilize their powers to block transactions and surcharges or restrict your use of products. At what point does free speech, be it against biological males playing in girls' sports, questioning vaccine side effects, or advocating for gun rights, make someone a target in this new system? When does your debit card get canceled over old tweets, your home loan denied for homeschooling your kids, or your eBay account invalidated because a friend flagged you for posting a Gadsden flag? So that's on the horizon, folks. So that was from 2021. And this is from recently, I believe. Yeah, 2024, May 28th. Get out of here, Google. David Barr, a Chinese-style social credit system is coming to America. Debanking is becoming a crisis in the U.S., conflating ordinary conservatives with dangerous terrorists. The ease with which personal banking is conducted in the modern West would surely cause some envy to our mattress-stuffing ancestors. Cash point machines abound. Plastic is easy to carry, and most comforting, one's money is backed by the full faith and credit of the government. Importantly, unless one fundamentally transgresses the legal order, we can be sure our capital is always at a moment's access. Put another way, except in cases usually pertaining to national security, banks are rather indifferent to a client's private life. The good, the bad, and the ugly are all welcome provided they have the right decimal count. And so it pains me to report that in America, a peculiar phenomenon dubbed debanking is beginning to occur with increasing visibility. Debanking is what... Oh, it's stupid links. Here we go. Oh my goodness. Okay, boy, was that a wild goose chase. That was fun. Sometimes some of these articles I don't know what they do, but they pull a permissions thing on you where you basically have to log in, even though when I was researching it, it wasn't like paywalled or anything. So there's an answer to that, which is the Wayback Machine. And we could pull this article up from, when it originally was published, which is May 28th, 2024. But I forget where I was. I think it was debanking or de-risking is what it sounds like. A bank will, for legal liability or reputational risk, terminate with notice an individual account. Normally, this does not grab our attention. Criminal organizations and terrorists, we all agree, should be frozen out. And of course, banks may choose with whom to conduct business. Excuse me. Recently, over a dozen Republican attorneys generals, the main legal advisors to our state governors, wrote a letter to Brian T. Moynihan, the chairman of the board and CEO of Bank of America, noting that the institution, quote, appears to be conditioning access to its services on customers having the bank's preferred religious or political views. In a 7-page memo, the attorneys general outlined BOA's partnership with the Federal Bureau of Investigations and the U.S. Treasury to, quote, profile conservative and religious Americans as potential domestic terrorists. Now, of course, we know that this is dark to light, king of the north, king of the south type of dialectics, but this is a foreshadowing of what's going to happen in the end, where all these dialectics have been subsumed. There's no more enemy groups. Everybody's been converted to the new thing. And you, my friend, my Sabbath-keeping friend, my narrow way Fennec Fox friend, are going to be the odd man out. And that's when all of these dialectics are going to be pointed at you. Moving on. The seeming weaponization of our banking institutions to target Americans guilty of wrongthink is of a piece with the targeted censorship from certain behemoths in Silicon Valley. It was not too long ago that the New York Post, a paper founded by Alexander Hamilton, found its reporting on Hunter Biden limited by Facebook and Twitter. In effect, this meant that the story would not gain traction on two of the largest news platforms on Earth. Banking, like our modern news consumption, is by and large transacted through a digital medium. If an organization is deplatformed from a web server or debanked from, say, the second largest bank in America, claiming nearly 15% of all domestic deposits, there are not many options left, and that is by design. So conservatives should be worried. It was not too long ago that Lois Lerr, head of the IRS's exemption organizations unit under President Barack Obama, used her power to specifically target conservative nonprofits. This clear government malfeasance was met with outrage, and she was forced to resign. The private sector, especially the large banks, are not so easy to take to task. This is a problem. A strong banking system is built above all else on transparency. Opaque account cancellation policies based on subjective standards of reputational risk, whatever that means, not only cut against the spirit of free enterprise, but it super empowers an elite few to control the lives of most citizens. Ironically, the very same citizens who are forced to provide bailouts to banks like BOA when the times get tough. Yeah, it's all a scam, folks. You're still in Egypt, okay? You're still in Egypt. You're going to be in Egypt till Jesus returns. But we are not of Egypt, but we are in Egypt. We often scoff at the notion that a social credit regime could never happen in America or the UK. You'll see the UK in a story, I think, in this tab group pretty soon. This form of tyranny, we believe, is surely not the stuff of democratic regimes devoted to liberty, but it's happening here with increasing success. That's because, my friend who's writing this article, that the democratic regimes that are devoted to liberty, quote unquote, that look like little lambs are actually little dragons in disguise, speaking like the dragon, but dressed as a lamb, with their noble pursuit of happiness and liberty and religious freedom. And really, it's just designed to bring you back to the beast. So this is what's headed our way, folks. We have already a social credit system. If you, know anything about insurance, I mean, I know for just my own experience with watching home insurance and medical insurance and car insurance, one giant Ponzi scheme, and they're constantly creating social profiles on you. And sometimes they jack up your rates for no reason. There's literally no announcement. Oh, we just feel like raising it. And that's what it is. You have to accept it. And there's no rational explanation to these people because there's no regulation on it. Everybody's just so greedy and everybody's just wanting more and more. And of course, it's all feeding into the final system, which is going to be a universally controlled digital system of some kind where you're going to have to log in and have a digital ID. And of course, we already have a digital ID in that sense, but everything's going to be digital. Everything's going to be associated to this participation in this system, because the snake wants to get at your core. The devil can't get at your core. He can't get at your heart, because God's purpose of election will be unfrustrated. Nevertheless, he's going to control, the devil is going to control all aspects of society to try to get at your heart. And that's why the mark of the beast is, in our generation, a test for the elect and the non-elect. That's why it exists, to end history by dividing the people of God from the people of the world. If you are of God, you will learn the truth. You will not take the mark. You will divorce the system. And when it comes time to make the choice, you'll make the right choice. If you are not of God, the devil's going to get so many things in control that he's going to force you into a heart change. Remember, people accept it either on the hand or on the head. Either they're going to believe in what they're doing as a good thing, like the Charlie Kirks of the world and the people who follow Charlie Kirk, or they're going to do it out of convenience. Like, what's his name? That atheist guy. I forget his name, but the one who was saying how, I just love my Christian stories and my Christian churches. They're much nicer than the Muslim ones. I mean, it's like you don't even believe a word of the Bible. You don't believe the first sentence of the Bible. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and yet you are all about this Christian society, this Christian nation, this Christian counterfeit reality. So that tells you everything, folks. This one's from Forbes, and apparently I have 2 out of 4 articles that I've read. Next, they're going to paywall me. But there's the Wayback Machine, so joke's on them. The future of humanity. Elon Musk reveals details of secret meetings with El Salvador's Bitcoin president amid price rally. This is what I was talking about earlier. And did I highlight something on here? I think I did. But maybe, let's see, did it keep? Didn't keep. I think I just mentioned this article. They were just meeting together. I think, let's see, Elon Musk, the Tesla billionaire who is one of the biggest Bitcoin crypto price influencers, has shared details of a secret meeting with El Salvador's Bitcoin backing president Nayib Bukele. The pair's meeting comes as the Bitcoin price is surging following a Federal Reserve bombshell that some think could kick off a new Bitcoin price bull run. Musk, who earlier this month backed a $36 trillion by the end of 2024 warning over the spiraling interest payments on the huge U.S. national debt pile, revealed he and Bukele discussed the future of humanity and technology, though he didn't mention Bitcoin directly. Oh, these billionaires, they're so philanthropic and they want the best for you, and they're discussing the future of humanity and doing all these noble lamb-like things, but in fact they actually are snakes in disguise. Just had an excellent conversation with President Nayib Bukele, Musk posted on X, the social media platform he bought and rebranded from Twitter. We talked a lot about the nature of reality, future of humanity, and how technology like AI and robotics will affect the world. El Salvador has an amazing leader. And that guy is super conservative, and I don't know if he's Catholic, but he's definitely on his way there. Bukele, who made history when he adopted Bitcoin as a legal tender in El Salvador in 2021, shared a video of his meeting with Musk, posting to X that it was a pleasure to spend several hours talking with one of the great minds of our time. Yeah, one of the great minds who dresses up as the devil and does all these weird things on Halloween and was dating a witch for a while, had some kids with her, or one kid, I forget how many, and who scammed a lot of people with Dogecoin, who has a product, who has manipulated the market countless times, who is just inherited wealth. I mean, yeah, one of our great minds of our time. In the video filmed at Tesla's Austin headquarters, the pair can be heard discussing the future of the U.S., with Bukele predicting the country's days could be numbered. Last month, Bukele admitted adoption of Bitcoin in El Salvador has fallen short of his expectations, telling Time it could have worked better, but has still been a net positive for the country. Alongside adopting Bitcoin as legal tender, Bukele is issuing bonds backed by Bitcoin, mined in the country via volcano-powered computers, has introduced a citizenship through investment scheme for foreigners who donate Bitcoin to the government, and has built a Bitcoin stash worth $360 million. Musk, who was a major driver of the Bitcoin and crypto market bull in 2021, bought $1.5 billion worth of Bitcoin via his electric car company Tesla before selling most of it to eke out a quarterly profit in 2022. So Musk is all about Bitcoin. We know that Trump is all about Bitcoin. We know the Catholic Church had an article in one of these episodes I covered the Catholic Church's role with cryptocurrency, which should tell you everything that we're in the end times. Here's another one on, what's his name? Oh boy, and this thing's freaking out. How do I stop it? I think escape. Got it. I have this ad blocker and it has this pop-up and it goes into like a death loop where it's like, having a seizure basically. And I figured out that by pressing escape, it cancels that stupid little pop-up, even though the ad blocker should do it. But anyway, journalist Ken Klippenstein suspended by X after publishing hacked J.D. Vance dossier. Independent journalist Ken Klippenstein was suspended from X after he published the hacked dossier compiled by Trump campaign during its vetting of J.D. Vance. Back in February, the Trump campaign compiled a research dossier on Vance in order to vet the Ohio senator as a potential running mate for Donald Trump. The 271-page document includes a section about potential vulnerabilities, which included his past criticism of the former president, which we looked at. Hypocrites, they're all hypocrites left and right, man. Trump is all about the vaccine. He recruits RFK, who is totally against the vaccine, and RFK is all about Trump. J.D. Vance hates Trump and has all these things to say. Then suddenly, a couple years later, he converts to Catholicism. Now he's Trump's right-hand man, and he's just an amazing guy. Left and right. Tucker Carlson, they're all the same. They're duplicitous. They do what they're supposed to, and then when it's time to flip, okay, go do this now. They don't have a mind of their own. Soon after Trump picked Vance as his vice presidential nominee, an individual known as Robert sent the document to a reporter from Politico. In August, the Trump campaign revealed it had been hacked by Iranian intelligence. Several other outlets were sent the vetting documents, but all refused to print its contents on the grounds of both the unclear provenance of the information as well as this apparent lack of newsworthiness. Some criticized those outlets for their refusal to make the documents public. Yeah, why aren't they public? We should see a report on the right-hand man of Trump. Klippenstein on Thursday published the dossier via his website. The dossier has been offered to me and I've decided to publish it because it's of keen public interest in an election season, Klippenstein wrote. It's a 271-page research paper the Trump campaign prepared to vet now vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance. As far as I can tell, it hasn't been altered, but even if it was, its contents are publicly verifiable. I'll let it speak for itself. His account was suspended hours after publishing the dossier. So a couple hours after publishing this thing, he was suspended on Twitter. Now, wasn't the whole thing with the election interference that companies, platforms shouldn't be involved in election stuff and allow people to speak freely? And now what do you have? You have election interference, but of course it's the other way around, and they've always interfered in elections, but both sides are always interfering. And this has just been this has been happening since the beginning of time. All right, let's see. Beginning since the Jesuits took over the United States, there's been no elections, folks. There's been selections, and pretty soon it's going to get even crazier. Look at this. Let's see.
Your dreams and thoughts are no longer safe. Watch this.
The image of a giraffe that the computer has never seen. It's only looking at the fMRI data, and this is what the computer thinks the human is seeing. Yeah. But of course it goes further. So in this one, they said, can they understand the inner monologue, the things you're saying to yourself in your own mind? Mind you, by the way, when you dream, like your visual cortex runs in reverse, so your dreams are no longer safe. But we'll try this. So they had people watch a video and just narrate what was going on in the video in their mind. So there's a woman, she gets hit in the back, she falls over. This is what the computer reconstructed the person thinking. See a girl, looks just like me, get hit in the back, and then she is knocked off. So our thoughts are starting to be decoded. Yeah, just think about what this means for authoritarian states, for instance.
Your dream.
Yeah, think about what it means. And what it means is the Bible is true. Now, of course, you've probably heard of the voice-to-skull technology where they can implant, sounds in your head. I'm sure they're going to probably use that. Look, we have to be prepared for when the Bible says in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, by all power and signs and wonders of Satan. It's a superlative for a reason, meaning everything the devil has in his disposal to deceive is going to be thrown at you. If possible, it's not possible, but if possible, even the elect could be deceived. Even the elect, meaning the people who God has reserved for himself, if it were possible to deceive even them. That's how powerful and potent these deceptions are going to be. So you have to be prepared to have major discernment. Because if there's an apparition and you're part of the world and you start hearing voices in your head and they tell you various things that are very antichrist, you need to be prepared and realize that what you're seeing is all an illusion. If, of course, they're going to probably use AI and technology like this to read people's brains and minds. And again, the devil is slowly crawling around the whole of the world and controlling every single aspect because he wants to get to the interman, the inside, the heart. But of course, he can't get to the heart. So he's going to see who's are his and who's are not in the process. So this is what's headed our way. And we need to be prepared for this because this isn't going anywhere. AI technology is not going anywhere. Why do you think they're developing AI? They're developing AI because ultimately it's all spiritual, folks. The devil wants to be worshipped and he doesn't have too much time. So there needs to be a way to enforce worship and to organize this hegemonic hierarchical system that needs to exist and to control behavior and to be able to get at you, to get at every aspect of your core being and either make you proclaim Christ and be punished or fold your ears and die. One of the two. And so everything needs to be controlled in order to force that narrative. Oh boy, a couple more here. This is our great friend, Donald Trump. Let's see what Donald Trump is all about and if he's serving the agents and the agencies of the beast. Let's see. I think he is.
The biometric entry-exit visa tracking system, which we need desperately. For years, Congress has required biometric entry-exit visa tracking systems, but it has never been completed. The politicians are all talk, no action, never happens, never happens. Hillary Clinton, all talk. Unfortunately, when there is action, it's always the wrong decision. Do you ever notice? In my administration, we will ensure that this system is in place. And I will tell you, it will be on land, it will be on sea, it will be in air. We will have a proper tracking system. Approximately half of
Look at the people cheering.
new illegal immigrants came on temporary visas and then never, ever left. Why should they? Nobody's telling them to leave, stay as long.
Oh, goodness. And of course, people are cheering and signing away their own life with this man. Do you get it? I talked about this in one of my episodes in my Dark to Light playlist, which is titled How the Light Will Use the Dark. How the light will use the dark. These things that are happening that are seeming oppositions, they're working together, folks. The wave of immigrants that are coming into the United States, yes, it's a crisis. It's a invasion, basically. But it's all by design. It's all by design because a lot of these people are very, first off, spiritually susceptible to Catholicism, to Pentecostalism. So they'll be excellent fodder for the next step. Number two, they justify increasing tracking and biometrics and having all these things in society and normalizing them. That's the whole point. They did this on purpose. The left and the right work together. The yin and the yang, the dark and the light, the left pillar, the right pillar of the Freemason secret society mystery religion. They work together, folks. And one is designed to destroy while the other is designed to integrate and put things together and pick up the pieces. That's the whole point. One is creating the problem so the other one can come and solve it. And they're just two hands of the same demonic agency. Last one here, this is from the UK. Of course, it's not the US, but it just gives you just a little story to see that this is happening all over the world. The title of this article is UK prepares for EU's new digital border system in the UK. This is from recent. Let's see, is there a date? Do you have a date on you, little friend? No, it's recent. It's from this year. The EES is a new automated IT system that will record information about non-EU travelers entering the EU for short stays. It replaces the old method of manually stamping passports. Oh gosh, what a convenience. When the system starts on November 10th, 2024, it will collect and store names, types of travel documents, fingerprints, facial images, entry and exit information. The system aims to identify people who overstay their allowed time in the EU, spot those who are trying to use fake documents, help prevent illegal immigration, and improve security in the European Union. And of course, all this is always done under such a guise of nobility and lamb-like demeanor, but in the end, we know what it's all about. So you have this stuff happening all over the world. You have it in the United States, of course. The United States is the false prophet and working all of these systems to make people believe that they're good. And of course, they're going to be exported to the rest of the world. Meanwhile, the rest of the world is doing their own dialectics and being prepared for the light to be received when all these things go worldwide. You have the biometric push. You got the Bitcoin nationalization that Trump is all about. You got the surveillance systems that are going to be pushed with cameras and AI and all this stuff. It's all moving towards what? What is the common destination? The common destination is that these things serve the beast. The beast's will is to be worshipped. It has only one will. That is its will. Anything, and it will do anything just to be worshipped. And it has planned a very elaborate sequence of events to get there. And the Bible tells you about it. But the beast's will is to be worshipped. So now going back to our question, America the false prophet, is it serving the beast? Absolutely. It's serving the beast with all the things I just showed you, through Trump, through these initiatives, through the attitudes and mentalities, through the politics, through the fusion and blurring the lines of the gospel with institutionalized religion, blurring the lines between religion and the state. It's serving the beast 100%. Absolutely. Don't forget that all these people are just peas in a pod. They're just cultural influencers, Judas goats that get a certain sector of the market. They convert, and then they lead them in the opposite. Like Russell Brand, like Candace Owens, Jordan Peterson. Like I said, I'm waiting for him to convert to Catholicism pretty soon. And so many other people. The push towards digitalization, crypto, social credit, AI, is all in line with what the Bible tells us, that there will be a reality that you will not be able to buy or sell unless you participate spiritually in this coming system. Trump is all about all these things. He wants to nationalize Bitcoin. The end is close, folks. It's close. I showed you these things not to make you panic, not to make you freak out, but to make you, if anything, rejoice. Rejoice that you're living in this crazy time. What a time. I would rather be living now than at any other point in history. I really would, because once you realize the truth, like, let's say, you were living 500 years ago during the Reformation or something, or 600 or 700 or 1,000 years ago. You realize the truth, and then, okay, well, Jesus isn't coming anytime soon. Of course, they didn't have the perspective of history, so they probably thought maybe that the arrival of Christ was imminent. But either way, I would rather live now. I really would, because there's a chance and a hope for Jesus to return. And either we'll be alive for him to do that, or you'll be resurrected. Either way, the point is that the end is near. And that's good, because this world is getting worse and worse. And I'm getting sick of it. I hope you're getting sick of it too, because ultimately it's going to get really bad very soon. And again, I don't say that to scare you. I really don't. I say that to strengthen you, to encourage you to dig deeper into the Word, to dig deeper into history, so that you can combat these arguments and strongholds and clever little twistings of facts and figures, to not be deceived. So don't panic, but edify yourself instead, and help others before it's too late. Now onward into the final part of this, which is dialectics. Okay, well, in this final part, I want to focus on the dialectics that are happening, not just in the United States, but around the world. Obviously, the devil is using both dark and light, left and right, up and down, to deceive people and to move them and to oscillate them more and more as we arrive towards this final destination. Because we're nearing the end, the oscillations are happening more frequently and more radically, and you're seeing crazier things. Like, that's why I said the next coming months with the election and everything, it's going to be very crazy. It's only going to increase, and even after things flip in 2025, there's going to be major dramatic changes coming on the horizon. So be prepared for that mentally, spiritually, and just take it one day at a time. Don't panic, don't freak out, just take it one day at a time. But it is important to see these things so that you get out of the dialectical system, out of the two-party system, and that you empower others to do the same as well. So let's go to the headlines. Here we have Elon Musk, again, our friend Elon. Atheism left an empty space. Secular religion took its place, but left the people in despair. childless hedonism sans care. Maybe religion's not so bad to keep you from being sad. Oh my gosh, 53.5 million views. He made a little poem about the dark and the light, the good cop and the bad cop, the king of the north and king of the south. And people just love it. Maybe religion's not so bad to keep you from being sad. So maybe religion's not so bad as a thing to keep you comfortable and to give you certain, social benefits. And maybe we should bring back religion. What does Trump say? I can't wait to have religion back. We should go back to having religion. Elon, we should go back to having religion. Do you see the echo chamber forming around us in all these different places? Everybody's saying the same thing. And then pretty soon it's going to feel like, oh, I guess we all agree, and consensus, which of course will be the Great Delusion, that the world will marvel after the beast. Trump says Jewish voters would have a lot to do with his loss. September 20th. Here it is. In my opinion, the Jewish people would have a lot to do with the loss, Trump said at an event hosted by Republican donor Miriam Adelson. It's only because of the Democrat hold or curse on you. Come on, Jews, go dark to light already. You need to abandon all this liberal stuff. Go to the other side so you can be ready for a charismatic revival. Trump went on to repeatedly suggest his backing for Israel should result in more political support among Jewish Americans, and at one point conflated Jewish Americans with the state of Israel itself. More than any people on earth, Israel has to defeat her, i.e. Kamala, he said, adding that there's no way that I should be getting 40% of the vote. I'm the one who is protecting you. I'm your Messiah, folks. That's exactly what he's saying to these people. And the Jews have always wanted a physical Messiah and a fleshly political savior. And of course, they put Trump's image on a coin along with Cyrus. So it tells you everything about how they're working this angle with the Jews. Remember, Trump's role with the Jews is to create peace so that there is a charismatic revival. That's the way I see it. Could be wrong, but I think the evidence is very strongly in that direction. This is from NBC. Trump repeats attacks on Jewish political leaders and voters as battle for key group heats up. More dialectics. Remember all the dialectics with Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens? How they're all kind of infighting amongst themselves, especially with the Jewish question. And, the more hardcore you are, like Nick Fuentes, who's really anti-Jew, basically, Trump is just not, he's got too many of these people around him. We need a new image for that campaign of his. And he was even harping on Candace Owens for being, too soft on particular issues. I mean, what's the point here? The point is that these issues are coming to light, and the topic of the Jews is coming to light more and more. And of course, with the whole Israel thing and the war, that's being exposed, and more people are waking up to certain things regarding, Jewish influence. And what's the result of that? Well, the eventual result is that the Jews will need to convert. So you're going to watch it play out as the years go by, especially with the third temple being built and a peace deal happening in the Middle East. All these things are coming together very quickly, folks, and they will come together very quickly. It's deeply dangerous, deeply disturbing, and it's part of his broader normalization of anti-Semitism. Amy Spitalnik, CEO of Nonpartisan Jewish Council for Public Affairs, told NBC News, Trump believes that he's entitled to the Jewish vote, entitled to support from Jews, and when they don't give it to him, he immediately defaults to this idea of the disloyal or the bad Jew. Do you see what's happening here? Jonathan Greenblatt, CEO of the Anti-Defamation League, said that playing this dual loyalty trope is classic anti-Semitism. Last month, Trump muttered "yeah" several times as a New York radio host, Sid Rosenberg, described Vice President Kamala Harris's husband, Doug Emhoff, as a, quote, crappy Jew. During that same interview, he said any Jewish person voting for Democrats should have their head examined and is an absolute fool. Trump campaign spokesperson Steve Chung said at the time that Trump obviously wasn't agreeing with the radio host sentiment. So again, just like how Trump denies being affiliated to Project 2025, we know what's actually going on. The Jews, I've said this and I'll say it again, the Jews have always been puppets for the papacy. They use them left and right. And of course, after the reformers exposed the papacy as the beast, they suddenly needed the Jews much more than ever because basically the Jews, the false inversion of the end times prophecies, the futurist inversion, the dispensationalist inversion requires the Jews to be a nation, which is nonsense. It's absurdity. God got done with the Jews after the 490 weeks or the 490 years, and the Messiah was born. That's it. Now the gospel is what you're going into. Everybody come into the gospel. There's no special plan for anybody outside of Christ. The destruction to Jerusalem was final. There's no rebuilding of the state of Israel. The Israel ceased to be a state like a long time ago when Babylon destroyed them and took them into captivity. They were not a state after that point at any point in time in history. So long before Jesus was born, there was no state of Israel. The state of Israel ceased to exist a very long time ago, 2,600 years ago. So the point is that the Jews were nobody, ragtag group of people up until the 1700s, when the Rothschilds were propped up by the Jesuits to have all of their illicit money that they made from the, what do you call them? In South America, their, what are they called? Reductions, the reductions in Southern America. I've talked about these quite a bit. You can look into them yourself. They made a ton of money off of these. And of course, once the Jesuits were banned by the Pope, they needed a way to use that money and to hide it and to manipulate it and so on. So today, the Rothschilds are still the papal bankers. Rothschild, Red Shield. So everybody knows about the Rothschilds. They, oh yeah, I see the Jews control everything. Well, not really. No, they have puppet masters, and that's the thing you need to realize. And that's what the Bible tells you. It's so easy to get lost in who controls who. Is it the Illuminati? Is it the lizard men? Is it the, fifth plane of existence with the externalized hierarchy? It doesn't matter, folks. There's so many demonic agencies, so many secret societies, so many antichrist forces. But what the Bible tells you is that the devil chose a particular power to actualize all of these things into the world and receive worship. That's the power that you watch. And anybody who is aligning with that power is part of that problem. Now, some people may be deceived into aligning with that, and they need to be woken up. But nonetheless, that is the power of the world. It is the Pope, it is the papacy, the Jesuits, and of course, the Catholic system. Nobody is stronger than the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church is the grand poobah of the world because it is the seat of Satan. And so, anybody who's telling you all these things about the Jews this, the Jews that, it's not the Jewish people, folks. The Jews are being manipulated by their own kind. Most of the Jews have been deceived by the rabbinic system, by the liberal attitudes, by the devil, and now by the messianic system, by the charismatic system. The Jews are being ping-ponged left and right, and they're being used because of the false dispensational prophecies as a way to basically bring the world into submission under the beast. And I talk about that in my series called The Great Delusion. So make sure you check it out. But you can see the rhetoric getting a little hotter on the Jews from Trump's side, and of course, from Nick Fuentes, from Candace Owens, from all these Catholic militants. Now, this is Israel at War, ynetnews.com. Oh, for some reason, this is... That's really weird. The text on this is... Let's see. More than 11 months into the war, Netanyahu chairs a discussion about the situation in the north and decides it can no longer continue. Israeli officials believe in the American diplomatic effort is futile and war is a matter of time. So meanwhile, in the Middle East, they're pushing this dialectic more and more and more. And what's probably going to happen is the Middle East will explode, and it will be justification just in time, probably for Trump when he returns, to declare some sort of peace treaty and so on and so forth. So that way the temple can be rebuilt and so on. So who knows how this is going to play out exactly, but you know that Jesus warned you of wars and rumors of wars. The end is not yet. These things are dialectics. This is from our favorite advertising site, Media. There we go. Gotcha. Gotcha, you little ad. Appalling and indefensible. Elon Musk incites rage online after claiming no one is trying to assassinate Biden and Kamala. So Elon basically posted this thing, a controversial post on Sunday following the attempted assassination on former President Trump. Following the attempted assassination of the GOP nominee, Musk too took to X, formerly Twitter, where he claimed President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris have not had to face assassination attempts. On Sunday, Secret Service shot a man who was hiding in a bush at the property line of Trump's West Palm Beach Golf Club, which was another. It's like, what's going on with these? I haven't looked into this second one, by the way, and I'm sure it's just another smoke and mirrors dialectic thing to keep this momentum rolling. It's just fascinating that they did a second one. The individual had a rifle, 2 backpacks, and a GoPro camera. A user called Doge Designer asked on X, why They want to kill Donald Trump. Musk responded to the post by writing, and no one is even trying to assassinate Biden and Kamala. So now people are enraged at Elon's comment. Of course, he does this on purpose, folks. This is tit for tat. I'm going to throw the ball, you throw the ball type of thing. It's all designed because you'll see how these things are resulting in policy changes. Here's another one. Gosh, this site is just frothing at the mouth with ads. Elon Musk's post shocking Kamala Harris AI image brings Trump back to life. So they're trading blows now, the king of the north and the king of the south, caricaturing each other. Here's a caricature of Kamala in some communist outfit. Here's Trump and Musk with their little Nazi. Finally a use for AI, right? Something to laugh at with their Nazi things. They're kissing each other. It's just so ridiculous. CEO Trump booster Elon Musk posted a shocking AI image of Vice President Kamala Harris that echoes a favorite attack from former President Donald Trump. This weekend, Vice President Harris posted a meme that read, "Donald Trump vows to be a dictator on day one," with the caption, "We won't let him." I think this was Harris's making fun of Trump being a dictator. Again, as ridiculous as these drawings are, they're telling on each other. Do you get it? They're telling on each other. Kamala Harris posting this thing about Trump being, a fascist and kissing Musk. There's truth in these things. That's why they're funny. And there's truth in this too. And the ugly clown show is being revealed to you by both sides. The king of the South is revealing the king of the North as the clown that they are. And the king of the North is revealing the king of the South as the clown that it is. And they're both clowns, really. It's just pick your flavor of clown. So anyway, this is what's happening. But what is the result of this little ping pong match? And the result is this. This is from AP. This is, what's the date? August 5th, 2024. California lawmakers approve legislation to ban deepfakes, protect workers, and regulate AI. You see where this is going? I said this a long time ago, too. AI is designed to cause chaos in the marketplace to justify an increase in digitized control and verification of who you are. Even just with internet and stuff and the things that I've learned recently with privacy, you have no privacy, folks. They track everything. There are ways to get around certain things, but you have to be extremely careful, and it's very tedious for most people, especially if you're doing things like this and trying to present information and do research. Very tedious. For casual browsing and hiding your identity, you could probably be a little more anonymous, but in the end of the day, they're going to make it so difficult to be anonymous. They're going to make it mandatory to reveal your identity and to know where you are and what you're doing, what you're thinking, what you believe, what you've purchased, so that ultimately they can make a decision of whether they want to include you in society or not. This is the future. But all these little tit-for-tat ping-pong matches, what do they lead to? They lead to reform. Anyway, I didn't highlight anything on this, but this is the point. I just want to highlight to you this article that, Elon Musk is doing all these crazy things so that then there's justification for them to pass this one. Then there's going to be another thing, and so on. This is left and right duality. Again, from the French Revolution, the Jesuits created a brilliantly evil way of doing things by bringing this dualistic game to the forefront. Because up to that point, you had monarchies, and monarchies were by noble blood, and you had to wait for the monarch to die. There was no elections. It was slow. It was a slow system. And especially when the monarchs were starting to not like you, that's a problem. We need to create something where we're getting the people involved and they're really signing away their own death warrant. And so this is the quote-unquote democratic system that was created as of the French Revolution under the guise of the lamb-like qualities of liberty, liberté, égalité, fraternité, liberty, equality, and brotherhood, which of course is not what it actually is. It's slavery, and it's worshiping the devil. So this is exactly what's happening. All these things seem noble and good, but in fact, they're evil, and it's been going on for, 200-something years now since the French Revolution. Here's our favorite man of sin, Pope Francis. Let's see what the man of sin is up to, speaking of dialectics.
Because every religion is a way to arrive at God. Sort of a comparison, an example would be they're sort of like different languages in order to arrive at God.
Ma Dio è Dio per tutti.
But God is God for all.
Pope Francis kicking off...
Excuse me while I barf in my own office over here. Of course, now everybody is now talking about, look, Pope Francis is doing this, Pope Francis. Look, it's so obvious what he's doing. Do you not understand what he's doing? Pope Francis is a Jesuit, man. He knows what he's doing. He's doing this on purpose so that the next guy who comes in is very, very justified, so justified in assuming total control and reformation of the church to bring it back to the good old days. Remember, what do we say? Two sides. One is the destroyer, one is the integrator. One causes the problem so the other one can come and fix it. Which one do you think Pope Francis is? Well, obviously he's the destroyer. He's a Jesuit. He came in. He's liberalizing everything, gay marriage, the same sex. He didn't legalize gay marriage, but he tiptoes around apostasy. He's a full-on apostate, but he's dancing around all these points that are so controversial on purpose, with blessing for same-sex couples, which it's not marriage, but at the same time, it's obviously what he's doing. Now he's just openly denying the gospel, basically. And so now he's at the end of his life. So of course he's going to do his worst. But that's all by design, to infuriate people into wanting religion back. And of course, once the next pope comes along, he seems reasonable and rational minded and charismatic. Whoever that pope will be, it'll be interesting to find out. That person will be so loved by the world and so marveled at and so respected for his judgments in comparison to all the destruction that Pope Francis has done. And this is by design. It's all just dialectics to get you to get into the storm of dialectical thought. Here's another one. Pope Francis kisses hand of Muslim imam, declares all religions have a role to play. Of course, in Mystery Babylon, all religions do have a role to play because religion is the Antichrist system. Pope Francis embarked upon a 12-day trip through 4 nations in the Southeast Asia and Oceania. His intent with the voyage is to pledge that the Catholic Church will combat religious violence while inspiring stronger ties to other religions, i.e. ecumenism. September 5th, the Associated Press reported the Pope made his first stop in Jakarta, Indonesia, home to the largest Muslim population in the world. A notable moment came when the Pope, in a wheelchair, appeared next to Indonesia's Grand Imam, Nasaruddin Umar, at the entrance to the Tunnel of Friendship, which connects Istiqlal Mosque to the nearby Catholic Cathedral, Our Lady of the Assumption. Now, if you've seen my video, Did the Catholic Church Create Islam? There's a lot of interesting things there that should raise your eyebrow, especially when you hear that there's a tunnel of friendship between the mosque and the cathedral, which is no surprise whatsoever. It was here that the Pope received a kiss on the head from the Imam while kissing his hand in response. There you go. These are little flirtations and adulteries. Doesn't the Bible say that Mystery Babylon is a cup full of fornications and adulteries with all the kings of the earth? This is exactly here, manifesting it before your eyes. Kissing each other, hugging. Instead of witnessing the gospel to him, he's acknowledging his apostasy and his heresy and his paganism and saying, it's okay, I love you for it. I love you for your paganism. Continue believing what you're believing. This is just blasphemy and adultery, spiritual unfaithfulness. And this is it's actually playing out right before your eyes. So there's that. Of course, these things are nothing new. Break-in, attempted assassination, gunman pushed rifle muzzles through fence line at Trump's golf course before Secret Service agents fired. This is September 15th. And again, I haven't looked too much into this. I am of the mind that the last situation that happened was staged. If you want to know more about that, watch my video on it in the Dark to Light playlist. Whether you believe that or not, it doesn't matter. What matters is you realize that the effect of the situation that happened aligns with what the Bible says about the trajectory of history. That people have become more religious, more deluded, more fanatical, more idolatrous, more Seven Mountain Mandate type of dominionist in their thinking, more this is good versus evil, not left versus right anymore. Everything's moral now. And so as a result, it's only pushing people more and more into delusion. So it doesn't matter what you believe. What matters is the trajectory of history. I believe there's great evidence that Trump was in on it. This was staged, and it was designed to solidify people into delusion, into a religious delusion, that Trump is anointed by God to come and do this. Now, of course, God chooses people, the wicked, to judge other wicked. I believe that. So in some sense, I can agree with that Trump is chosen to bring judgment on these other wicked people. But that doesn't mean Trump is the good guy. The problem is they believe that Trump is the good guy because he's been saved by God from this bullet and he's been anointed by God to bring in this new Christian world order and so on and so forth, right? This is exactly the problem. And so people don't have discernment and they're falling left and right. And they're trying more and more of these types of events. Why would they try to stage another assassination attempt on Trump? I don't know. Very, very fascinating, but it's designed to push at you, and to push you into one perspective or another. So you have to get out of the dialectic. There's always the narrative and the counter narrative. And the counter narrative exposes to you the narrative, but it's also giving you its own narrative in response. Does that make sense? There's a little truth in all the conservative pundits, and all these people exposing the left, but guess what? The left also has a lot of truth too. All these like leftist CNN articles that we read, yeah, they're totally biased, but they're also telling you some truth, which is really fascinating. And if you can see that, then you realize that both are almost right. And of course, some of them are totally wrong, but what is this false information review by fact checkers? See post. Let's see. Oh, yes, this is the guy. Again, I'm not going to dig too much into this. You can look into it yourself, but just like the, what's his face, the first one that was an actor in the BlackRock commercial, this guy that was a shooter was identified in some commercial in some Ukrainian thing. I don't know. Let's see.
Is to appeal to world leaders.
There he is. You see? There's the guy, apparently. So that looks like him to me, but maybe it's a different guy. But either way, I would not be surprised if this guy was an actor. How many times have these things happened? Crisis actors and, staged people and fake deaths and so on and so forth. I mean, how many times has it happened? Countless times. There's nothing new under the sun. So just weird to me. It just reeks of a psyop as usual. One more thing here. This is Rome's ancient arch of Constantine has been struck by lightning. I don't know. Is this a sign from God? You tell me in the comments, but it's very interesting. September 6, 2024. A lightning strike hit the arch right here and then hit the corner. A tourist at the site told Reuters Alberto Lingria. We saw this fly off, the tourist added while pointing to a fallen block of stone. Finished in 315 CE, the Arch of Constantine is one of Rome's 3 surviving ancient triumphal arches, each erected to honor a person or event. This arch commemorates Constantine's 312 victory over the Emperor Maxentius. That same year, Constantine devoted himself to Christianity, the first Roman ruler to do so. Now, of course, if you know the truth about Constantine, he had a vision of a bright light that told him to put the symbol of Christ on shields and to go and conquer in the name of that symbol. And of course, he won, and he was convinced. And then he basically legalized Christianity as a cult. He slowly integrated everything into one institution. He put his face on a coin and the sun god on the other, and Christ's name. I talk about all this stuff in my various series, folks. The End Time series, Sabbath series. Look in the Sabbath series, I think number 7 or 8. We talk about baptized paganism. Constantine was not a Christian, but you see, this is again the same category error that people like Charlie Kirk commit. Oh, Constantine converted to Christianity. How do you know Constantine converted to Christianity? How do you know? Judge them by their fruits. Well, if you look at Constantine's fruits, it certainly doesn't say he was born again. Putting the sun god on one side of the coin and Jesus's, acronyms or monogram on another side of the coin. Or being, revered as a god and putting himself on coins and making images and so on and so forth. That you don't do that as a born-again Christian. Meaning the experience that he had with a bright light, and the Bible tells you Satan appears as an angel of light. And you look at Constantine, okay, he had an experience of a bright light. Then you look at Muhammad a couple hundred years later, angel of light. Then you look at, let's say, people like in the 1800s, Joseph Smith, Ellen White, bright light. In the 1500s, you have Loyola, the first Jesuit general. He saw a shimmering serpent of light in a cave after meditating over and over again. So what is the common thread? The Lady of Fatima we saw with, well, it wasn't Fatima, that was Guadalupe, Our Lady of Guadalupe, appearing as a bright light, making imprints on your clothing. Lady of Fatima in the 1900s, bright light, deceives so many. What is the common thread? And what does the Bible have to say? It is what is almost right that's evil, not what is obviously evil. And this is the problem. So this is an interesting thing that happened with the Arch of Constantine. It's an interesting thing. Is it staged? Is it something to get attention? Or is it maybe an act of God? I don't know. You can let me know in the comments what you think. I think it's interesting. It would be interesting if it was an act of God, just kind of a message like, hey, I know what you're up to and it's not going to work kind of thing. So a lot to talk about today, a lot to talk about. Daniel says that the man of sin will destroy many by peace. John says that Mystery Babylon has a wine of adultery that she's drinking and getting all the other kings of the earth drunk with, which of course these are pictures of spiritual unfaithfulness. The Pope is supposed to represent Christ and spread the gospel, and yet he is fornicating with all these pagans and leading them to hell. The perfect example is the Pope kissing these imams and basically saying, oh, there's so many ways to God. You're all fine in your sin. Don't repent. It's fine. You're fine. That is the man of sin right in front of your face. And of course, he's so obviously evil by design, because again, this is designed to push you this way so that when the next guy comes in, he pushes you that way, and he seems justified. The devil has always used duality to destroy through dark and light, left and right. The spirit of Antichrist, remember, anti means against or in place of, simultaneously. So this is the dualistic spirit of evil that we see. So what you're seeing with all these things, and I've covered them quite a bit in my Dark to Light series, is very intentional and designed. Do not think that anything that gets blown up in the news, that gets viral, that gets, coverage, is by accident. Nothing happens by accident. If something happens and it's blown up in the news and everybody knows about it, you can bet that it is by design. And that's because everything is controlled. It is organized chaos. The truly chaotic things are the things happening in our life day in day. But of course, God is sovereign over all things, so there's that to be said as well. But the point is, there's no such thing as, oh, this is just happening. Look, the breaking news. What do you mean breaking news? Breaking news, people, these are choreographed things. And of course, the things that are happening are going to be more and more choreographed because they're running out of time. They're running out of time, and the devil needs to be worshipped. And so there's not that much time to go. When I say there's 10 years left, maximum, I think that's a reasonable estimate. I don't think we have more than 10 years. I really don't. I'm not trying to be nihilistic or anything, but if anything, again, it should be cause for you to rejoice. Always ask yourself, where is this headed? When you see a news story, where is this headed? Instead of just reading the headline and reacting to it, ask yourself, why is Trump making this hullabaloo about the Jews and isolating the Jews that don't vote for him as morally lesser in some way? Why is Musk playing all this little tit-for-tat ping pong with AI and doing things that are obviously against his own policies, hypocritical, and creating such a stir? Why is he doing that? There has to be a reason. And of course there is a reason, and you saw a little bit of that reason today. Remember, the world will marvel after the beast. That is what the Bible tells you. You don't have to be an expert in history. You don't have to know everything about secret societies. You don't have to know anything about, all these in-depth topics. You just have to know what the Bible says. And if you have that as your lens and you use a consistent standard of judgment, you can interpret all these things that happen very clearly and see where things are going. So use that as a lens. Don't be obsessed with, choked on my own spit there for a second. Don't be obsessed with secret societies. I mean, it's interesting to learn so you understand that the devil really does own this world. It's the kingdom of darkness that we're living in. Not for long, but we're still in the kingdom of darkness. We're still in Egypt. But don't get lost in that stuff. Focus on what the Bible says and learn to read and interpret the word accurately. Trump is the Pied Piper for many people, for the Protestants to lead them back to the church, and of course for the Jews to lead them back to the church too. Remember that Theodore Herzl promised a mass conversion of the Jews if they got their own state. And so Theodore Herzl's wish is about to come true. If you think that's crazy, watch my French Revolution episode, watch my Zionism playlist, watch my Great Delusion series, End Time series. Remember other Catholics like Fuentes, Owens, and so on, saying that Trump is too weak on the Jewish thing, that they're getting infiltrated and he needs to be a little stronger and so forth. And so now we start to see these things start to bubble up. Again, the Jews are being played, folks. The Jews are being played by the people in power. And ultimately, they're going to be the suckers to this whole Great Delusion. Everybody who's deceived is going to be a sucker, but the Jews are being puppeted and used because the Jews are the key to making this delusion happen. Because most people believe in the futurist interpretation of the end times. As a result, they're expecting a third temple, and as a result, they're expecting peace in the Middle East, and they're expecting all these things. And the false prophet and the beast will work some signs and wonders, and people will be deceived. They'll be deceived because their expectations are setting them up for the greatest deception in history. How it's all going to play out, who knows? See my Great Delusion series to get some perspective on it. But anyway, a couple final thoughts for you. I hope this was edifying. I hope you learned quite a lot. I hope you got some discernment. If you find good stories that align with what I do and what I cover, feel free to send them to me. My email is tutor@danceoflife.com. I think that together we can all pay attention and help one another. I get a lot of my new stories from people nowadays instead of having to hunt them down, which is nice because it certainly saves me a little bit of work. But make sure you join the Fennec Fox chat, meet other like-minded people, share information. It's harder and harder the more you learn to, talk with people, obviously, because most people are deceived. And so my goal is to help empower you so that you can be present in your conversations, in your circles, and witness the truth of those people and help them get out of Zionism, out of Christian nationalism, out of religious mindset, out of denominationalism, out of, the charismatic movement, all of these different lies and deceptions that are so prevalent today. Above all, don't forget to maintain a habit of prayer. It's very important to pray, to study the gospel, to read the Bible, to have encouragement, to just spend time with God. It really is. Make sure you watch my Sabbath series so that you learn to take up the practice of keeping the Sabbath, not as a legalistic burden, but as a delight, something to celebrate and have joy in, and also something to fortify your mind and heart, because at some point you'll be forced to rest by the beast. And if you do it the beast's way, then you'll be lost, unfortunately. So watch my Sabbath series to get edified on that. I have many tracks in my library on encouragement, the gospel, how to build a habit of prayer. These things are free and they're open to everybody, so go watch them, go edify yourself with them. There's a lot of those important things that need to be covered daily, like faith and strength and the promises of God, the things of God, the gospel. All those things are very important to review every day because you'll lose your mind otherwise. You really will. All this stuff is important to know, and I enjoy covering it. But if this is all you learn about without learning typology or studying the gospel or salvation or election or the good news and why is Jesus a fulfillment of the scriptures? How does Jesus fulfill the scripture? How is Jesus God? What is the deity of Christ? Where's the proofs for that? All those things are so important to edify you alongside this discernment work, which is also important. But don't spend your life only on discernment. There's more than just discernment. And of course, there's a lot of material in my library, like the Trinity series, which unfortunately most people have not watched. But it's a great series on Christology and on the mystery of God's being, which is to exist in plurality. So these and other such things are great for you. Watch, again, the Berean video, how to be a Berean, so you can build some skills and technique and learn how to dance through all of these deceptions. There's so many deceptions, and they're only going to get worse, folks. You saw all of these rhetorical things today, like Charlie Kirk, like Trump, like, all these other influencers, like John Smith? What's his name? John Rich, Jordan Peterson. Oh, it's just false signs and wonders that we can turn on phone on and see these people talking to us in a very charismatic way, and and your ideas are shaped. I mean, it's just amazing. These are false signs and wonders, folks. But of course, God uses those signs and wonders for the good. I'm talking to you through YouTube or through the internet, which is a good thing. But nevertheless, we have to be aware that we are being shaped constantly, that the world is being oscillated faster and faster and faster and faster to get to the crown achievement of their satanic work, which is people marveling after Satan's vicar on earth, which is the Pope. So don't get lost in the craziness. Remember that the end is on the horizon. And I don't say that again to despair you. I say that to encourage you because the end is on the horizon. And what a great thing that is. Whether you make make it alive to see that end, or you are going to be resurrected. Either way, it's going to be fantastic. And we're going to live with Christ forever on earth, on a renewed earth that's perfect, without any pain, without any troubles, without any evil, without any dialectics or antichrist spirit or counterfeit Christianity or anything else. It's a great thing to look forward to. So keep that vision on the horizon. We'll see you next time. Take care, and God bless.